Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Sweet.
Which we are now.
Okay, yes. Hello, welcome, everyone. Happy birthday to this man right here.
Yeah,
To
nice.
celebrate the birth and just having known this man right here,
Yep.
Cardinal Sin, Gil Bavel. And we've got my co-host is his brother, Ari Bavel. And we have so many fans and friends of Cardinal Sins, as well as some of the very original people to have known Cardinal Sin. And we're all here because of the Cardinal Sin channel.
Mm-hmm.
And he inspired me, and I know he inspired a lot of people. So I just want to say, first of all, happy birthday. We'll get to the introductions. If everyone... I want to say happy birthday to Gil, and his birthday is March 2nd, but today is the perfect day to celebrate. So happy birthday, Gil! We're thinking
Yay! That's
Ari,
awesome.
I'll make you big if you don't mind. Perfect. Happy birthday, Gil!
Oh yeah!
Happy
birthday!
Happy
Nice.
birthday.
This is literally an actual piece of cake, but apparently the candles were too much for it, and it more or less disintegrated.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so
Hey,
yes.
there's a medallion.
All right, now we've got a lot of people here with a lot of great things to say about Cardinal Sin, so we'll get going right away. And the focus is not on anyone here. It's certainly not on myself or Ari. The focus is on Gil Bavel. On my channel, we're not monetized, so there's no gain for anybody, just to celebrate Gil. And we can say whatever we want on here, gentlemen, because YouTube can go screw themselves. We're not monetized. We don't care about their rules. So there's nothing they can do to me. So feel free to say whatever you want. In the spirit of Gil, all is fair. There's three things, and it's a trivia question. I've been watching Gil's shows for the last 48 hours. There's three things that Gil said. It's one of the trivia questions that were not subjects of conversation on his channel. I'll let you think about it, because we've got about more than a dozen trivia questions, and that's one of them. So, Ari, you've known Cardinal Sin the longest, I bet, out of all of us.
I'd wager. Yeah, you probably win that bet. Well,
Yes.
The thing that stands out to me that I want to say first, I think, is one of your trivia questions about his first words, right? That is one of the trivia questions.
It is, yes.
Okay, well, I'll save that remark until we get there then, because
Okay. Welcome, Tiger Stripes.
Yeah, hey, Tiger Stripes.
Hey, Tiger.
Hey.
Hi, Tiger Stripes.
Okay, and next to Ari, we have Mike, the comic relief crusader. And
Yo.
how long have you known? How long have you known Cardinal Sin for?
Oh boy. I'm gonna say around 2 years, about there. So, any time that I was on a show, boy, it was always interesting, especially the trivia shows. Oh my lord.
Yep.
God
That's-
almighty.
That's exactly why we made trivia for tonight.
Yeah.
Ari, Ari, I think it was your suggestion.
Those are so
Yeah.
fun.
I don't remember whose suggestion it was, but you did a great job putting those questions together, I got to say.
Thank you. It's been such a pleasure. I was telling Ari, I've been watching Cardinal Sin shows. He's been with me for the last 36 hours straight, and it's been such a pleasure. And Roger Athe, you were one of his first guests. You've also known him much longer than I have. When did you first meet Gil?
Well, I first became aware of Cardinal Sin in early 2022, so it's got to be, 2 years, 2 solid years. I first became aware of him as a result of interacting with fine folks and fellow creators. The one that springs to mind is Mexican Iron Man, fine man. He's not a YouTuber, but he practically is. And I made Cardinal Sin a rising star. He was the 60th rising star, and we had him on Reality Based, which is my creator name. It's also the name of my show in late January of 2023. And I was saddened to hear of Cardinal's loss in, I think it was September of last year. And as a result, he was honored in Gone But Not Forgotten, which is a series that I have where we pay tribute to those who have passed away. So it's a damn shame he's no longer with us now, although it is inevitable for the people to pass away. And it does raise a very interesting question. How do we honor those creators who've had their time to shine and who have sadly faded away? Because you don't really see that often, especially early on in content creation. But we're going to see it more and more as we all, well, fall off the mortal coil, so to speak. I'm 24, so I have a good 40, 50 years.
That's right. Well, hopefully there's YouTube up there. You know, we can keep going up there with probably a broader broadcast range, I would think. Mr. Peter Graves, I know you're muted right now, but would you want to say just a quick word about how you know our dear friend Gil?
There are several reasons why I was off the screen and muted, but one of them was because I was eating. But I was also checking. I was also checking when I first met Gil, and it looks like from my emails, looks like all the way back to 2020. So, and I was like you, I was a moderator on channels and so forth. So, interested in point of view and enjoyed his shows.
Yes, yeah, and now you didn't meet him through any musical interest at all, because he was very active as a musician as well as the paranormal community.
Right. No, that's I think Michael Pilmer, the one of the archivists for the band Devo and the Dickies and Blondie and a bunch of other bands. I think I met him through, or I became familiar with him through Michael. Although it could have been Rachel too. Rachel or Music Ma'am or whatever. There's a YouTube community is kind of large. So.
Yeah. And oh my goodness, we have so many people in the chat, and I don't want to neglect the chat. I am new. Please, everyone, please have patience with me. This is I'm only 2 years into YouTubing, and this is a very large panel. We've got a very full chat, and I will try the best. I'm certainly going to try and give everyone equal time. And Admiral Teague, please share with us how you met Cardinal Sin.
I should tell this story in a way that would be like in keeping with the tradition. The details of my meeting Cardinal Sin are very unimportant. Let's just say that I went to the Lincoln Memorial one day and I sat at a certain bench, and a man directed me to begin a career at YouTube, and my contact there was a man called Cardinal Sin. The one time that we did meet in public, we were in a grove with a gigantic owl, and that's all I will say. But that's the one time I met him personally. We had a good time knowing who was going to win every sporting event, and I remember watching the real football games with him on the Bilderberg network, where the real sports are shown. You people are shown a simulation, and no, honestly, Cardinal Sin was like the second person to ever recommend my channel. The first will always be PJ from Orville Nation.
And we've got a photo of him on. Yep. We've got him.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I did try and take photos and screenshots of a lot of different people that Cardinal Sin streamed with, that Gil streamed with. And of course, I didn't capture everybody, but PJ is one of the early, I'm glad you mentioned him. PJ, Orville Nation, was one of the early supporters of Cardinal Sin. Yeah, you nailed it, Admiral T.
PJ is a great guy, and I guess what happened was, since PJ endorsed me, he said, like, Admiral Teague makes some pretty good content, Star Trek content. You should consider subbing him. And suddenly I had like a dozen subscribers, which was great, up from 2,
Yeah,
then Cardinal Sin had me on, and I made the jump to like 35 subscribers. And that would have been April of 2022. like say like August of 2022 is when we first started talking about different stuff. And then, I unfortunately didn't know him long enough when what happened. We're still in the early phases of getting to be friends, but he was really helpful and really, really kind to me. And it was sort of like a domino effect. Like the first panel show that I did that was pretty big was his, and no one knew it at the time. I kind of kept it up my sleeve, but the next night I was on with Doomcock. So it was just kind of like a 1-2 punch to like, here's this guy, Admiral Teague, so he was really kind and helpful to my career. And he loved to talk about interesting stuff, but he didn't dictate that you believed it too, which is what it's all about. Free speech, free ideas, freely exchanged by very congenial people. And he'll always be on the top of my list of very congenial people who was kind to me when I started on YouTube.
One of the kindest. I remember that. You're right. And he promotes other creators' streams. And I wish I had known him as long as Mr. Jimmy Soul below you. Please, man, you're one of the first people I met on YouTube in the chats with Doomcock and Cardinal Sin, and we did some wicked streams together. But it's been a long time, and I haven't seen you or talked to you in well over a year. I'm so glad. I emailed you at like midnight last night.
I just happened to check it. I got off work at my second job and checked my email, and I was like, "Oh shit, here we go." All right, I'm getting on because I missed the stream a few months ago you did for him. I really wanted to be here for that, but. Yeah, I met Gil through a Friday Night Frolics episode on Doomcock's channel, and we just hit it off. I believe we started talking about Game of Thrones. We started talking about it evolved to Star Wars, and we had our own little thing going in the chat. Never mind what Doomcock was talking about or singing about, but we just hit it off. And the next day, I had an invite from him to join a stream, and we started streaming that right after that. He was probably, other than you and Tim Possible, the guy I knew the best. And he was one of like you said, he was kind. He was so kind. He was very welcoming. Even if it's your first time streaming or you don't do it often, he made you feel like you were part of the culture. I remember, I think my second time ever streaming, I streamed for over 8 hours with him, and we just sat there and talked about everything. And then he started doing the midnights and all of that. And man, it was just so much fun. And like, I hadn't been streaming in a while because I've been working 2 and 3 jobs off and on, so I haven't had much time. But I got that notification a few months ago, and it went off, and I saw he had passed. Man, it was just a gut punch. And just the best dude. I have nothing but the best things to say about him. I told people that don't even get on these streams, people I know in my everyday life, they were like, "What's wrong, man?" I'm like, I told them what happened, and I was like, it couldn't have. I don't want to wish death on anybody, but anybody else. You know what I mean? Gil was just such a great guy, and I'm grateful to him because for him, I'd never shown my face on a camera, never been comfortable talking to strangers online, and
you're a good-looking dude, though.
I appreciate it. It's just I'm not real social, I keep myself. And he opened me up in a whole different way, and just always kept with the invites, never stopped, never turned your back on a friend, and was interested in the most fascinating stuff. Yes, he's a drummer, so that's just extra cool points. So I mean, I love the dude. I miss him, and I wish he was here, man. And I'm super grateful that you sent me this link and I could be here today.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you checked the mail, man. And I should have sent you. You should have been. You should have had an invite a week ago. So thanks for being here, Cam. You're also someone that I met very early on through Cardinal Sin.
Oh yeah. I was lucky enough. Well, first, I'd like to say thanks everyone for being here. Everybody who's on the panel, especially Gil's brother Ari, and Canadian Spider-Man, and the rest of you gentlemen and ladies for being here, and everyone in the chat. I've seen so many people in the chat. Herc 130, Susan Dolan, just people that I've seen for years now. Over in different chats and on Gil's channel and streams especially, and he would be so happy to see you all. I was lucky enough to meet Gil early on. I started in on YouTube. I was actually in Spain getting ready to run with the Bulls when it got canceled because of the pandemic. So I guess we're talking like when the pandemic started, like 2020, 2019, somewhere
March
around there.
2020, I think, is when people started to admit it was going on. Right.
Yeah.
That's
So
January 2020, something like that, or March.
yeah.
I
So
had
it was
December
it was-
2019. I'm trendy, but yeah.
Okay, that's you're probably right.
Yeah, so that's about when we met, and, and we met through the chat on some different channels. Captain Fandom Nerd, I think might have been the chat that we actually met on. And I mean, this is going way back, yeah, and ever since Gil and I had just, we kind of bonded. We were both punk rock kids. He's a few years older than me, but not by much. And I'd actually heard his music before I knew it was his music. And
Wow.
he was just super kind to me. He became a fast friend to me, someone that I could talk to. We would DM each other, and if I needed someone to talk to, he was always there with advice or just to listen and shoot the shit with. And then we started doing those midnight to midnight streams. And you would be there, Canadian Spider-Man, and our friend Antiderivative Jill, who isn't here with us tonight. I'm assuming it was because of the car accident she had, or maybe she's busy.
Yeah.
Best
Mm.
wishes to
Graves,
Jill. As far as that goes, we all hope that the only thing that was damaged was something like a replaceable vehicle. Prayers for her and anyone else involved. Initial reports are favorable, so I hope that proves to be the case. Best wishes to Jill from me and everybody on my channel too.
Yeah, I spoke with her on DMs earlier, and she's definitely going to be here. And she said she got a scratch and a bruised foot, but and thankfully the children weren't in the car. And I think you just said, Canadian, that Spidey, that she'll be here soon, so that's great. And
not
just
necessarily soon, but she will be here tonight. It's her lovely husband's birthday as
Oh,
well.
oh.
So there's lots of birthdays. This
Oh my!
time of year.
I hate to say this, but poor Antiderivative Jill, she was in a car accident. We don't want. We're hoping that it was avoidable. But if they had like plans to go out to dinner, could you imagine being her husband? Like she's like got like a black eye. She's got a scratch. She's all beat up looking, and you're like, so honey, and she's like all happy, and it's just like that guy. It's like people might start making that's.
Well, that's
Everybody
speculative,
giving him
isn't
the
it?
stink
That's really dark speculation on your part.
Oh, Braden Talkington. Do you know who this person is, Ari?
Braden, yeah. Braden's a friend of mine.
Oh, great. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here. And
Yeah.
Thanks,
I think
Cam.
you was here last time as well. I think
Okay.
when we did the last stream, just in celebration when we
okay, right.
Oh, yeah,
when
that's
you
right.
guys first organized this. And again, I would like to say, thanks to Ari and Spidey and Jill for organizing this and being kind enough to invite me to come and celebrate the man, the legend, Cardinal Sin, Gil, a gentleman, a scholar, and I mean those with the most heartfelt words. He was a man who was always learning, always had something interesting to talk about or to explore with you, and to bring to the greater community of YouTube, by having some of the best guests ever and being one of the finest interviewers and always prepared, always had his stuff together and his questions, and could also do just the free flowing midnight to midnights where we would just hang and he would play some music for us and we would talk about anything under the sun. He was a very well-rounded and erudite and thoughtful man. So I'll pass it on. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Cam. And I'm hoping Tiger Stripes, you can explain what erudite means, because I've heard it,
Erudite?
but I'm not sure on the meaning.
Erudite
And I know you're
means
educated.
you can express yourself verbally very well.
Yes.
That's why I asked you, because you're very erudite.
And well, I know about that. Ari, how do you say your last name?
My last name,
Yeah,
Bavel.
Bavel.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I wanted to know. I'm thinking. I think I'm going to name a character in a story after Gil.
Oh,
So,
that'd be great.
Bavel. You'll have to excuse me if I maybe mangle the pronunciation, but I'll write it down. Bavel.
You know, I'm used to it. It's been mangled pretty much nonstop for 65 years. So
Sure.
I'll
I
cut.
know that feeling.
I understand you.
What
My
was
last
Gil's
name is
whole name,
Solbakken.
by the way? Was it, Gilbert or something like that?
Sorry, I missed the first
What
part.
was Gil's actual first name? Was it?
That's it. Gil, Gil. It's a Hebrew name. It means
really?
happiness. Yeah, it
Oh
means
wow,
happiness.
that's incredible. I assumed it was a nickname, so no, just Gil.
Yep.
And
Well, and Gil always had an interesting story, Ari, about the pronunciation of your first name and your about your dad.
Oh yeah, yeah. So hey Andy. So
hey, Andy, one of the originals.
I asked my dad one time
And
because there are way back there was the Leon Uris movie Exodus, I think. And there was Ari Ben Canaan, played by Paul Newman, and then there was like Ari Fleischer, who was the press secretary in the Clinton administration, I think, and Ari Gold on the HBO series. And I said, Dad, everybody else is Ari. How come I'm Ari? And he says, they all mispronounce it. I assumed was humor.
George W. Bush's press secretary was Ari Fleischer.
Yeah. So missed it by one, I think. But anyway, that's the story.
All right, thank you.
That's a perfect dad story, though. Everyone else has been doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So in other words, missed it by that much.
Yes.
So Canadian Spider-Man.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to read to you. I've got Gil's
Welcome.
Twitter up, and he says, when he's describing himself in his, doobly-doo, atheist, progressive, YouTuber, lefty, old school liberal, pro-choice, cis white male, but I'm an ally. Hit me up, I'm cool. And I'm going to just read these off. January 30th, 2022, 2:33 a.m. Card, it's Tiger Stripes. Are you awake? Canadian Spider-Man is passed out in the snow mid-live stream. We need someone who has his phone number to give him a call. January 30th, 2022, 3:18 a.m. CSM has chugged an entire bottle of vodka and passed out on his live stream outside. Hence the need to give him a call. I'm sure he'll survive this, but a bunch of us in the chat are concerned. Sorry to bug you in the middle of the night. See you around the internet. January 30th, 2022, 11:59 a.m. Thought I'd give you closure. The police showed up. I think Darius managed to contact the Mounties. And the footage of him retrieving his laptop is on his still live stream. All is well. January 31st, 2022, 5:02 a.m. Thanks, then the Gil replied, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I was dead to the world asleep. Perhaps bad selection of words. But I'm glad indeed to hear he okay. Thanks.
Oh, man.
And then I replied, 3 hours later, good to hear from you and thanks for getting back. And I know that I was, a friend of Gil's, probably on Doomcock's chat for quite a while, but that's the first, and we clearly had followed each other on Twitter, but that was really the first time I ever reached out to him, so it's all your fault. And, and then about 4 months later in April, he invited me on a midnight to midnight. And then from there on, we were kind of off and running. And it was so much fun always being in his live streams. Just such a blast.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
know that at some point I asked him a few questions. And I did, in my messages say, I realize this is personal, but you mentioned it online. So I guess it's sort of open up. And I asked him questions because I was concerned about him. I was concerned about his health. I was concerned about his life. And he replied back so openly. He was an open book.
He sure was.
He just told me everything. He told me his life story. one night in a series of messages, at like a quarter to 2 a.m. And, so I always felt so close to him.
Nice.
I miss him.
Thanks for saying that.
I miss him so much.
Sentiment. We all feel the same, and that was well put, and those those messages are gold.
I know.
May I welcome Mr. Walter Bosley, one of the very first people that I'm aware of. Fantastic and welcome.
Hey, thanks. I there's no way I would miss this. My tiki I've got here, of course, is one that Gil sent me, but I don't have a straw long enough to use it. So I grabbed the Gil mug. So I'm ready to join you guys in remembering our pal. And my first interactions with Gil was him some years back trying to nag me into letting him design book covers because I've got the small press publishing company, and the doing book covers are like my favorite thing to do as a publisher, to be honest. Okay. I love doing book covers, and I like my book covers. And I would tell him, Gil, I like my book covers, and he would say, oh, they suck. You got I like Gil. I love my book covers. And then I'm trying to remember how it moved beyond that. I think it might have been when I started doing the small films stuff. I think that's when he really took an interest in those, and that's when our association, our contact began to change. It wasn't about him nagging me about my book covers; it was about creative stuff, right? And we got to talking, and then he started having me on a show talking about pop culture. So it was the pop culture connection that where we really connected. And of course, he's was the incredible biggest contributor to this. That's why I'm wearing the t-shirt in honor of him. My current film, he really believes in it, and to the extent I got it done, it's really 99% because of him. So it will definitely be finished. Greatly in honor of Gil, because we all know that he loved movies, and he's a pop culture guy like all of us, right? And it's guys like him that are the heart of that. I mean, think of Forey Ackerman, who Gil was acquainted with and was involved with doing the documentary on him. And Gil, to me, is kind of one of those kind of guys, one of those I don't know. Patron is not enough of a word, right? His heart was really into it, so that's where we really connected.
Well, that's great, Walter. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I was watching your stream from last night before we got started here tonight, because I had a meeting and I wasn't able to be there. So
yeah.
I see Andy's here. Andy, what's going on?
Hello, everyone.
What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Another night in paradise, right?
Amen.
Yeah, Gil's a great guy. He was one of the first guys to reach out to me when I started. Well, when Doomcock had me on his show, and he was one of the first guys to reach out to me, and really, I think he was the first interview I did on the show about the whole process of making action figures and stuff. And it was a great time, especially when his unboxing video when he opened up his own action figure. He was quite excited about that, and that made me feel pretty good that he was that happy with it. But yeah, there was never anybody who was more giving with his time, and was always willing to help somebody else out, give them a platform, and get a push for them out there. Truly, I was stunned, when I got the news, and it's definitely a hole in the community that, it's not ever going to be filled because he just had a special place, and he was just that giving with his time and his efforts, and really had a nice spot there where he would dedicate himself to like a lot of the fringe stuff that a lot of people won't touch, and he was fearless with it. He just went ahead with it and pushed through because he believed in it. Got to give him props.
Yep,
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ari, like I still have to like touch up that action figure for you too.
Yeah, I've got it set and ready to ship out. I've just got to, put some bubble wrap around it and
no rush.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
I'll get him fixed up for you.
I absolutely loved his unboxing videos, man. I was just so
Yeah.
stoked every time he went live with an unboxing. I'm like, man, what's he getting now? I know it's something cool. But those were some of my favorites. Just putting that one out there.
Purveyor of rare Egyptian air. Is that what the T-shirt said?
Yeah. Yes. I just like to say greetings to the gentlemen who have just joined us. Andy, the Wizard. It's great to see you, sir. I see you down there, Gary. It's good to see you, and Mr. Walter Bosley, sir. It's always a pleasure.
Hey. Hello.
Hey, Cam, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good. I'm glad to see so many of us here to celebrate our good friend and just wish him a happy birthday. And I know he's out there with a big smile on his face and having probably more fun than us.
Yeah, buddy. I didn't know Ryan Roger Athea was going to be here. I wouldn't have shown up. That limey prick.
We gotta come up with something to name after Gil, like maybe some type of award, the and a little statue that is essentially Gil, like a Gil Tiki, and it's the Gil Bavel whatever,
Gil Tiki with an envelope of air.
Yeah.
Yeah. And whether it's some type of pop culture award or some type of kind of raspberry award or something, but we got to come up with something that to further immortalize him.
Cardinal Sin Award for excellence
Worst take
in
on a
content
subject.
creation.
Yeah. Or maybe a film festival, the Gil Film Festival or something. We got to come up with something. He deserves it.
I think that's a great idea.
I think that's a
Sculpt
great
something
idea.
up there
That's a
with
great idea.
him
Anybody
banging
has
his head on the microphone.
a bloody microphone?
Well, I
Hey,
heard Gil say that if I don't come sit down, then I'm not a part of his birthday party. So,
welcome, Malia.
hi everyone. I'm Malia, by the way. Malia Graham.
Hello, female.
Hey.
The female. Hey,
Hello, Malia.
Canadian Spider-Man was in here, wasn't he? Yeah, there.
You made room for me, and that's I don't want to stay too long because I'm in the middle of deadlines. I work in the film industry like
There he is.
Walter, and I work in the comic industry. Oh, there he is, Canadian.
There he is.
Yes, hi, welcome everyone, and thanks so much. And please have patience. There's a lot of friends that want to have on here, so we're just going to rotate everyone out. And if believe me, just because I'm not on screen, I am there, and I am trying to. No, the YouTube address isn't on there. It's just
Nice. I like that cover. The front on it's nice. Yeah, I don't want to stay too long, buddy, because I know other people want to get on here, especially Mikey, and I think I saw some other people saying in chat that they were going to show up.
Thanks so much
I just want to stop
for
because
being here.
I've known Gil for a while, and even though we had because our time schedules were opposite, I did hop on with him a few times, and it was fun hanging out with him. And of course, he worked with. He interviewed one of the guys I work with, Don Ecker, with KGRA, because I'm one of the personalities over there that works with Don Ecker, and we do a show on Mondays. And like Walter said, working in the film industry and everything, I know his love for film and pop culture. Plus, I work in the comic industry, so we always had something to talk about. And I don't know, there just weren't as many people as even tempered and as nice to him because everybody, Cam, you know me as well as anybody. I'm a cantankerous bastard. Everybody knows that. I'm apt to say just the most obnoxious thing to somebody that I really love, and half the time I spend insulting my co-hosts. And
Well, Gary, you're the nicest prick I know.
yeah. You know, one of my closest
he's
friends,
a really nice
said
guy
that.
for a prick.
Teague knows as well as anybody. He's heard me get really cantankerous, you know. But the fact is, I have a lot of love for people.
Ray of sunshine, Gary. Come on.
It's true, Michael. You Canadian piece of crap.
It's pronounced Canadian cocksucker, Gary. Get it right.
Not moose sucker to you, eh?
Gil was such a sweetheart of a guy, and it pains me to say it, but it always worried me with his medication. The way he took him. I worked in the medical field for 25 years. I was a paramedic, nurse, and I was so worried about him. And when I was told that day that he had passed away, and I didn't believe it at first. I'm like, no fucking way. Come on. What? And then so, no, really, he's gone. And they said, what do you think did it? And I said, I'm going to bet it had something to do with the medication.
I said
all
the
that
same
stuff
thing. Yeah.
messes with you. And I caught him quite a few times where his medication would mix. And I don't know if you guys ever did that when he get a little loopy on a show. And I'm like, what the fuck's he talking about? What's he talking about? And then a few minutes later, he'd be back to normal. Is there music playing?
No.
Or is that on my computer?
It could be paranormal.
No, it's shit. No, it's a buddy of mine. Markley Center.
I mean, he's already been talking.
I mean, do you actually think Gil's not going to fuck with us if he gets the chance?
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
He's like,
No,
okay,
for me, it's
two are
it's
gathered,
Markley
two or
Center.
more.
I'm friends with a lot of those guys that are on the UFO shows on TV, and one sends me files, and one just opened up on my computer without me knowing it, and it's playing in the background. I was
He's
just like,
messing
what
with
the-
you.
Yeah,
It's him.
Hey, Doomcock's here. What's up, Doomcock? Man, it's awesome. I wish you could drop in and say hi to you guys.
Well, dude,
There he is.
All hail Doomcock.
I sent an invite.
I don't know. I owe so much to so many guys, and this, you know, we all lean on each other. I support Teague knows I support him. I give a lot of support to my friends, and occasionally this Canadian sack of shit here does voiceovers on my show. You know, I love his voice. He does a great Ted Knight.
What you talking about, you insufferable prick, you?
Yeah, you prick. Hey, well, what do you want,
Hey. What you doing?
Escuch testadora.
Yeah, matadora.
I went to Catholic school. I got beat by nuns. I know what it's like.
Exactly.
And so I just want to get my last saying here is that I miss Gil. He really was a sweetheart of a guy. I wish I got one more chance before he passed away to have come back on with him, because he really was a fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah.
So it's my greatest regret. So
Yeah,
happy birthday, Gil, wherever you are. And I'm going to make room for somebody else so I can get back to drawing, because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing artwork for a book.
Thank you so much for being here, Jerry. And
See you Saturday.
I hope
It's
you come back.
Gary.
Gary. And yes, Pop Culture Minefield. I'm so glad, because I wasn't subscribed to you guys. I didn't know. So now, thanks to
I've
this
seen
one-
you around for a while. I'm good friends. You know, Tom and I do a show, Midnight's Edge. We do a
Yes.
show every other Saturday together.
Yep.
And we're going to be doing Ghostbusters and 2 of the Dune miniseries. We're going to do Dune and Children of Dune following, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. It's going to be fun.
Thank you for being
Everybody
here.
take care. God bless, and have a great night, guys. And
Hey, thanks for
thanks
being
for
here,
celebrating this guy. Hey, Teague. Fuck you, man. I love you.
Yo, man, fuck you too, buddy. I'll see you on Saturday.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
That's
guys.
the New York
Friendly.
goodbye. Yeah, I'm teaching him how to speak New York.
So Doomcock has an invite. I just want to get that out there.
He
Doomcock,
just
you
said he
definitely
needed
have
an
an
email. He just said he
Yeah,
needed an email. If you could do that.
I'll try to send it to his email if
Well, just
that's okay.
it just goes to show, though, ladies and gentlemen, how one man can bring so many fine folks and fellow creators together. That's why I do what I can to analyze fellow creators, find those who become rising stars. Because if I hadn't have become aware of Cardinal Sin, I wouldn't have been aware of all you fine ladies and gentlemen. So yeah,
True.
it's funny how that works, brings people together. Although ideally he would be here with us to celebrate.
Well said. Well said.
Well, I bet you he is.
Oh, I have no doubt that he is. And actually, I'm going to step away for a minute. I brought something back from Mexico in honor of Gil, and I want to show it to you guys. So I'm going to go grab it real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wonder if it's a
thanks.
taco. Could be a taco.
Okay.
You never know.
Well, it would have
Could
to be a
taco.
vegan. It would have to be a vegan taco.
It would.
Yeah, that's one of my memories when he came out here was one day walking around looking for a vegan Mexican restaurant.
Oh my gosh.
In Redlands, and he was
wanted a vegan taco bad.
Yeah, and you know, I have to admit, I was as surprised as he was that here we are in Southern California and we couldn't find a vegan Mexican place. I had to admit, I'm like, whoa, you would have thought there'd be one of those on every other corner.
Let's go to the grocery
Me and Gil,
store.
we always normally had fights about, because I'm a meat eater and he was vegan. We used to have fights about
same
that
here.
all the time, and it was always fun. I'm like, what's wrong with you, man? You need to get the meat and all
I'm like, I need some
that.
blood in that meat. Come on, man.
Yeah, all the time.
Well, there's a first time for everything, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm privileged
God.
to see the main villain of She-Hulk, and now he's disappeared, and now he's back. The main villain
that
of
was
She-Hulk.
my
Hey,
fault.
ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome. I want
Scourge
to
of She-Hulk.
Hey guys, how's it
Hey,
going?
there he is.
Yeah, Jim Cut, you were fantastic in the She-Hulk. You did perfectly.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I just wanted to come on and just say, you know, that I miss Gil a lot, and I was very shocked when I heard that he had passed on that. I think it was a Saturday evening. I'm not sure. It was a time I was just about to go to bed, and then I saw this message from Gary Ambrosia, and he told me that, and you know, it just broke down, and I was so devastated by the news, and just a reminder that you know, as hectic as life is and everything, you know, you need to take time to, you know, for people that matter to you, and you know, that's
why I always live by life's too short, make the most of it. Something my great grandmother did teach me. So
yeah, it's just very, very difficult. I miss him a lot, and he was an amazing guy. I wish I had more time to devote to him and spend with him. You know, the sad thing that haunts me is that you know, being the future ruler of Earth, you have so many people in your life, and it's hard to, you know, make time for everyone like they deserve. You know, it's very difficult, and I just have a terrible amount of regret that I wish I had as much time as, you know, we talked, and you know, he was on the show, and I just wish I could have made it more. I really miss the guy, and you know, happy birthday, Gil. And you know, I just wanted to come on and just pay tribute to him. I sadly don't have anything funny. You know, I get emotional. So.
Well,
Hey,
he helped with
Lord.
early shows, didn't he, Doomcock? Though, with what was it, like way back when? When you would get together with Nerdronic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't Gil help you out with that?
Exozone.
I mean, that must have been fun. Good memories.
Gil was just you know, I'm sorry.
Overlord
Practically
DVD,
a
you have nothing
lifetime
to be
ago.
sorry about. Thank you so much for being here. We know that you and Gil were great friends, and he loved you so much. And one of my fondest memories is when you had Gil on to read his short story for Halloween. That was a great stream, and allowing us to hear him, and I know that was one of the highlights of his YouTube career, was being on your show and reading that story.
Yeah.
So thanks for being here, brother.
Well, I just
Well,
miss him, and you know,
It means
I
the
don't mean
world
to
that you're here.
drag things down. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to get like this, but
It's
you know, when I
understandable,
think
brother.
about him, you know, I just
doesn't
miss
drag
him a
you
Okay,
lot.
Zoom talk.
If anything,
We'll
it
get
lifts
there.
everybody up, man. You're sharing great memories with him, and just to hear somebody else have that much.
He was just a great, generous soul, and you know, a very funny, talented guy, and you know, I just miss him a lot. So
We all understand, man.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
we all
understand,
understand, and just know he loved you. He loved you, Doomcock, man, and you're not bringing anything down. If anything, you've uplifted all of us by just sharing some memories and sharing your heartfelt feelings, and we appreciate that so much. So thanks for being here.
Yeah, man, he was just a great guy, you know,
One of a
fellow
kind.
prisoner fan, and you know, he's just, you know, he loved you know, paranormal stuff and UFOs
Yeah.
like I did, and you know, we did some you know, paranormal shows together, and you know, he was just an amazing guy, a funny, talented guy, and a dear friend. Damn, you just never know, you know, you never know how much time you've got with somebody. And
Well, let's put it this way, Doomcock. What's one really good, fun story about Gil that you can share?
oh
Really-
man,
really good fun one.
He well, I don't want to talk out of school or anything. You know, he sent me a wonderful T-shirt that he had printed up for one of his birthday bashes. You know, very kind of punk rock and very
Yeah.
cool guy. You know, I had him on to read one of his stories on one of my Halloween live streams.
Yep.
You know, he was very a good writer, you know, very good
He was
writer.
fantastic writer. He really
Oh, yeah.
was.
Absolutely.
He really loved all the you know, paranormal stuff. You know, he was very knowledgeable, very, you know,
You did not need Google if you had him.
right.
Yeah.
And he had some Robert Anton Wilson you know, interviews that he had done.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I made DVD you know, covers for 3 DVDs for him to, you know, sell or give away, I'm not sure, but you know, I did those for him.
Awesome.
It's just amazing the number of people and amazing people that he knew, you know. He really drew amazing people to him, you know. It's just he really was astonishing in terms of being able to reach out to people and
Yeah.
make a difference, you know.
So kind.
Yes, several times.
Kind.
I mean, he would just appear on, like, say, your channel, Doomcock, or Clobberin Times, or like just random channels, and he would
Yeah,
just
he all the
pop right in,
time.
and it'd be like, boom, there's like 10 memberships right there. Boom, there's like
He was our
20 right there.
personal stalker in a way.
He's
Yeah.
everybody's
He was-
all at once.
Yeah.
Exactly. And he would
He
just-
really would. There was one time I think he personally like got a, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
like 100 subscribers, you know, 100 channel members on my channel, you know.
Yeah. And he just,
I remember that.
He wanted
Doomcock.
everybody to belong. You know, and
Yes.
that's what makes me love this whole community, right? It's like, yeah, okay, well, you're just new here. Boom, membership, you know, just for you,
Yeah,
right? It's like,
exactly.
whoa, that just came out of nowhere. So
He created
Yeah.
a fam. You can say it like this. He created a family.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You're right, man.
Yeah.
Doomcock, I met him in one of your Friday Night Frolics chats, and because of that, I've met Canadian Spider-Man, Tim Possible, Jace, like all these people, and,
Yeah.
and he's just such a welcoming person, so kind.
Even if we
Yeah.
had different opinions and everything, we still vibed. We could talk about whatever it was, even have heated arguments about stuff. It was still brothers, still a family. And
Yeah.
that was so great about him.
Exactly. Very, very true. I just grabbed that thing, so I didn't expect to be on camera, but I'm just going to throw my camera on here real quick. And this was when I saw this, the first thing I thought of was Gil, and I had to have it. So I was just on vacation in the Yucatan in Mexico, and I brought this back. So I'm going to do a little unboxing here. I didn't expect to be on camera, so I'm not looking my best, but this
No, we all
is
don't.
Oh,
is a
Nice.
little tiki.
Órale, mira
I
eso.
love it.
You know, I figured in honor
That's
of the
cute.
man,
You would love
the
it.
myth, the legend.
That is
This is a
cool.
representation of Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. And, Gil could probably, expound on the history of the Mayan civilization for an hour or two alone.
On that.
But anyway, so I'm going to have I'm on the wagon these days, but I'm going to have a drink out of this in his honor, something non-alcoholic, though.
absolutely. It's like the Hall and Oates song, right? Mayan eyes, they're watching you. So I'd like to think Gil is looking down and on us all and smiling that we remember him. And I always think about him and Stephen Charay and Admiral O.F. Doom, folks that we've lost that were so much a part of our community, and just love them all. And it's just a reminder to treasure our time with each other. And to Gil, man, God bless you, Gil. God bless you.
And this is going to become more of an issue, I believe, as time goes on, as more creators fade away, because content creation is only a recent phenomenon, folks. I know 10 years does sound like a long time, or 15 years, but in the grand scheme of things, we've been around for thousands of years. So it's important to remember the legacies of those who have had their time to shine, and it's good that we are paying tribute to a fine man who brought many fine people together. And so long as we keep that legacy alive, he will never fade away. And I don't think any of us will, so long as there's the next generation to keep on going and keep on growing, as I like to say.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't hear the words midnight or unboxing without thinking of it.
Yep.
Agreed.
Exactly.
If I welcome Jace Fox. I know you were one of, and I pronounce your name wrong every time. I know you were one of the originals too. And it just quickly,
back in the day.
I've got a trivia question that I just want to ask before Doomcock leaves. I know you're a busy guy, but before that, Jace, you've been patiently waiting. Please explain how you know Gil. You're one of the OGs.
I try to remember how we actually met, but I did so many streams back at that time. I mean, I was, we were such a small channel, and I don't really know if he reached out or if he was on a stream together. I don't really remember, but I remember just started talking, and we actually started talking most about music. That's one of the things we did, because, I'm a metalhead, punker, and all that. So we had a big conversation about that, and he wanted me on, and it just happened that I became a member that was there all the time. And, I was pretty young compared to what I am now. I'm younger than most of you guys. And we became friends at the time. We were not big, and I didn't have much faith in what I did in the beginning, but he was like he was one of the few people that found us and believed in us. And it's hard to explain with him. He had so much faith in my company and what I wanted to do. And one thing I feel so bad for is that I promised him, because he really wanted to meet Memnok, aka Håkon Didriksen from Susperia and stuff like that, because he's a big metal guy from Norway. And I promised him on a third interview that I was gonna do that, he was gonna, join us and stuff like that. And he was so excited for it, but unfortunately, we never got to do that. And also, we talked a lot about doing certain shows together. We talked about creating some music shows together, and that is what I'm going to try to do this year in his honor. And that is something I talked about last year, that I want to make this the thing. And this year I will do it for him. So, yeah.
Nice.
It was
Wonderful.
good
Thank
time.
you for that. And I've got and I don't know if anyone knows this. I've been watching so much of Gil on his live streams over the last few days,
Oh,
and I
same.
have it on tape of him saying what the inspiration for starting his channel was. And some of you may know this, but I wanted to ask this before Doomcock left. Hint, hint. So I ask, let's go around the panel. Ryan, Ryan, Roger, Athe, you've been quiet for a long time. Why did Gil start his channel? And it's okay if we repeat answers. Oh, are you muted? I don't hear you quite yet.
My apologies. That was an error on my end. Goes to show I'm not a professional. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer to that question, because it's been quite a while since I analyzed Gil. But I can tell you, as far as I'm aware, I've been on his channel twice, I think, off the top of my head. But off the top of my head, I do not know his creator origins. I probably have it in a file somewhere, but I don't have it written in my mind. So
okay.
You got me.
Certainly, that's quite all right. Okay, Jimmy Soul, another OG. What do you say?
If I had to wager a guess, I would say to connect with people and help them any way he could. He was just a outgoing, kind person that liked to help when he could. And what better way than to build a community?
Absolutely. That's not his words, but I know you're right. Yeah, I know you're right. But Walter, do you have an idea of why what Gil said? And you might be. Are you in the picture of him saying? I think you might be in the shot.
Of him saying what?
Yeah, I think I recall. I think I recall the show that you're referring to. That's why I'm like, wait, because I have that photographic memory kind of, and I can usually put words to it. But
I'm drawing a blank.
I think Walter was at that show. I think you're right.
And he was talking about why he started.
Really unique.
Okay.
It's something really unique.
All I know is that I was very much a recipient of his faith in what other people do, and a beneficiary of him putting me in front of people, that I never would have imagined. He introduced me to Cameron Pasha in a phone call where he brought me before Cameron to pitch ideas to get Cameron's input. And that was great, and as you know, he had me on his show a number of times, and of course, was a huge contributor to my little film that I'm doing. So I know as a beneficiary of his channel and his presence, but I would agree with Jimmy and Ryan that in the motive, it had to be people, interacting with people of like mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons that on this particular show, he stated it was a particular impetus that started it. Admiral T, do you have a guess?
To replace classic show In Search Of, hosted by the great Leonard Nimoy.
I'm sure that's not what he said, but I like your guess. Doomcock,
I figured I'd be wrong.
Now you've got a conflict of interest with the answer here, but what do you think it might be? He probably told you.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Doomcock. I'm asking you what do you think Gil said in footage that I have of saying that was the reason he started, or the impetus for starting his channel, the inspiration for his channel.
He started his channel because, he came to Earth from an alien planet, and he was actually, it was part of his mission to go ahead and encode certain messages to his home planet on YouTube, whether it was to signal an invasion or to prevent an invasion. I am not entirely sure. I'm not sure that Gil was sure. He was, I think perhaps maybe he started out as an invader and ultimately
Sounds too
decided,
accurate.
out of compassion to stall the invasion. I don't know now if it will take place now that we no longer have him as a guardian of the planet. He was kind of like the Iron Giant in that regard. But
you're saying he came here and then he went native.
Yeah, he went native, I believe, unless it was a con and he was looking to, finish us off when we were most vulnerable. I guess we will not know. But since the invasion has not come, I must say he probably succeeded.
He was the inspiration for Third Rock from the Sun.
I suspect perhaps or Resident Alien. I don't know, but that is my intel report from my giant robots. That's what I have on file, but he never confirmed it.
If that's the case, he was definitely my favorite Martian.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a quote from Gil, if you don't mind, and so it's right here. March 9th, 2023 was the 100th episode of Into the Fringe, and just before the 3 hour and 44-minute mark, Gil says what the whole reason for starting his channel was, and it was inspired by Doomcock's show Piercing the Veil. That is what he says on his 100th anniversary at the 3 hour and 44-minute mark.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, and because of that, we're all around this screen right now.
He talked about you all the time, Doomcock. Every time I talked with him, you were always in the conversation, no matter what.
Oh, yeah. He always found a way to get Doomcock.
Well, I'm deeply honored, and I miss him, and I'll never have him far out of my thoughts. And I just want to say, God bless you, Gil, and thank you for coming to Earth, and thank you for not triggering the invasion.
I think he was going to let you have it regardless.
Well, he might have, and I would have given him Australia or something. He could have.
Yes, I gave it a
Spoken like an advanced risk player.
Yeah,
exactly. Australia, I'll take the risk.
Where everything would kill you.
Do they have vegan tacos in Australia? That would be the thing.
That's the question,
Well, they would after he took over.
You might.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. If not, he will go full punker on them. He'll go full punk on them, man.
That's right. Well, I don't know. I might want to freaking try out some of that Vegemite. Crikey!
We went to a soccer match in Ohio, right? And I drove, and all the way back from Ohio, all the way to Kansas City, he didn't let up on that Scottish accent, the Australian accent, the entire drive.
Oh my god! That would be hell.
Sounds like him. That sounds so like him.
Crikey! Today I'm going to be using my Australian accent the whole drive through, and I'm going to really piss my brother off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing more punk than that, right?
It could have been Christopher Walken.
He was the greatest Christopher Walken for sure, and he really loved my Richard Burton impression, and so I've got to go, but I would like to leave him with this. This is for Gil. Each evening from December to December, before you drift to sleep upon your cot, think back on all the tales that you will remember of Camelot. Ask every person if he's heard the story, and tell it strong and clear if he has not, that once there was a fleeting wisp of glory called Camelot, where once it never rained till after sundown. By 8 a.m. the morning fog had flown. Don't let it be forgot that once there was a spot for one brief shining moment that was known as Camelot. And that goes out to Gil. He always loved my Richard Burton, so that was just for him.
Bravo.
Oh,
Bravo.
thank you, brother. Thank you.
Well
That was
done.
really sweet.
Well done.
Thanks,
Here,
guys.
here.
Thank you.
And Mexican Iron Man is here to pay tribute, so I will step out for him. God bless you all. Ari, I'm so sorry for your loss, but good to meet you. And man, what a guy. What a guy.
Gone but never forgotten.
Never forgotten.
Thank you, Doomcock.
Good night, everybody.
Hey.
Good night, Doomcock.
God
Thank
bless.
you for coming in.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know how you follow that up, but thanks.
Also, wow. Wow.
Exactly.
Thanks for being here. That was wonderful. And I know Gil is smiling right now because he did love to hear you do Burton.
Oh, he did.
I've seen so many people in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Everybody, there's so many creators out there who are come to say hi to Gil and celebrate with us. And I think we all deeply appreciate it. Hell, even I'm getting choked up now. So I'm going to let somebody else talk for a minute here.
Well, I'd just like to say, because unfortunately it's quite late in the UK. It's just, well, it's nearly
man.
2:45 in the morning.
Boo-hoo.
So unfortunately, I'll have to drop out soon. But this fine man, he says he's not a YouTuber, but he's one hell of a talented one. Very funny too. Jumped out of any windows recently? Mexican Iron Man? Or is
Oh,
that- or am I too far back in the past? Are you still doing that? Are you still sleeping with other men's wives, Mexican Iron Man? But, no, it's great to see. Great to see Mexican Iron Man. I've been so busy because I interact with so many fine folks and fellow creators. And I haven't had much time to pick on this fine brownie, and that's where I get the term brownie from this man. But as for me, it was great meeting all you great guys and gals. It was great meeting Doomcock for the first time, and let's take the legacy of Cardinal Sin and use it to inspire us to keep on going, keep on growing, and to go far as a rising star. So it's been a privilege to see all of you, either for the first time or once again on our creator journeys. And now I'm going to get some rest. So yeah, good night, everyone. Have a great
Good night. Thanks for showing up for being here.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Ah, speak of the devil. Oh,
Okay.
no, it's this guy. Oh.
We're in for it now.
It's the biggest non-YouTuber on YouTube.
Wait, who said that?
It was me, Mikey. It was Cam being a jerk as usual.
Okay, you know what? You're officially on social media probation, sir. Given this, all right. And if Gil were here, he's my boy, and Gil, come down here and tell them to stop with this window jumping crap.
Hey, at least I didn't mention that.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, you're off of social media probation now.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to
Wow,
see all
you
of
have
you.
that kind of authority.
Great to see all of you.
Good to see you.
Oh wait, I got something I want to show you guys real quick. Hold on real quick. I'll be right back. Just one second.
Here, while he's gone, I'm gonna show it on the camera, and I filled my tiki. And I'm
Oh,
going to take my
wow.
break. So.
That's cool.
Okay, so when you turned on your camera, and it could just have been my eyes, but it sure looked like there was a portal going on above your head with the ceiling fan.
The van, yeah.
I was like, is he standing under a tunnel? Like, oh, he just came from Yucatan. That's what happened.
Yeah, you guys weren't supposed to see that.
Yeah, he brought a portal with him from Yucatan. Well, how is it down there? Anyways, I'm sure Gil would love to hear how Mexico is doing at the moment. I know I would love to hear.
It was 85. I could look out and see the full moon on the water from my hotel room. I was with my beautiful, intelligent girlfriend, and it was a wonderful time. We saw the band Fish for 4 nights.
Nice.
And then we went to Chichen Itza and saw the pyramids there. And saw the ball court. I was able to take a massive amount of pictures, maybe a little too many, and just had a wonderful time. The people were amazingly friendly.
They are, right?
Yeah, and it was just beautiful. I mean, my experience of Mexico before this was I lived in San Diego, and I would go to Tijuana to eat tacos and maybe do some things that are questionable.
There's no question.
Vegan tacos? Were they vegan tacos?
What are vegan tacos?
I'm a carnivore. Gil would not approve, but I'm a meat eater.
Soon it's gonna
for dinner.
come down and give you a little beating, man, because they were not vegan.
Where was Gil? Where were Gil's favorite places to travel, Ari? What was his travel experiences? What were they?
Yeah.
Oh, is he there?
I think he's taking a break.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he might have stepped away.
Does anybody know? Did Gil ever talk about travel with anyone?
Southern California, he told us, was
conventions.
Going to
a little more
Walters.
exotic than that, but
he would go to the conventions out in the desert sometimes.
Yeah.
No,
Did we ever go to Burning Man?
Sorry, I was letting the cat out.
Oh, Ari, I asked
Quote,
what was Gil's history with travel? Did he do much travel?
He did not do a lot of travel.
Okay.
Like I said, we went to that soccer game in Ohio at one time. He had a bad back for a really long time, and so crawling in and out of an airplane wasn't a great thing. The most recent travel experience I know of is when we came to visit you in California and did the tour out there. And I had talked to him about coming to NIMSACon.
Yeah.
And we weren't able to do that.
Right. Well, we did our best. Let's see, to take him around the world. We went to Thai restaurants, and I believe
we couldn't go to vegan
Indian.
Mexico.
We didn't get He wanted to go to Disneyland. He really and I told him, I said, Gil, it ain't like when we were kids where you can just. In fact, you can't even just drive to Disneyland anymore and just pay your ticket and go in. You gotta reserve your ticket ahead of time. But I tried. I looked and looked it up on the schedule, and we just weren't able to do it in the time that he was out here.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know if he had ever been. Ari, had you guys ever been to the Disney parks? Oh,
nope. We had Worlds of Fun in Kansas City, and so it's a distant second or third, but.
Oh, wow. Being such a pop culture guy, and it's something to do the next time around when he's here,
Although, he lived in California for a while. He was in San Jose for a while, and I don't really know what he got up to while he was out there. So he may have, I don't know.
Oh. So Darius and Mexican Ironman, do you guys want to comment on how you guys first met Gil?
Doomcock Chat. This is where I've met many people, like Canadian Spider-Man, probably Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, we there's no Doomcock and there's no Xanadoom. None of us meet because that's where that's originally where we first met, and And I mean, I'll let you. Well, I'll go since I started talking. I'll keep talking. Quick fun fact: it was on one of our live streams that I bought these.
Secret missions.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. His Napoleon book's great, and then oh wait, hold on, I'm getting them backwards. And then the Secret Missions is my favorite book that you've ever done. I probably read this like 3 times.
I'm putting that one in Spanish right now. Mexican
Yeah,
Iron
she,
Man.
we're gonna
really?
release that in
Yes.
Spanish, Yeah.
The
Yep,
I think my
excited,
favorite
right?
chapter. I think isn't this the one that has the Lady Templar story in it? One of them.
Yeah.
Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
sweet.
this is it was on a live stream and I didn't win one and I was so mad that because he was giving them away and I didn't win that night. Like when he would do the thing, I'm like,
Yeah.
God, I'm just gonna go buy them myself.
Well, the Secret Missions book. That's one of those that he said he said, "Oh, that cover sucks. I could do it better."
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
This cover's great. Actually, all your covers. I got 2 more. I've got 2 more. Walter, when I was gonna come see you in California, I took 2 of the other ones that I had, and I left them, and they're in my room at my mom's house in San Bernardino because I was gonna meet up and get your signature and your autograph. But
Yeah.
because
Well, next time you're in town,
really, he thought this
we'll
cover
meet up.
sucked.
Oh well, he was
cover's
trying
really
to
cool.
pitch me on him
I
doing
know,
a
that
cover,
one's
so
the best.
he was just busting the chops. But
He always loved to
I
do
like
that.
that
I
one.
nearly jumped off my seat when that scene was played on Napoleon.
Oh,
on
in the Ridley Scott movie,
right? I was
yeah.
like, oh my gosh, there's the scene.
I said, well, it's a famous painting from the 19th century. So, when you're out here, what we'll do is we'll have to go to, one of the restaurants or whatever that we went to with Gil when he was out here. So, over here in Redlands or at the Hangar 84. He really liked Hangar 84, our local brewery. And he enjoyed that. So when you're back visiting your mom, we'll have to go over to Hangar 84 and
I'll make sure
have a couple of pints.
I'll come see you.
In honor of Gil.
Yeah, I'll come see you this summer for sure when I get back. So, I mean, I met Gil in the chats, but I predate all of his live streams because I produced his channel before he even had a computer to go live on. I actually helped him build his first computer. I bought his motherboard, his his video card.
Cool.
I was reading as I was thinking about today. I was reading my first emails between him and me, but dating back to 2019 and 20. Awesome. I mean, when Canadian Spider-Man told me you guys were going live, I didn't even notice. But my StreamYard is still connected to his YouTube channel because in the very beginning, I bought a StreamYard Pro pack, the pro subscription, so that he wouldn't have to pay for it. And so I bought that so he could stream, and he was the first channel that was ever connected to my StreamYard account. I mean, now I'm connected to Midnight Sage, and Renegade, Echo Base Network, my channel. I mean, this is like, and so he was the first channel that I produced in earnest, and we built that first computer, that very first version that he had, awesome. And it meant a lot to me because we worked on that pre and post when I shattered my leg back in November. And I remember I was just reading an email. I think it was in March. It was earlier this afternoon. I was reading one of the emails that he sent me in March. He says, I'll just read it for everybody. And by the way, he always called me Uncle Mike.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, even though I'm younger than him, he always called me Uncle Mike. He always called me Uncle Mike.
But it fits you. It fits you. So
he says, I don't know if you can see that. Uncle Mike. So now I'm at 231 subscribers. This is March 23rd, 2021.
Wow.
So now I'm at 231 subscribers. I think I'm starting to understand why I'm building at this rate. I sent a link to all the people that agree to come on and friends to promote it on their personal media. I'm just going to sort of skip it. He mentions that Raquel Briggs came on that show, which was really spicy and was awesome. He said, I'm reading the tea leaves. I'm going to watch as many YouTube channels as I can to get better. I'm really interested in checking out OBS, but if there's something else that can make my videos look more professional, let me know. And then he writes down, I sent back the case and power supply. And he was giving me an update of the computer that we're building because I told him, I says, I need you to have a computer that you can live stream and, do some videos. Because the ultimate dream was that what Gil had that no one... what Gil had was sorry about that. What Gil had was that he had all these amazing relationships from you, Walter, to others, and the library of audio and video that he was going to put on his channel literally would dwarf or compare with anybody. I mean, coast to coast and others, and I miss him. And I'll be honest with you, I was probably home for a while, and I was listening to Doomcock, and Doomcock drove me to tears. And none of us know each other if it's not for for Cardinal Sin, at least not to the extent that we do. And it's hard. We're all going to start losing each other in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And I cannot even imagine my life in its current form without everybody that he brought together.
Love you all.
I'll be off in
thanks
just a
for
minute.
having me.
Yes, I'm hungry.
Yeah, Ginger, what about you? How did you meet Gil?
Hey, Mary.
Hi, you guys. I just wanted to say a few.
Oh, I lost audio.
I think we did.
Are you there, Ginger?
Hey, Spidey. Before I split out here, I got to ask you a question. Did you make sure to go into the chat and give Doomcock a wrench? Because I think it would be appropriate, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Matt, Admiral T, thank you.
Do it now.
That's right.
Do it now, Hurry. Just scroll up and get it.
There
I wonder
are so
if he's
many
ever
people out there.
Canadian Spider-Man. If you check your email, you'll see from the Pop Culture Breakdown production email, you've been fired as a wrench on Xanadu.
Yeah, you're fired.
Well, all you have to do is when you rewatch it, you can do it off the playback. That's how I made you a wrench on my channel, and then everything got better from there. That was the secret to everyone's success.
Okay, so
perfect.
who all here has gotten one of Gil's challenge coins?
I haven't yet. I was waiting for it until things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just curious. It popped in my head. I was like, I wonder who else got one.
Oh,
I know you got
he
one.
sent him. He might have sent me 2. I know I got 2 of a couple of things. So
There they are. There it is.
yep, there it is. There it
Nice.
is.
Thank you.
All of this is all the more reason why I was saying earlier we need to come up with something to memorialize, immortalize Gil, some type of Gil award or Gil festival.
Yeah, something like
It
that.
has to. We've got to have the spinning wheel.
Yes.
Hey, you know what? A festival, some type of content creator festival, and the award is the little Gil.
The little mini Gil model. You were talking about
Mini
building
Gil.
models. We did
No,
do a Gil model.
no. I got it. Okay.
Like a muck time.
So you make like a little award that looks like, I don't know, like maybe some sort of gray alien or something like that. You spray paint it gold and you call the award the Gillies.
The Gillies.
That would be great.
Right?
The Gillies, yeah.
The Gillies. Or
That's
something
good.
like that.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, Ari and everyone, I think we have to duck out of here. We have some prior stuff engagement that we got to get to.
Yep.
So, but thanks
Dinner.
for inviting us into this. Wouldn't have missed this for the world. And we definitely miss Gil. She'll tell you. I'm talking about Gil about every other day, aren't I?
No.
Every day?
No, I just don't.
No, I do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying it just goes right over my head.
Yeah, I bring up Gil every other day. We'll be riding around
because
town.
it's so
and,
often.
I'll think, hey, when we were eating there, or something
Yeah.
will remind me of Gil. So he's alive and
around.
well, here,
He's
and
definitely around.
I know he's alive and well somewhere up there, beyond there, or whatever the case is. Hey, look at it this way: all those mysteries, the paranormal mysteries, and the great beyond. Gil knows, we don't. We're waiting to learn, but
Knows,
Gil
yeah.
knows now, so he's probably having a good laugh on us.
Yeah.
But, so it's good to see y'all, and let's gather up again.
Yes.
In
We gotta make
Gil's
this,
honor and so forth. So thanks again.
Yep. Happy birthday,
Definitely.
Gil.
so much.
Walter and Malia, thank you both for being here. You guys do great work. Everyone should check out Walter's channel. He was a great friend of Gil's and was often a guest on the show. and is a great interviewer and interviewee. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very
Raising a
much.
glass.
Happy
Thank you,
birthday,
Walter.
Gil.
Thank you for taking
Bye,
the time to
everyone.
be here, Walter.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Bye now. And Mary, yes, are you there, Mary?
Yes, I'm back.
and sorry, Mary, thank you so much. I don't know what happened. I didn't pop you out. That just sort of, but
I don't know. I had no idea. I just started to speak, and all of a sudden, I was bam, gone.
StreamYard
And
somehow
then
does that
Admiral
sometimes.
Teague was there again.
And Rod, I
And
see you
so
there
I
too.
was like,
Just a
Yeah,
second,
you
Rod.
popping in and out a little bit
Yeah,
on our west.
I
The
know.
last
It
time I
does
had
do
you
that.
on,
I've seen it happen.
maybe it's your
before,
router.
So.
May I take this opportunity at the 1 hour and 25 minute mark to raise a glass in honor of Gil Bavel, our dear friend. And happy birthday, Gil.
Yes.
I'm raising a glass to you right now. Cheers, everybody.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Cheers.
birthday, Gil.
Happy birthday, Gil, and as we say in Norway,
Cheers
skål.
to everybody.
Yeah. Happy birthday, man.
One of the most talented
Happy
people
birthday.
I've ever known.
What
my
I
God,
wanted to say about Gil before, though, was that at first I thought he was kind of a nuisance. And I feel really bad for that. I know he just wanted to do what you guys were doing. And I made it up to him. Don't think I'm a horrible person or anything, because
No.
I'm not. I just,
No.
know, I just didn't know him. That's the only thing. I just didn't know him. And as soon as I got to know him, and the way I got to know him was actually through music, because we liked the same kind of music. And so we would often talk about, like Depeche Mode and stuff like that. And he became my friend, and he was always so kind to me in the chat and telling me that I was truly the queen of the ranches, even if I wouldn't accept it and say, well, it's all my other mods that are my helpers that are really the big, help through all this. But he still would say, no, Mary, you are the queen of the ranches. And that just meant so much to me. I just felt like he like knew how my brain worked, and knew that would make me feel good, to hear that.
He was good
And
at
I
reading
just thought he was always so kind, just so kind to me. And I never saw him once be rude to anybody. I don't think, not ever. I never had to get mad at him. I never had to kick him out. I never had to do anything like that, because he was always such a cool dude to be around,
Yeah.
And I wish I would have spent more time on his channel. I recently just started to branch out and kind of do other stuff too besides Doomcock's channel. And I wish I would have done that sooner and branched out and tried to be a part of, rather than, I was kind of stuck in my own little world at the time because of health issues that I had. But and we were always talking about that too. But he was so gracious about it, He was just like, you need to take care of yourself, Mary. Don't be worrying about coming to my channel. Don't be worrying about doing other stuff. Just take care of you. And so, I always felt bad not coming. Like I came in, I think twice or something like that, but I always felt bad because I wanted to be a part of it. You know, I just couldn't. You can ask Canadian Spider-Man. I was not well all year last year.
Yeah.
You know, and the year before that. So I had 2 really bad years in a row, and I just feel like I missed out on him. You know, you guys are have all these stories and everything, and I only knew him from Doomcocks, but I liked him so much and thought he was such a nice guy and such a cool dude, and had good taste in music, and you know, so that's my story of how me and Gil met. And we met from the very beginning. He was there in Doomcock's channel from the very beginning. So he was around.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Jedi Bill, how about you, man?
Oh yeah, Cardinal Sin was a very nice, polite man. He was always showing me kindness and invited me on his streams, and I really miss him a lot. I when I do my karaoke streams, when I found out about him, and I sung this song from Lord of the Rings, The Last Goodbye, and I got really choked up singing it. But he was a great, wonderful man, and I was happy to know him. His presence was one of a kind, and he's one of those guys. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Well said. Well said.
And we got Rod and Tony. Hey guys, how did you guys meet Gil? Cardinal Sin. Rod, we'll go with you first.
Hey. You know, Cardinal Sin was the first guy who just like we connected off of Doomcock, and then like on Water, we started trading messages back and forth, and then suddenly he's just kind of like, "Why don't you come on to my stream?" And I was like, "Sure." And then we kind of went from there, and then the famous stream, drunk stream with Canadian Spider-Man. Or drunk scare stream, really. Scared the crap out of all of us.
He's never gonna live that story down.
Yeah, and then then I did the same thing on Cardinal Sin's Midnight to Midnight. Hey, Rod fell asleep. But because there was this blankness behind me. I just fell back on the bed and I just. But
that happens, That happens.
It does.
Yeah, but and then I'd like to think that I was probably his most consistent guest on Midnight to Midnight because I don't think there was a Midnight to Midnight that he didn't invite me, and that's where I was just like, wow, why are you inviting me? I barely even have a stream, or barely even have a channel, and you're always inviting me. But I was always humbled by that. Nice. But I always had the most fun on them, on those two, like the Midnight to Midnights. I can't believe he would have like a 12-hour stream. I mean,
he would go for so long too, man. I don't know. I'm 28 and I don't have that energy, and he's just like continue doing that shit. I was like, shit, it's crazy.
But then, like I said, somebody mentioned earlier, it might have also been like the pills he was on. I understand that, like sometimes he just go a little loopy and then suddenly, boom, it's like he's back normal. Like what? But I mean. Still, love you, Cardinal. Love you, Gil.
Tony, yeah, you just got here too.
Well, I'd just like to say, hey, Rod, he loved you too, man. That's why I invited you on the show all the time, and you were always a lot of fun. And those midnight to midnight streams were great, and he really enjoyed having you. So thanks for being here. And hi to Tony, hi to Jedi Bill.
Thanks, Canadian Spider-Man.
Hello,
Hi, Rod.
Cam.
And Tony, how'd you first meet Gil?
I've known him for about 2 years, about as long as I've been on this platform as a YouTuber, to coin the phrase.
And I dragged you on there kicking and screaming.
You did. Rod was the one that did the big toe on the air. There's a lot of things that I could say about Gil. The first is that if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be here right now, and that's not just through meeting people or anything. My old computer that I started streaming from, well, it went thermal. It went nuclear.
Yeah.
And he helped replace that out of the generosity of his heart. And there's so many things that Gil has done for me as a performer. A lot of people think that I sing songs on my late night show because of DC. That is absolutely not true. I sing songs because Gil said that I should sing songs.
Yeah.
And it was because of a performance of Loch Lomond that I did on a midnight to midnight about 17 months, almost to the day. So at some point I will perform that, but we're going to let people cycle through if you would indulge me, Canadian Spider-Man, on that. And I also have with me, if once we get done with everybody saying their piece, I do have on DVD an interview that Cardinal Sin sent me. And if I can get it set up right, we can play it.
I will leave that to Canadian Spider-Man.
Yeah, I almost did too, Canadian Spider-Man. And I was driving in the car on the way home.
But Gil helped me out a lot, and when he passed, I got the message from Agent BBK, the artist formerly known as Douchebag Kylo, and I didn't believe it. And then Walter Bosley was having a tribute, and he sent me the link, and at that point, I still didn't believe it. I had 2 sick hours available at my work, and I spent them, and I drove home faster than I've drove home in a long time. Because he's done so much for me. And I was in no way in any shape at that point at work to continue. And I hosted a stream where I practically bawled like a baby for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Right.
And I unboxed everything that he had ever sent me. Everything. Because I still have an unboxing queue going back last year for an unboxing series.
Right.
And I said, screw it. I'm going to open every gift Cardinal Sin ever sent me. To hell with the queue. We're doing it now. And yeah, so his heart is solid platinum. His mind is a quantum computer. And I got to compose myself. So if anybody else wants a turn, you can rotate me out, and I'll be in the back room in the chat for a little bit, and you can bring me back on in a minute. I just done.
No problem, Tony. Tony, thanks for
I'm debating on doing something that I promised I never would do, but it would only be one. And I do want to toast for him, but because at the beginning of the year I swore off drinking on the air at all.
Yeah.
Period, bar none. And I don't know if I want to do that, but maybe if it's like a really small one, with a lot of ice.
Do you know what I do, Tony? I just do it on special occasions, and tonight I felt was a special occasion. And I do have a small one.
It will be later, and it will be after I
Yeah.
perform. And
Yeah.
if we can try and get that, I'm gonna work my DVD player on my computer and see if we can't get some footage that probably hasn't been seen by a lot of people on here. I think that would be a great contribution. Because I'll show you the disc in just a minute. It just says Cardinal Sin's interview, and to be quite frank, I forgot who he was interviewing on that DVD. So
nice.
I figured I could contribute that.
Yeah, sure. If Canadian Spider-Man's cool with it. I guess while you're setting that up, Tim Hayes.
Sorry, what am I agreeing to? Sorry. If Tony wants to share something, yeah, definitely. If you hit present, Tony, and then you can share it with me, and I'll pop it on.
I'm talking about it's the contents of the disc, not just the disc. He did an interview. It's an old interview. I don't remember who he was interviewing.
Okay.
But I figured that if it's never before seen footage or has been lost to time, what better way to remember and venerate someone of his caliber than to open the archives, as it were.
100%. Yeah. I'm not concerned about strikes or anything for this channel. Yeah. This channel is just for fun. So fuck it. We can put whatever you want on it.
And I at some point, I do need to compose myself before I perform it. I don't want to break down in the middle of a song.
100%. Okay.
But, here in a few, if you will indulge me, I will perform Lachlan, which was his favorite performance that I ever did for him.
Hello, Mr. Tickle.
And because I love when you perform it too. It's my favorite as well.
And so, we have another guest.
Okay, so rotate me out. Let me gain my composure. Let me have my cry, and I'll let you know when I'm ready to come back in. Okay.
Cool.
I just wanted to say thanks, Tony. That was great, man. He loved to hear you sing, and we all know that Loch Lomond is my favorite, and it was one of Gil's favorites, and we would love to hear you sing it. Thanks a lot for everything that you had to say, and we really appreciate you being here. And I'd like to say hey to guys who have just joined us. That 70s, how you doing? Hey. Jedi Bill, see you there. Tim Hayes, what's up?
Hello.
It's good to see all you guys. Who would like to go next?
Well, I have to go, so I just want to say some words before I go. I just want to, congratulations to Gil. He was one of the first people to ever find me and give so much hope and love in my life. In the worst moments in my life when I started everything, he means the world to me. I think about him every day, and what I do today, I would not been here if it wasn't for him. He have saved my life in so many other occasions when I was feeling really low, because I did suffer from a lot of suicidal thoughts back in the day, and he's one of the few people I was really open with, and talked a lot about this with my life and so many things. And we spent a lot of time before shows and just private, just talking about a lot of these kind of stuff, talking about music and what we want to do with the channels and stuff like that. So he will always be a big part of 540. It's going to be a big part of my life. And just rest in peace, Gil. You might be gone, but you will never be forgotten. And before I go, as I always say, life's too short. Make the most of it. If it wasn't for Gil and everyone else, he connected a big, beautiful family with so many of us. And it's just wonderful. So thank you. And everybody, have a beautiful stream. And, let's celebrate and have a great fucking time. And remembering the great fucking person he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well said, mate.
You have a good night, Jason.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
yeah,
you.
just wait to swing by and say good evening, everybody. Happy birthday, Gil. I know you can hear us wherever you are. We're here to celebrate, but also to reflect. And he was always such a generous guy with his time. When I was a very early streamer, started out streaming, and always keen to let you come onto his streams and join your streams. And yeah, so happy birthday, Gil. Rest in peace, buddy. And that shot of you playing the drums there, it's one of my favorites. I love that picture.
Yeah.
With the hair, particularly. Yeah. It was a force of nature. Force of nature. But yeah, thanks for putting this together, Canadian Spider-Man as well. It's great. And it's an honor to be here, even just for a little while. Look at that collection.
That's so cool.
Isn't that so good? I was always very envious of his wonderful stuff that he had and how much he loved it,
Yeah.
I know it meant a lot to him. And he would talk about it all the time. And I am so glad that I got to know him, even just in the stream, because I don't have a whole lot of time to talk to people. But when I do, I talk to that one person for quite a while, and I got to know him like over 7 years, 6-7 years, you guys. I got to know him through the chat over like 6 years. So it was just, to me, when I can't remember who told me. I think it was Doomclock, and he called me and told me, and I just started crying because he had been such a good friend to me and knew some of the stuff I was going through. And so I just felt like we had a connection, like a friend. He was my good friend, is what I felt like. And I'm so lucky to have known him. And hearing your guys' stories, because guys bond different than women and men bond. So, you guys had your moments together and stuff like that. He just told me to take care of myself and always gave me special attention, which was really nice of him. And I just thought he was such a kind man. And I felt so bad for thinking that about him in the very first. It gets me still, because how could I even think that about him? When I got to know him, I was like, this is such a great guy. He has his problems like everybody else, and we were able to share, our problems with each other, and not through that only, we DM'd each other. And so, I felt like I got to know him in some sort of a fashion that was different than your guys's, because you guys are men. But being a woman, and I'm married and stuff, I have to, kind of keep it, I don't fuck around, is what screw around. I forget sometimes. Sorry, Canadian Spider-Man. I don't screw around. So, and until recently, I hadn't even mentioned anything about my family because it's really hard to keep things separate. And I just did not want, my personal life to be in the spotlight. I wanted other people to be in the spotlight, and Gil was he deserved to be in the spotlight. He deserved that.
Well,
And
thanks, Mary. We really think that we feel you. That you guys had a special connection, and I know he thought the world of you. And we all really appreciate you sharing your perspective and memories with us, and it's very kind of you. Would anyone else like to share a memory, or say something about Gil that we haven't touched on?
Well, I was always impressed by his depth of knowledge on many subjects. Music obviously particularly, but music, science fiction, movies. He's an extremely deep knowledge, and always impressed me. When I stream them, you have to be pretty sharp.
That's true. Oh, especially during this trivia time. Oh my god! And I hated that buzzer. Oh my god, that it's like, oh god, I'm getting sick and tired of hearing this. Man, oh man. So, yeah, you know what? Hey, it's his birthday, okay? So we should be like thinking some really funny stories, some funny Gil stories that we can remember, right? Because hey, this is a celebration of his life, and there's got to be some funny Gil stories that everybody can share here.
He did a good Christopher Walken impression.
Oh God, yeah.
And I loved how he asked when he asked, "Did you like my Vogue and poetry?"
Especially when he did "Devil Went Down to Georgia."
Oh, I love that
as
song.
Christopher Walken.
Did he do that song?
Walken. Yes, as Christopher Walken. It was so hilarious. Oh my God, I loved it. Right? Jeez, that was a good
I
one.
love that song.
Yeah.
Charlie Daniels Band. Yeah, love it.
Oh man. Let's see.
I wish I could have heard that.
Oh, it's on his channel.
It is?
It is. If you go to his channel and he does Christopher Walken and he does Devil Went Down to Georgia. Right?
Okay. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh God, yeah, you have to. You have to.
I want to see this.
Somebody's rock fan or Tim, you got any funny Gil stories?
Well, to be honest, I was just starting to get to know Gil. I think I had met him through one of Culture Casino's member stream chats.
Right.
So I was just starting to get to know Gil. And then Gil started doing these late night live streams, Friday or Saturday nights.
Yeah.
And I dropped in once, and yeah, I really didn't know him that well, but I knew of him from other channels.
Yeah.
And I noticed he was always doing these unboxing live streams, so I always tried to be. I always tried to be there for those because I always enjoy unboxing videos, whether I'm doing unboxing or one of my other friends is unboxing DVDs and Blu-rays or toys.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just starting to get to know him, and I had been on his channel a couple times. And then I probably could have been on there a third time when he was doing a 24-hour one, but I didn't know he was going to die. It just came unexpectedly. So I'm really upset that he died.
Yeah.
So I really didn't
Have a
get to
good night,
know
Warren.
him, and I probably wasn't as nice to him as I should have been because I could guess we couldn't really agree on politics, but he seemed to really enjoy pop culture.
Oh yeah,
he did. He really did.
Yep.
So
Oh,
that
he
I can
loved it.
respect him for because I've always been into pop culture. Having mild autism, my attention span just isn't there to be an intellectual reading a whole lot. Even though I can
Right.
read English, I just don't have the attention span to be much of a reader.
My son's like that.
So
He's mildly autistic.
I really didn't get a chance to know him. I could have probably been on one of his late night 24-hour live streams a third time, but I really didn't think he was going to die because he just seems so young.
Yeah.
Right? And so full of life.
Yes.
That's what I
a force
got
of
from
nature,
him.
I thought. He was so full of life. Yeah.
I have a story, but I don't know if it's funny or not.
Yeah, I don't really know any funny stories, but
it's
yeah,
funny,
I'll drop off
now.
I'll drop off because I think Tony wanted to get a chance to be on, and he seemed to be so close to Gil. So I know they were always doing live streams together.
We were brothers from another mother, that is for sure.
Yeah. So I'm gonna drop off so Tony can get a chance.
Yeah.
to talk.
Take care, Tim.
I'll drop off after I say
Thank
this
you,
one
Tim.
thing.
Yeah, and I gotta.
Thanks for having me on, Spidey.
I gotta drop out for now too because I gotta head over to Comics Division stream. But it's I mean it's the impermanence of life, and you can't. I mean, Tim, you can't predict when these things are ever going to happen or when our number is up. And I just remember it's funny because Gil had reached out to me a couple of days before saying, "Hey, we haven't streamed in a long time. Do you want to do something?" So it came as an utter shock when obviously it happened. But I'd like to celebrate the guy, and it was always just, it wasn't so much funny. He had just such a depth of knowledge and passion, which I always appreciated. I mean, those unboxings were magnificent. So I'd like to thank everyone for being here, and thank you for letting me come in and pay my tribute. And happy birthday, Gil, buddy, wherever you are. We'll never forget you, and we'll do this again, I'm sure. So, I got to slip out, but thanks everyone. Take care, and
I'm gonna step out.
Cheers. Bye.
Have a good one, 70s. God bless.
Bye.
Good night, 70s.
Everybody's crying around me again. It's starting.
I know.
Damn it.
Thanks,
Can I-
70s so much, and thank you, Tim.
Okay.
Thank you both, man.
Yes.
Can I say one more thing before I head out? It's funny to me, haha, now, but it wasn't funny at the time, like not knowing him and knowing what he was like. He was the reason why I made a list to be a moderator, because I had so many people asking me, and he kept asking me, and I was like, I don't know him, personally know him yet, so I'm gonna start making a list, and that's how it worked out. But he started his own stream, and so I just, I never got to him, and I felt bad for it. But when I got to know him, of course I wanted him on, but then he had his own stuff going on. So I felt bad about that, and I still feel bad about it, and it will always be in my mind. And I'll always think about it when I think of him, because it wasn't the right thing to do on my part. So,
well, I think, Mary, I think you need to forgive yourself for that. I think that Gil had forgiven you a long time ago if he ever even noticed it. And I don't think you need to dwell on it. I think that you should just think about all the happy things and the happy times and the good conversations that you guys had together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for letting me talk.
No problem. We're happy to have you here. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Gil never held grudges. He was always very
No,
forgiving.
he was always forgiving, and he was so kind to me.
And if
All right, I
Gil
found,
knew that you felt bad, he wouldn't want you to.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It is the
You're right.
interview for Robert Anton Wilson.
Oh, perfect.
Ooh.
Well,
Nice.
thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mary. Gentlemen and people in the chat, please fill up your beverages, be they alcoholic or not, because we're going to have a toast to Gil, another toast in honor of his birthday. And then I think we're privileged
I'm
enough
ready
to have Tony sing Loch Lomond. So
Yes.
let's raise our glasses to Gil. And
this goes out to Gil,
Cheers.
and I'm gonna, do a short introduction before I do this. I busted out the McKellen 24 for tonight. So and the irony of that being, that I'm about ready to sing a Scottish ballad, performing of which that for Gil in his love for irony. He enjoyed the concept of irony. He always would seek that out, and so in honor to him, like I said, gold, a solid platinum, a mind like a quantum computer. He was a Renaissance man, musician, paranormal investigator, scientist, and just a mensch, all around mensch. And this song is in tribute to you. If it wasn't for you suggesting me to sing this on my show, I don't think I would have a variety program at all. I would just probably have discussion streams still. So thank you for your help in keeping me on the air. And cheers.
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 That's some good scotch. All right. For your pleasure, or perhaps not, Loch Lomond. I will do my best to perform without bawling like a baby. By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shine bright on the Lomond, where me and me true love were ever wont to gae, on the bonny, bonny banks o' the Lomond. Ari take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and me true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks o' the Lomond. 'Twas there that we parted in yon shady glen, on the steep, steep side o' Ben Lomond, where in a purple hue the Highland hills we view, and the moon coming out in the gloamon. All ye take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and me true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks o' the Lomond. 'Twas there that we parted in yon shady glen, on the steep, steep side o' Ben Lomond. And I remembered that I did this stanza twice he did, What the hell you doing, Tony? Fix the song. The wee bird is sing at the wildflowers spring, and in sunshine the waters are sleeping. But the broken-hearted canes nigh a second spring, though the wife who messes fra the greeting. Or ye take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afar ye. This goes out to you, Gil. But me and me true love will never meet again. And happy birthday. On the bonny, bonny banks, oh, la, man.
Yay, yay. Thank
Very
you so
well
much,
done, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Bravo.
That was beautiful, brother. That was beautiful. Gil would have loved that. That was outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
And happy birthday, Cardinal Sin, our friend, our brother. Wherever you are, I know that you're smiling right now.
Cheers.
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 Good scotch. Takes me about 6 months to go through a bottle, but that's obvious. Has anybody sung him happy birthday yet?
We have
No,
not.
we should do that right now.
Let's do that right now.
Yeah.
On me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday to you.
Yay. Happy birthday, Gil.
Remind us that the world had made it around its parent star one more time. And to quote Dr. House, if it wasn't the little planet that could.
Come on, Gil. Blow him out.
Yeah, do the honors, Ari.
Come on, Gil.
Yay.
Yay.
Nice.
Yay.
Beautiful.
Now everyone's in better spirits. We got our spirits in our cups and our bellies warm. This is better. This is what he would have wanted.
Thanks so much to everybody. I'm doing a shitty job of mentioning everybody, but thank you for your understanding, everybody. And LDG, my friend, you have a chat. You have a link, and if you need another one, we can make that happen.
Mm.
And Darius, there's room for you at any time. You've got a standing invite. You know that, man.
That's right.
And T-shirted historian, I saw you on one of Cardinal Sin's very, very first months of streaming. So you're also more than welcome because you're one of the OGs.
That's right, man.
Yeah,
Apologize
definitely.
for singing
What's up,
an extra
T-shirted?
stanza in that song, by the way, but I hope that my improv was able to fix it. He would have appreciated it.
That was terrific.
You did well. Yes, there's T-shirted historian right there. Who's that avatar? Who's T-shirted historian's avatar?
Looks like John Wick.
Keanu Reeves from Cyberpunk.
Yep.
Keanu Reeves. Yes.
And Alex James, I don't know where you are, my friend. I know you did a lot of streams early on with Cardinal Sin. I tried to find you everywhere, and I could not. So if you're listening to this, man, raise a glass.
Yeah, I haven't seen Alex in a long time.
Maybe Chase knows how to get a hold of him.
I do see Eric O'Sullivan around, and he's still doing a great stream. He does great comic book oriented streams. He's a fine YouTuber. Check him out.
Yep, Cameron Pasha as well. That was
Cameron.
Masters of the Genre with Mike.
There's my iron cousin without the Stark goatee. Man, keep the goatee, bro.
No, he's got a baby face, man. Looks good.
No, but so do I. Why do you think I keep this nasty neck beard on it? Come on now.
So,
So
Ari,
I don't get carded at the liquor
neck beard
store.
right
Duh.
here. Huh?
Is
Don't
Ari
want to
still
get
here?
carded at the liquor store. Duh.
Oh, I don't see Ari. Oh no, there you are. Okay, he stepped off.
He's here.
I was just gonna say, Ari, you don't. It's okay. You don't need to come back. But I know that these pictures existed in Cardinal Sin's apartment somewhere. These black and white photos of his band. It's called Nosferatu. I'm sure that's mispronounced. But he's got a manila envelope with 4 or 5 of these black and whites, and it's labeled Nosferatu Gil Bavel. So you will find that in his things. So those pictures still exist. At least they did on this video.
Speaking of bands, which was your favorite of his punk gigs that he had? I'm partially fond of Wayback Machine, but that's just
Wayback
me.
Machine.
Yeah,
Yep.
Wayback Machine.
There's
Totally
Mythier, Draco.
Myther.
Mythier.
Yeah.
He's another OG.
He's our resident singing dragon when it comes to my karaoke streams.
Yes, that's right, Bill. You're probably you see him on a regular basis, don't you?
Well, not on a regular basis, but quite
He's
often.
always on
Yes.
the Jedi Bill karaoke.
Oh yes.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you guys hear me? My screen just went blank. I'm going to pop out and pop back in.
No, we can hear you.
We can hear
Your
you.
nipple changed. You can re-upload that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to pop out and pop back in, Canadian. It's Spidey.
Sure thing.
Thanks,
You're
man.
pulling an Oscars-worthy wardrobe malfunction right now, sir.
Well, Spuddy, I gotta get going here, dude. So
Okay, understood.
yeah. And,
Comic
Thank you
Crusader.
so much.
Good night. It's been an honor. Be with
yeah.
you.
No, it's all good.
Thank you
know
so
what?
much.
I'm just so glad that that I helped out with Gil's, record-breaking longest midnight to midnight ever. Of what was it, something like 19 hours or something like that?
Let me just put this into perspective.
Did
what
you
Mike
like
did,
our
okay?
Vogan poetry?
I went to bed that night, got up, saw he was still doing it, drove to work on first break, saw he was still doing it.
It's right. It's right. It was like 19 freaking hours in total, and I kept that channel going, and I just got off a midnight shift, and it was like, oh, he's still on. All right, fine, I'm gonna hop on. and then Gil went to sleep, and then there was like a couple of people on there, and then they had to go, and so it's like, well, all right, fine, I'm the only one on here, and so I shared it on my stream, probably the only time I've ever shared a stream with somebody else, and I thought, well, okay, Gil might come back at some point or something like that. I'm just going to keep this show going until he comes back, and I kept that going till 6 p.m. Mountain Time,
Yep.
and just kept it going and kept it going.
Right
and
before my lunch break. It was right before my lunch break. I was making bets with myself. It's like $5. He's still going.
Speak of the devil.
Oh my God. There you go.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is your T-shirted historian.
So, you know what?
Welcome.
And
Hey.
and I'm just honored to do that for Gil and to make it the longest midnight to midnight ever. So
That's awesome.
That'll live on in infamy. So,
Thank you, Mike, for
Infamy,
doing
more
that.
like fame. That was epic.
That was
Yeah, it
Hall
was.
of Fame. Yep. So
Well done, sir.
Thanks, man. You guys have a good night. There's my channel in the chat. Hey, happy birthday, Gil. Glad to know ya.
You were
Love
on
you,
5
man.
hours by yourself. Wow.
Yep.
Loved every minute of it.
Reading the chats from his simulcast and Gil's. Like he was
Yeah.
going back and forth.
Don
See you guys.
McDouglas was there. He remembers Pepperidge
Yep,
Farms.
he remembers. He remembers. Oh man, jeez, he sucked through the whole thing. I think pretty much. But anyway, guys, I'll catch you later. See ya.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Comic.
I've made him a managing moderator, so if you can do what you did tonight for me, and I'll pop off and be in the background. Because again, it's not about me. It's certainly not about any of us. It's about Gil and
That's
his
true.
birthday. Yes, please tell us. I was about to ask you, we've all told how we sort of first interacted with Gil, and what about you, T-shirted historian?
Well, first I got to thank Don McDouglas, who came onto my stream and let me know that this was going on. Otherwise, I probably would not have known about it. So
I didn't know how to get a hold of you.
Oh, okay. Well,
we follow each other, so
yeah, I'm on Twitter. But thank you for doing this too. I think this is really cool. But it was. It's kind of funny because Cardinal Sin and I would kind of like bump into each other on Doomcock streams all the time. And whenever I would start posting up stuff to Doomcock, he would too. And we just kind of, met each other kind of through that. And then on Twitter. And, he became a YouTuber kind of before I did. And when he heard about me getting into the YouTube game, he, tried to help me out by bringing me onto his channel and getting me some more exposure, and I really appreciated that. Gil was always a really supportive guy. He would always ask me to come on, and I just can't say enough good stuff about the guy. I'd miss him. He's gone just way too soon, way too suddenly, and
I second that. I think if we had a vote here,
Carla, sweetie.
Carla,
Hello.
welcome.
Hi, Carla.
Yes. Do you know everyone? I don't know if you know Jedi Bill.
No, I don't know many of them.
Okay. Or the T-shirted historian.
Who's this person? I've never seen her before in my life.
I mean, Jedi Bill, all of these people are.
I know Jedi
You've
Bill.
all been, including Ari, of course.
Hello,
and Peter
hi.
Dave. You've known Gil long before I did. I think Tony and Carla and I are the newcomers here with Gil.
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't know him that well.
Well, you were on stream. I have footage of you on his live streams.
I know, but you knew him before I knew him.
Wild ride, wild ride.
I only met him on I think in chat and Doomcock, really.
that's where I met him.
In
I met him
Doomcock's
through
chat.
DC
Yeah.
too.
Yep.
I think it's cool that he remembered me from Doomcock's chat. So.
He's got this thing. He knows people and he remembers details about you.
Yeah, he knew I love Red Dwarf. So. Every question would lead to Red Dwarf.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man.
Yes, sir.
I do have another person with me who would like to speak about Gil, if you don't mind. Yeah, I know that Gil was always wanting to invite him onto the stream, and he did actually show up for one of them. So I think without any further ado, yeah.
Invite. All right, T-shirt, you can shut up now. Hello, everybody. It's your Lord Baphomet. It's good to see you all. Thank you for coming to my show. It's good to see you again. And we're here to mourn the passing and celebrate the birthday of our dear friend Gil. Great guy, wonderful, wonderful human being. Can't ask for a better disciple anywhere. Truly, he will be very missed. Also, he owes me $10, but I'll let that. I'll waive that.
Yeah, that's.
We'll let him off.
Get out of luck there.
Well, you're gracious.
Yeah.
You're super gracious.
Yeah, well, everybody says, Lord Baphomet, you're such an evil, demonic goat guy, and I'm like, well, of course I am, motherfucker. I'm a demon. What do you expect? But,
Yeah. I bet you'd get along well with Snowdub.
oh yeah, I've been on Snowdub's channel several times. I keep trying to get him to sign that contract. so far is not really biting, but we're working on it. I'm slowly whittling him down.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I've been on. Snowdub was on recently. Now, shit, where was he on? Snowdub was on one stream. Was it with Cardinal Sin? I don't know if Snowdub was ever on Cardinal Sin's channel, but he's certainly in that circle.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, I don't want to keep you guys all night, but thank you very much for this. I appreciate you, taking the time to do this for Cardinal Sin. He's a great guy, and I'm going to miss him very much. He's not down here with me, just so you know. Which is a pity because I had some really great girls lined up for him right here.
Well, you never know. He can always come to party. There could be a heaven and hell mixer.
Well, hello, Baphomet. I'm a big fan of your work.
Right?
Oh yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh yes. I'm Alastor, the radio demon. It's a pleasure to meet somebody from Hell's royalty.
Oh, why, thank you. I know you're pleased to meet me. I appreciate that. Anyway.
Thank you for being here.
Yes. Well, I better get going, and I'll put T-shirted back on. You all take care, and if you ever need any special assistance or you just want to get ahead in life, come see me, sign some contracts, some really quick paperwork, and I guarantee you'll be successful. Just don't read that fine print. Yeah, just ignore that fine print. It's not important. It's legally binding for eternity kind of stuff.
Details.
Yeah, I still got screwed.
Well, you probably did something wrong.
Very true.
Yeah. No, that's right. Man, when I was going through some of the old streams, the number I couldn't even count. Ari, I actually tried to count how many guests had been on Gil's streams, and I lost count at 60. Like he's had he was such a force in promoting other people.
He was
them on his channel, and I don't know how many people he had. Honestly, it would be mission impossible. I would need 3 or 4 of Tony Stark's computers and several assistants. Figured out, dressed
the pretty assistants. They have to be the pretty assistants.
Yes. It was well over 60, Ari. Well over.
It's a big number. But I mean, he was very prolific.
Mm-hmm.
And he had that regular schedule, and Walter was on I think like once a month, and Albert Rosales once a month, and all those recurring guests, and so yeah, it was a big. Sorry, I was a little distracted here. I've been trying to wipe the dried candle wax off my laptop screen.
Oh dear!
Blowing out the candles.
Bummer.
Candle wax, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, well, that you know what? I've got something I'd like to share. And let's see. How about starting trivia? Would people?
Yeah, let's do that.
Trivia. Oh. Okay, great.
Well, unfortunately, I believe I'm going to have to go. It is kind of late over here, and I do need to get some sleep. But I do appreciate you inviting me, and again, thank you very much, Dawn, for letting me know about this.
Thank you to Dawn, and thank you, T-shirted historian.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too, guys. Y'all take care, and y'all have a great night. And this is really beautiful. I think Gil would have loved this.
You're welcome. And this is for us as much as Gil. And you know what? I'm glad to say that we celebrated Gil and we streamed with Gil while he was with us, as well as now. So I'm happy to have known him, and I'm glad you're part of this group. And now that we're in contact, you've got a standing invite.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Y'all take care. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Later, T-shirt.
And we do have in several of the photos that I've been showing and that I will continue to show. There is
after trivia. Do you want to see if I can get that interview up and running for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? And we do have photos of guests that have appeared with Cardinal Sin with Gil, and this is and actually T-shirted historian is in one of those photos, and I'll point that out. But this man, I'm sure you know, is Coach from Echo Base Network.
Yep,
Coach.
That is Coach
Okay.
from Echo Base Network, and Coach and Nick are both co-manage Echo Base Network, and Coach was gracious enough to come on midnight to midnight, number 9, with Cardinal Sin, and at this point, this was 6:30 in the morning. I think Coach was waking up to go to work, and Gil and I had gone through the night. We were at 9 hours at this point and just ridiculously drunk. Coach came on and was gracious. We were slurring words. I was worse than he was. And Grogo 13 was the sober one amongst us. But Coach came on and he premiered. And this is one of the trivia questions, and it's an interactive. This picture right here is Coach premiering on Cardinal Sin's channel a song. A song. It was the first time it had ever been sung anywhere, and it is very a part of. Now it's a part of Echo Base Network and their channel. What song would that be? And anyone in the chat, if you know, please write it in the chat. Which song is Coach? If you were there for midnight to midnight, number 9, this was that 9-hour part. Which song was Coach? And he sang it for us. Which was he introducing to us? World premiere on the Cardinal Sin channel.
Do we have dinging and X buzzers? Do we have the family feud sound?
Let's go. Ari, as the brother, do you have a guess? Ari?
I'm gonna go with no, I got nothing.
Was it a song bashing Kathleen Kennedy?
I got nothing. We'll give Ari half points.
Hayden.
We'll give Ari half points for that answer. No, I have no idea. That is half points, and I'll tell you why later. Peter Graves, do you have an idea of what song is being premiered on the Cardinal Sin channel? Worldwide premiere. Oh, maybe Peter's not with us. When you get a chance, Peter. Jedi Bill, do you know you're familiar with Coach's channel? Do you know what song is being premiered?
I'm guessing it was a parody about Kathleen Kennedy.
Good guess. But not this time. No, not this time.
Oh.
And Peter Graves, if anytime you want to pop in, you just have to unmute. And how about who's next after Tony? Do you know what song? If you're familiar with
this was before my time because this was back during the days when you wore the mask full time on the air.
Okay.
That was a bit before my time.
Okay. And
so
Tiger Stripes dropped out.
Sorry.
Sorry, Tiger Stripes. And Dalek, yes, you have a link. If you want to come on in, come on, Dalek. You are more than welcome to come on in, Dalek. I did send you a link. Okay. Anyone? Carla, do you know, or Cam? It's a song that on Echo Base Network, when anyone swears and says a naughty word on Echo Base Network, they sing this song. And this was version number 2 premiere of the No-No song.
Jill knows the answer. Hail to Antiderivative Jill.
It is the No-No song, and that is why he got half points.
How you holding up? Obviously, your card didn't hold up so well.
No, that's totaled. Completely totaled. I wanted to give the answer because I knew it, but you already said the answer.
Go ahead, Jill.
No, it's fine. You already said it was the No-No song. I remembered that. The actual reason I remember that. No, I can't. The only reason I remember is because he actually requested Doomcock to sing it once before.
If you give me a link to that song, I could learn it.
Oh man, it's on midnight to midnight, number 9, and Coach came in at the 9-hour mark, and there's a couple of embarrassing things that went on that stream. Coach and I and Cardinal Sin, all 3 of us got our nipples out on camera. You can see them. They are there.
All at the same time?
I did that in
all at the same.
December.
Well, I think we took turns, but it was at the 9-hour mark.
Spoilers.
Hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but you don't know what order they took them out.
No. Well, I took a snapshot of us doing that, and I sent it to Mexican Iron Man to hold it as whatchamacallit, over to hold it over Coach's head.
Blackmail, collateral.
Blackmail, that's the one. Yes.
The idea
Hello,
is
Tiger Stripes.
Extort you.
Hey.
I don't want people to. Yeah, hi.
Yes, that is the no-no.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Carla. Sorry, I was having mic issues, so I think I fixed it now.
Same here. Has Jill told us her harrowing tale yet?
My harrowing tale of a lady who fell asleep at the wheel and she sideswiped some people on the other side of the road. Oh, my daughter needs me. I will tell you in a little bit.
All right.
Okay. We will still be here.
Twisted Metal.
Hello, Lemon Pie. Welcome. And West Kegel is
Lemon
here.
Pie.
Lemon Pie. Miskatonic Madman. Hello. and
Lemon
welcome
Pie.
to the birthday stream.
Madman.
And may I suggest another toast and happy birthday, Gil. So if you do have beverages,
I have enough left in this glass, but this is the only glass I'm drinking tonight.
Cheers to this man right here.
Card.
That's why I chose the very expensive stuff.
We love you.
Oh, what color is that?
Cheers,
Oh, look at that.
Now, I happen to know, and this isn't one of the trivia questions, but this is another thing that I saw online, and I'm wondering, Ari, do you know what was Cardinal Sin's favorite wine, favorite type of wine? Not a brand name, but a type of wine.
You mean like
And he
red
did
or
say
white
it.
or rosé kind of thing, or
A specific type of red wine. I will
Like a
narrow it down to
label?
red wine.
oh, bah, I don't know, Cabernet Sauvignon.
That's not what he said on stream. No,
Oh,
that's
okay.
Good choice, Spirit.
We never drank wine together. I mean, not since we were kids. You know,
You drank wine together as kids?
Friday nights. You know, growing up in a Jewish household, Friday nights we would do kind of a traditional thing, and there was wine served. Pinot Noir. Yes,
Pinot
actually.
Noir is
Yeah.
what Gil said was his favorite wine.
Yeah.
Was he
But
turned
that was
onto
after
it?
a lot. So.
Do you remember
Well, I'll
if
have
he was
to pick
turned
up a
onto it
bottle
by
for next year.
Sideways? Did he just find it himself?
The movie?
Most people discovered Pinot because of the film Sideways.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought he said it was because
That would have been a trivia question we could have had.
Yeah, Gil was way too counterculture for something like that. Besides, doesn't Paul Giamatti say at some point if he couldn't stand to drink another glass of Pinot Noir the rest of his life in that movie?
I thought it was what's the one that the ladies always drink that's white?
Oh, the Shiraz? No, that's
no. The one that's
Chardonnay?
really white. Yeah, Chablis. I think
Yes.
it was
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that.
Maybe so. Maybe
Yeah. Yeah. No, he was all about the Pinot Noir inside.
Miskatonic
His
Madman guesses Merlot. You were close. That is a favorite wine, but it's not Gil's. That's my favorite.
It's not that far from Pinot Noir either, Merlot. They're both nice and mellow.
Trivia question nobody knows. That is the color of the car that Gil drove. Was Merlot.
Oh,
that's neat.
Okay. Someone just dropped out. Oh, Tony, there you are. I'll get you back up here. So, where is Tony? So in this picture right here, this is Cardinal Sin, Midnight to Midnight #1. See, I'm glad I cut. There's a reason why I captured that. And
that's
this is
cool.
Pinot Noir in his glass. And this is where he tells us on the very first Midnight to Midnight, in the first 5 minutes, that Pinot Noir is his favorite wine. And this is in his old location. His old
William Shakespeare that's the old apartment. Madmen both agree it's Merlot that Giamatti's character hated in Sideways. Merlot.
Ah.
There you go.
So is this location pretty far from his latest apartment, Ari, or was it a big move?
It's across town. You know, it's maybe a 15-minute drive, 20 if there's traffic.
Oh yeah, and did you arrive with your pickup truck to help him move, or did you get suckered into that?
I did not have the pickup truck when he made that move, and although I offered to help him many times, he never took me up on it.
Well, he didn't want to put you out.
I'm not quite sure what his reasoning was, but he did that move all on his own, as far as I know, or maybe he had other friends help him. But
I thought he hired a cheerleading squad, but I could be mistaken.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Okay, so yeah, I thought I'd raise that. Are we? How about one? The next trivia question. Is anyone interested in that?
Go for it.
Yes, please.
All right. Okay. Here it is. Okay. On Midnight to Midnight, number 9, which is the one we saw earlier.
Number 9. Number 9.
Yeah, Gil said that he had lived in Des Moines, Iowa, and he told Andy Masterson and I about it. Why did he move there? What was he doing in freaking Des Moines, Iowa? And he says the only two good things about Des Moines, you're either there if you're in insurance or heavy metal. Now, why was Gil there?
I think he was on tour, wasn't he? Like it was like local venues.
He lived there.
I would have to take a total guess. I'm afraid I don't know. My guess would be college.
Did you visit him in Des Moines?
I did not visit him in Des Moines, no, but I was keenly aware of what was going on with him then. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for being here, LDG.
Was he researching some alien stuff?
Well, I'll read the answer. This is a quote from that stream, and I watched all these streams, and I saw Gil say it from his own lips, from his own mouth.
The dawn of
he said, his words, "A record store lured me away." So he was working for a record store, and he got poached by another record store that brought him to Des Moines.
Wow.
He worked in a record store.
The Dawn of
Time got that.
That's the same answer. Dawn of Time in the chat says it.
Wow.
Impressive.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and Dawn of Time got it before you said it. God,
Nice
I
one.
thought record stores were so predatory.
Wow.
Well, Gil is, who wouldn't want Gil? you're going to sell records.
No,
you're going to sell records.
It was an encyclopedia, but wow, that's impressive.
That's right. I'm from Iowa. I only work in space. That's awesome. Thank you, William Shakespeare. Yes, Dawn of Time. You got it, man.
He was very unhappy in Iowa.
That's what he said.
Well, it was Des Moines. I don't really know anything about Des Moines. I just like saying
it was Iowa.
Insurance and heavy metal. Okay, so I have another job-related trivia question. And again, this is all stuff that I saw Gil say with his... I've watched a lot of content. And he said... Gil was dedicated to the max. We all know that. He was a dedicated hard worker and he was a professional. And he said that in 2008, Gil almost worked himself into homelessness.
Wow.
In 2008, that's how... Where did he work? And it was with Christopher O'Brien, who was one of the very first guests on his show.
I actually have the answer in my messages, which I have open, so that would be cheating. So I know the answer.
You can answer the question.
If you know,
if you were there,
you know it, tell us.
It was a water company.
A water company.
Yeah, a water company. I've got the name of it here. Just
that might have been something else he did at the time, but this was. In 2008, he worked himself into homelessness, and what he said out of his mouth on this stream, and he was streaming with Christopher O'Brien, they both worked at the Paracast. under under a guy with the name of GS. He doesn't say positive things about him, so I won't say his name. But he worked for this fellow with Christopher O'Brien at a place called the Paracast. Worked himself to the bone. He's dedicated. He was very dedicated.
Yeah, he worked there. He worked very hard. He worked a lot of hours. I don't know if they paid him at all, or if they did, it was well below minimum wage. It was.
Yeah.
What was it doing?
It was good work.
Is that when he was doing computer work?
Oh.
Yeah, he was doing technical work of some kind for him.
But I mean, he got experience from it, and Gil has always wanted to turn a positive experience out of silver lining and everything.
Yeah.
All right. The next trivia question. This is a little more fun. All right. Now, Gil. I mean, he was a professional. If he got mad at himself if the slightest little thing went wrong, and there was one stream where, and you got to love the internet, folks. Cardinal Sin had a wonderful guest. They talked about the Sphinx. They talked about pyramids. They talked about the anomalies in Google Earth. And unfortunately, the stream had internet issues. And similar to Cosmic Relief Crusader, this guest was left on his own 3 times for 20, 30 minutes at a time. And this was one of his this was number 2. This was Into the Fringe number 2. So his second stream of Into the Fringe. Who was the guest? And he did it. He stayed on and he powered through and he hosted it 3 times. And Gil came back 2 times. And then the 3rd time he had to kill the show. That was Into the Fringe number 2. Who was the guest? And I've showed his picture on screen tonight.
Has he been here tonight?
He has not been here tonight.
Albert?
Was it Alex?
That's good, Carla.
No, not Alex, James, not Albert Rosales.
Oh, okay.
That's a good guess, Carla.
was an
That would have been my
Ian.
guess.
It's not a real name. I mean, it's not a person's name.
It's not.
Is it another subgenius like Cardinal's nickname?
Draco Argentius, yes. Draco Argentius. And Bill, he sings with you sometimes.
Yeah, Mither.
Yep.
Goes by
left.
Silver Spice now.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's maybe why I couldn't find
He's
him.
Mither,
Mither.
aka Resident Dragon.
And he
The
carried
donut time
on.
wonder.
Gil dropped out because not through his own fault. It was internet issues. And Mithier was left all by himself and like, holy shit, this is only the second inaugural stream of this show. And he kept going. And then Gil popped back. And it was funny, if you watch the 3rd time that Gil came back, just before Gil pops back in, Mithier says, he crosses his fingers. He says, okay, Cardinal Sin, Cardinal Sin, Cardinal Sin. And fuck me, he appears.
That's hilarious.
So you can watch that. There's so much good value of going back and watching Gil's streams. I've watched them for the last 2 days straight in preparation. It feels like Gil is right there. It feels like
that's
he's here.
good of you. I go back now and then, but
I've got no tears left for tonight.
See, it's still a little too hard for me. But I want, because my God, he made so much content, and it was all so good.
He did.
It was just so personable, so creative.
Masters of the genre. All right, let's each, what shows did he do? He did Masters of the Genre.
The unboxing.
The unboxings, he did. Midnight to Midnight,
Mm-hmm.
he did.
Critical
Hit.
Parapsychology show as well.
Critical Hit.
He did a prisoner.
Gaming with Cardinal Sin. Cardinal Sin and Friends. Pop Culture Trivia.
Correct.
Pop Culture Guardians.
Yep.
Oh, Jedi Bill.
Which
Okay,
I had
yes,
the
you're
honor
right.
of being
You're on that.
First and only. I think it was the first and only episode of Pop Culture Guardians.
Well, shit. There goes that trivia question. Yes,
I think
you're
there was
right.
a couple of them.
That was a trivia question. Yes, Pop Culture Guardians was the first and inaugural show, and it had, I think it was one of his biggest guest lists. Jedi Bill, you were there. Tony was there.
Yeah.
All of us here were there, I think.
Admiral Teague. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people were on that. Absolutely. So, okay, how about another trivia questions? Now that was from the number 2 from the second show of Into the Fringe. On the premiere episode of Into the Fringe, number 1, the guest was Greg Bishop, and Gil describes to Greg Bishop a UFO first-hand encounter that Gil had. As you know, Gil was very much a fan of the paranormal. He didn't believe everything, but he was curious, and he asked a lot of questions. And he did relate to us that he had a paranormal experience. And in his words, a couple of years ago at sunset, while he was opening his front door, he had 2 bags of groceries in his arms while he was opening the door, and he saw a paranormal event. What did he see? Ari,
I'm not going to say UFOs.
Well, I read the answers when you were vetting the questions earlier.
Yes, I sent you the answers.
So I will recuse myself.
Oopsies.
And Jill too. So, yeah, he was
I feel like it wasn't a vehicle. I feel like it was something else, like a man in black or something.
Well, let me read his words. This is from Gil, his own self. 2 technological objects bigger than planes that moved around the sun like lovebirds, like organic objects in a way that no planes ever could. Those are his words.
Okay.
2 technological objects bigger than planes that moved around the sunset like lovebirds, like organic objects in a way that no planes could. And he witnessed those, and he had his arms full, so he couldn't get his phone out to take pictures. He had groceries. That's what he described to us. Are you familiar with that story at all, Ari?
Not from him directly. I think if I am familiar with it, I'm familiar with it from the stream.
Yeah. He was. I mean, paranormal, right? That was Cardinal Sin's bag. Was the paranormal, music, and just people.
Mm-hmm.
How many paranormal? I don't know if I know exactly how many. Was that the only paranormal experience he ever had? I don't think it was.
I remember him telling a story about I think he was awakened in the middle of the night. He had heard some knocking, something that felt to him like a knocking through the wall or something. And he looked out the window, and there were 2 people dressed in black, hunkered over one of those, the 4-foot tall telephone junction box things at the corner. And when he poked his head, when he moved the bedroom curtains to look out, they both immediately knew he was there and looked up at him and then scurried away or something. So
that rings a bell.
Yeah.
Oh, good guess. Right.
And I remember a story about him. He was in a car with someone else. I think it was a girlfriend, maybe. And they were driving along, and he looked out the window, and he saw something he couldn't explain, kind of just pacing them out the window as they were going down the highway. And on one of the Into the Fringe streams, I remember him saying something about that.
He had a really long discussion on the last Midnight to Midnight. I think it was the last one. I could be wrong. With Rod Thunderheart. I kind of was there earlier in the evening, and then I came back in the morning, and they were both so logy from having been awake all night. They looked like they were really looped, but I could tell that it was just sheer exhaustion, sleep exhaustion. But it really kind of blew the top of my head off what they were talking about. Oh, I don't even want to paraphrase it. I would have to go back and listen to it again. But they appeared to be exchanging what were close to abduction experiences.
Well, you're right. Rod had his own stories to tell.
Yes, Rod had his stories, but Cardinal also was talking about something very similar with missing time, I believe.
I listened to that. Yeah. He was very interested in Missing Time, and I believe he did more than one Into the Fringe where they covered that.
Well, this was just a midnight to midnight. They were just shooting the breeze, and by that time they were well and truly both just pounded with exhaustion. But it was pretty interesting. I don't know. It was it was also a little scary. So it was like that. Some the good kind of stories, the ones that make you go
Okay. Now I've got another question here on Into the Fringe, the premiere episode of Into the Fringe, number 1, which was 3 years ago, more or less. The guest was, again, Greg Bishop. And this was just after Cardinal Sin reached 100 subscribers. I watched the episode today, and he had just reached 100 subscribers, and he had made some offhand comment that he wouldn't be at 1,000 in 20 years. Well, if you look, he's at 1,500 right now. Over 1,500. So during that very first Into the Fringe, he told Greg about his favorite book, and it was a book that Greg had written. It's his all-time favorite book, and Greg Bishop wrote it. What was the title of that book? And Ari, you know, but does anyone else have a clue?
I don't know.
I'm afraid.
And you know what subject it would be on?
Yeah, ufology or something.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else know the
goes
title
back
of
before
his
my
favorite
time
book?
of knowing him again.
Even I wasn't watching at 100 subscribers. I came around when he was approaching 400.
I've got quotes from that show too. So Gil's favorite book, written by Greg Bishop. Anyone in the chat? Okay, the title of the book is "It Defies Language: Essays on UFOs and Other Weirdness." And he has an immaculate copy, which he showed. I believe he has 2, one for reading and one for storage. Yeah. "It Defies Language" is the title. And he held up a copy, and that was one of Greg's most popular books. And Gil was an avid reader. I guess. I can only imagine how many books he owned, Ari.
He would say voracious.
Voracious reader.
Yeah, he would say voracious.
He would pick up a book, and he would not put it down until it was finished.
Yes. And that was one of the things that he shared with me. He would I think I said this earlier, he just randomly I would get comics and books in the mail from Gil that he just thought I would be interested in and would like, and I'd just open up these packages and there would be something great for me to voraciously read.
Yeah, that's very cool.
This was the last thing that Gil sent me out of the blue. He just one day sent it to me.
Oh wow!
Now this is a trivia question. Gil had a show, a weekly show that he did 22 episodes of, based on this show, The Prisoner. What was the title of that show? Weekly.
I Am Not a Number.
You got it. I Am Not a Number. That is correct.
I'm a free man.
Based on The Prisoner. And Gil was generous like that. He just sent me that out of the blue.
Nice.
Okay.
That was the show that got me to first start watching his channel regularly.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Nice. So you both watched it growing up, did you?
No, his I Am Not a Number is the first of his streams, his regular streams that I started watching. No, because when it came out, I mean, I think it came out in like 67 or something, and Gil wasn't born until 68. So
right. Yeah.
So I was watching it, although I mean, it was way over my head. I was little. I think it was maybe up. It was on like past my bedtime or something. So
yeah.
But yeah, we did watch episodes together later on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Now speaking of watching, Gil was a huge horror film fan. Would you say Ari was horror? Because I know Halloween is his favorite holiday.
Oh yeah.
That's why he has. Some of you might recognize this T-shirt, and I wear this all the time, especially during Halloween.
Yep.
Yeah. And he would put on haunted houses every year for many years. Him and one of his good friends.
Play sound effects and put up decorations.
Yeah, he was amazing that way.
So, what was his favorite? What was horror film his favorite genre? Would you say, Ari?
Probably sci-fi, but sort of sci-fi horror mixes were probably his favorite.
Yeah, and you can find this
Would make
on
sense.
Bill's store, I think, still. I got this a couple of years ago. The Arcade Haunted House Company.
And he still had that prop, and they made that. Mm-hmm. And he had held on to it for all those years. He was very attached to it. He loved it.
So the trivia question is, Gil was a huge horror fan, and Halloween was his favorite holiday too. On the very first Midnight to Midnight stream, within the first half hour, he says what his favorite horror movie film is. What's the name of that film?
Oh.
Here's a hint. Keanu Reeves is in it. Is it Keanu Reeves? I think it's Keanu Reeves.
It's a horror film with Keanu?
It's a horror film.
Yeah. With Keanu.
Ari, am I correct? Is Keanu Reeves
is it My Bloody Valentine?
No. The Watcher.
His favorite
give me a minute. Okay, if Keanu's in it, then it would
Don't
have
Google
to be...
it.
Then
Bram
it would have to
Stoker's
be Bram
Dracula?
Stoker's
I just
Dracula.
said no. The what? Well, it's one of them, but there's one where
Stoker's
Keanu
Dracula.
plays a killer called the Watcher.
92.
Oh, okay.
It is not Dracula 1992. According to Gil, Constantino, and maybe it's not. Is it Keanu Reeves? Maybe it's maybe I'm wrong.
That's a
But
good
he
guess.
said,
everybody.
No, but he said in the first half hour of his very first Midnight to Midnight stream, he says that his favorite horror movie is The Ninth Gate.
No, that's Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp. Keanu Reeves.
Yes.
One's Canadian, one's American.
Those
Johnny
are two different people altogether, Spidey.
They are. But it is The Ninth Gate. And they look similar. I mean, they're white dudes with black hair.
Well, I wish he were here to talk with. I remember seeing The Ninth Gate in theater and being somewhat unimpressed. But I was doing that in those days. Well,
Yeah.
I would go with a group of friends and we would see a double feature and everybody would love one film and hate the other. And I would always feel exactly the opposite about both of them. So it was one of those days. It was one of those days for me. So I might have just been having a day.
That's a quite modern film because that's like from the 2000s.
Oh, I think it's
not
from,
even
I think
old
it's probably
school.
from the 90s. Ninth Gate. I could be wrong.
It's from 1999, and if it's
sounds
Gil's
right.
favorite, I'm gonna put it on my watch list.
Ninth Gate was his. That's what he said on
And
the
it
very
has,
first Midnight to Midnight streams.
Isn't the director Polanski? So it's a little controversial.
Yes, it is. He talks about that.
Right.
Yes, good memory. Yeah, he talks about that, and I swear he said Keanu Reeves was in it, but I never saw it, so I don't know. Johnny Depp.
Well, and it's all about that. Johnny Depp has that book, right? And it's like almost like a diary of the experiences of someone else. And I want to say it's Crowley. But,
That's the film where he plays
Welcome
an
back, Mary.
author.
Oh,
Welcome
thank
back.
you.
We
Thank
now
you for
have
having me.
more diversity. Trudeau would be happy. Look at all the diversity.
Hi, Carla.
Mary.
Hello.
Hi, Jill. Was Jill
Hi.
here? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
she's
here. Hello.
And I'm waiting to hear
Hello,
Jill tell
Jill.
me about her experiences today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I'll make it quick. I was driving in the left lane. There was another car in the lane next to me, and the fending car that hit me was in the middle of the median. It looked like she was gonna park or turn around or do something normal, but instead she kept going and hit me. And so, the person next to me, I couldn't get over, so it made me spin out, hit a pole, and then another car, which was the first car that the offending car hit. So this poor lady got hit twice.
Oh my goodness.
And I ended up on the other side of the road with the totaled car.
Were you on the freeway?
Oh my goodness.
No, it was
I am so sorry.
Just street driving?
It was street driving, probably a little faster than neighborhood driving.
I'm so glad you're all right.
Yeah, me too.
I
I'm gonna keep this down tomorrow.
Were you going to pick up the kids, I take it?
I was going to pick up the kids. I didn't pick them up yet, but tomorrow I'll get checked out and see if I'm okay. I'm pretty sure I'm okay. I feel fine.
Oh, you're in hospital?
You know, I'll be sure. No, I haven't gone to the hospital. I'm just going to go to a clinic.
Okay.
Yeah, in Canada, they'll recommend the MAID program for you.
Did you hit your head or anything?
Wait a minute. I don't think it's that dramatic, lady.
Did you hit your head or anything?
Oh no, I didn't hit my head at all. It was just whiplash.
Ari, what do you?
Not quite as bad as damage as that.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Oh my
There
God.
we go.
Wow.
There we go. That's awesome, Ari. You're related. You're Gil's
Ari, I
brother.
don't think those guys are fresh.
You're Gil's brother.
I love it.
Well, I think we know who the model might have been.
Oh my gosh.
It's one thing that there's a joke that I told Gil, and it's actually a long-running joke from my life. The cool thing about skulls is they're always smiling because they don't have the facial muscles to frown.
That's right.
That's true. That's awesome. So, Ari, did you and Cardinal Sin go trick-or-treating together? Were you there to sort of make sure none of the bigger kids took his candy? Because you're like 10 years older, right?
Yeah, I'm 10 years older. I don't remember trick-or-treating with Gil. But as the Dawn of Time mentioned in the chat, I did film some video of his haunted houses back in the days when you had, the camcorder that you would rest on your shoulder, and you'd put a full-size VHS cassette in to record.
JVS.
Yeah. And so there was some pretty wild stuff. There's one particular scene I remember. Gil was dressed up like the Grim Reaper. He had a gigantic scythe and the whole thing, and he would scrape it along the concrete and would make this really creepy noise. And he just scared the bejesus out of a couple of little kids, like 8-year-old kids, and they went running down the sidewalk. And the music that happened to be playing at that exact moment was just like almost like footfall for footfall. It's like it was a ridiculous synchronicity, as Walter Bosley might phrase it. Good stuff. If I can find, I don't know if I can. I'm sure that's on his computer somewhere. If I can find that, we'll see if we can get it posted up where everybody can see it.
Oh wow, I've never seen that. That'd be cool to see.
Yeah, it's some really crazy stuff on that. But those Halloween displays were really elaborate. Back when he was younger, before his back got bad and everything, and he put a lot of work into it, a lot of pieces.
I'm gonna check out his Devil Went Down to Georgia on his site because I never saw that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a reading, isn't it? He recites the poem.
He doesn't have a copy in hand. It's a recitation, but
as Christopher Walken.
From memory.
Christopher Walken, right.
Yeah.
From memory.
From memory.
I think he may have had something on the screen, but he wasn't holding anything in his hands. It wasn't like a scripted, like a music stand kind of reading kind of deal.
The funny thing is about this, you guys, this is so bizarre. I have been watching that video of The Devil Went Down to Georgia from the Charlie Daniels Band for 2 days. No joke. For 2 days I've been watching it. And because I like to see the reaction videos, right? for people that have never ever seen this type of music before.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I like to watch reaction videos, and I was watching reaction videos on The Devil Went Down to Georgia, and I found this guy, and he is a rapper, but had previously only seen R&B or listened to R&B and rap. But he loved that song, and it moved him. He says every time he hears it now, it gives him chills.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had been watching him show all of his friends this video of The Devil Went Down to Georgia, and then all of a sudden this, it's just, life is so weird sometimes.
That's a synchronicity. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. And that really caught me off guard, because you guys saying that he did that in Christopher Walken's voice, because I was like, I've been watching these videos for 2 days of The Devil Went Down to Georgia, and I'm so sorry, but this live version of them doing that song is freaking amazing.
Oh yeah.
And the rapper guy was saying, listen to him. He is rapping. Listen to the rhymes. And one of his friends said, there's rhymes inside those rhymes too. And how brilliant that was, that he wrote those lyrics to that song. I just love it. I'm sorry. Me and Gil talked a lot about music, so.
Yeah, I can't stand music, so I did not have that. Every time it'd be like, what do you think of the song? And I'm like, I don't know anything about music. Sorry.
Well, it's okay. I'll send you the link to The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Okay. I know. Sorry. Yep.
Oh.
But I think I'm new at this. Please forgive me, everybody. I'm new at this, but I think we can play this, and I think I have sound. I've got Gil playing guitar.
Okay.
I've got Gil playing guitar. So let's and also share audio. Yes. Also share audio. Yes. Okay. Let's do it. All right. Bear with me, folks. I'm new.
No, you're not. You're good.
I rock like this.
Could you hear that?
The collaboration that could have happened between Fed for Hire and Cardinal Sin.
Was the volume okay? You could hear that?
Yeah. It was
all right.
Good.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
That's the thought that I have. It's
Yeah,
like imagine
awesome.
Fed for Hire and Cardinal Sin shredding together. That would have been awesome.
No
I think that's the lead for White Rabbit from his band 2 Mile Death Plunge, I think.
Yes, 2 Mile Death Plunge. That is probably my favorite band. And I have a trivia question, because Gil was a drummer, and he was of the mind, and he said this many times, that drummers should be seen and not sing. They should not sing. However, Gil did write and sing and perform a song that he wrote, and I think it was with 2 Mile Death Plunge.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote it, and he sang it, and he was a lead singer. The only song, and it's my favorite Gil Bavel song.
Yeah, it's my favorite of that group as well. Yeah.
Does anyone know the title of that song?
Was it Vogue Poetry?
Oh, Darius is saying Wayback Machine. I think you mean Wayback Machine. I think that's right.
Oh, Wayback Machine. Yes.
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
what I was going
That's
to
the
say.
name of the band.
Yeah, I was like confused.
Wayback Machine.
Yep, that was the name of the band.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct. So, what was the name of the song? The Dawn of Time. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
He did.
we were around
Oh.
back then. Me and Don.
Radioactive Overman. Who know? He wrote it, so he had the right to sing it with all of the groups. Really, I could have swore. I know he sang it with Wayback Machine, and I thought he sang it with 2 Mile Death Plunge as well. But yeah, that's what. Oh, okay. Tiger Stripes. Hopefully you come back. Yes, I'm just catching up with the private chat now.
Where should go?
And the irony of it was that he got copyright struck for the material that he actually wrote.
His own stuff. Yes.
Right.
How?
The bot got him.
Oh,
Damn
wow.
that algorithm.
Yep.
I just ranted about the algorithm a couple days ago.
The worst time that happened to Gil was when he put on a really fun show where he was showing a public domain movie as he showed it on a public access TV show one time. And he filmed a cute little scene where he and some other guy were doing some kind of UFO abduction. So he got abducted fictionally in this public access show. And it was awesome. And then YouTube took down the whole stream.
Oh,
That was the Basement Sublet of Horror, I think was the name of that public access show.
Nice.
The thing about people with right brains like him, he was so talented. He knew so much about everything. And he was a fan of so much and had all this memorabilia and everything. And to me, that's a right-brained person, people who have talent and are talented and can do, things like play instruments and, things like that. I am a total left-brainer. I'm good at math and science.
Thank you,
I'm
Darius.
entire right brain.
Welcome, Dalek 451. You're one of the
Hi, Dalek.
OG streamers with Cardinal Sin. You go way back a number of years.
If Tiger Stripes wants to come in, I can jump out.
Well, I don't know if I go that far back. I mean,
We're good, Carl.
At least 2 years, I think.
At least 2 years. Well, that's years. It's mid-pandemic. I remember you were there. I was there.
I remember you being there too, Dalek. How are you doing?
Well, I've been mostly okay, but things have been I think some things are gonna be at some point this year are probably gonna be changing for me. I've been because not quite sure when or how it's gonna happen, but so definitely gonna be some changes. I think I'm probably gonna be. My parents have been discussing with me about maybe moving out of the house, getting my own place.
Big move.
Well, cool, man. Good luck with that.
An adventure.
How did you first meet Gil? When did you first stream with him?
When did I first stream with him? Oh man, that was ages ago. I think it was one of his streams. I think it was like it might have been one of his midnight to midnight streams. I'm sure he remember. I think the first time when he started streaming, I was straight in there. I started showing up in his chats, and at some point, he invited me on onto one of his streams. I think it was midnight to midnight.
It was midnight to midnight for me as well. It was midnight to midnight number 10 for me.
Yes. Yeah, I think the same for me, Jill, and I have photos of that as well. And Dalek, I know I've got a photo of you on the stream as well, and it might have been number 10.
Of me. Right, I'm sure you have.
With on Gil's channel. I mean, like not
of course,
private.
Right. He's been. Well, he was on my channel as well a few times.
He was everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he was.
Everywhere.
I saw him everywhere. It wasn't just Doomcocks. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. One time I was streaming alone, and so he joined me, and I was talking about a Elcar little application. It was good.
Ooh, what's Elcar?
Elcars. What's Elcars? Elcars are on Star Trek, the original series, where you got all the buttons and the switches. Well, in TNG, they decided to make the touchpads.
Yeah.
And so anytime you see the graphics of, the little graphs or anything like that, those are the Elcars. But
Dana.
I see.
I am wanted. I'll be back.
Yes, no problem, Jill.
Star Trek, of course.
Yeah.
And there,
Lord Megatron, you got Lord Megatron on there.
You
What
like
am I
that,
all?
Tony? All right, Tony, what show is that from?
Here, that's from Midnight to Midnight. Actually, that's Pop Culture Guardians. That's Pop Culture Guardians.
It is Pop Culture Guardians.
Yep.
Yeah. You are the premiere inaugural episode of Pop Culture Guardians.
Not heard of that one. Don't remember that one.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, Chigao. That is wrong. Chigao means wrong in Japanese, or it means different.
I know what that means.
Midnight to Midnight number 22. Tony.
Oh, it was
I
Midnight to
labeled it.
Midnight?
Yeah, that was Midnight.
You want to know
to
why I
Midnight
second guessed it? Because he's using the same background as he used in Pop Culture Guardians. Not Pop Culture Guardians.
And Sean Carter was there. Good to see you, Sean Carter. And PvP's on there. Yep.
He was still reboarding his garage then. Wow.
And here's an early one. This is an early one with this is the first time Clobby and Tim Possible ever met. Was on Cardinal Sin's channel.
Tim had a big old mat of hair back then, didn't he?
He sure did. And this was before he was Kylo Ren. He just talks about just getting the idea on this stream.
Wow.
And this was before the title was Cardinal Sin and Friends. It was just Cardinal Sin and. It was the very first few episodes of Cardinal Sin and Friends. And there's Carl Auburn Times just meeting Tim Possible for the very first time.
Well, that's so funny. Tim doesn't look like Kylo Ren there.
Not there, he doesn't. He was just getting the idea. And there's a whole bunch of people. Now this...
That's Pop Culture Guardians.
Yes, that is. Yeah. And half the panel right here are on there right now.
Mike Barra, Andy,
Stone
Gary,
Loki.
Stone Loki. And there's
Jedi. I see you.
There's a small prize down there at the bottom. Tony and Admiral T. Us itty bitty little fellers.
Yep. And there's that same shot, and Rod Thunderheart was on there, and Mike Barra came back.
Wow, Andy was still building his new Xanadu at that point. Jesus.
That's right. I'm not even sure if he'd really been.
No,
thank you.
He didn't even paint it yet. He was still paneling it.
Ray Lucard and William Shakespeare. Thank you. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Yes, I've heard that as well, Mary.
Now, where is Scotty R37?
I sent him a link, and I think he was away at the... Yeah. All right, Carla. Thank you so much for being here, Carla.
Have a good night, Carla. God bless.
Good
night, Carla.
We can hear you. So, Dalek, how many streams could you guess that you may have been on with Gil?
Just on just his streams or in general or overall?
Just in general. How many times do you think he might have appeared with him? A dozen?
Well, from what I remember, I think he popped up on. He popped in as a guest on some of my streams at least 4, 5, 6 times, something like that, and then I think, and that's for and I've certainly been on his channel at least that many or more, probably 8 or 10 times, something like that. I'm not quite sure. It's hard to remember.
Well, I actually have a playlist on my channel of my appearances on other channels, and I was on Cardinal Sin's channel 22 times, not counting the times that I helped him at the end of Enter the Fringe, because I didn't include those.
Wow. Maybe I'll have to go.
Oh, right, yeah, because we just appeared on to spin the wheel. So that
Yeah, because we were just spinning the wheel, so we weren't really talking about the things.
And like me, I suspect you both feel very lucky to have been on that many times with him. He was very generous with his time and his streams. He'd be happy to have anyone on.
And even if I didn't show up, he'd at least send me an invite, but just in case I wanted to. But I wasn't always. Obviously, I wasn't every streams because he'd send me an invite, but sometimes I either didn't feel it going on or I'd miss it because I was asleep, something like that. But he would always he always remembered me. He'd always send me one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can remember doing some epic long streams with Gil and yourself, Jill.
Yeah, this would be about the time where he would just break out his songs and play one right about now.
Right, exactly. And we'd jam out.
Mm-hmm. So I really enjoyed his punk rock stuff, but then I also really liked 1111. It was a great way to wind down.
Yeah, he really was a very talented musician. He could play anything, it seemed like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was one of my questions for Ari. How many, or anyone, how many instruments do you think Gil played? I have photos of Gil playing drums and guitar.
Well, I think he could play the bass as well.
Growing up, when we were...
I think he said he could play 6 different instruments.
Growing up, his first instrument was the violin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I played that too. What I was going to say about him playing the drums is I think drummers are like the most spectacular out of, like, I mean, of course everybody adds to the, to the band, but the drummers, they just sit in the back and they drum. But what's so cool about drummers is they can use all 4 limbs independently of each other. And I just have so much respect for that. Like, how do you do that? How do you use all 4 limbs independently of each other? Your right leg is doing something different than your left leg, and your right arm's doing something different.
Well, your right leg, you're generally
while your legs and your arms are
you pace the percussion to the beat.
Yep.
And then your left foot could control a different pedal that controls a different part of the drum set.
Yeah, like a hi-hat or something.
Yeah. It was a hi-hat. I watched this guy from he's the drummer of Tool. His name is Danny Carey, and I watched him do a song called Numa, and then I really got it. I really understood how, you know, these guys can do this, but it's still a huge talent and a huge accomplishment to be a drummer, because I can't understand even how they do it. But watching Numa, and he had a hi-hat pedal, and then he had the kick drum pedal, and then he had surrounded by drums that his chair would just swivel one way, and he had electric drum set on there, and then he had all these other. The setup was humongous, and they call him the octopus because he's just all over the place. So I have so much respect for drummers, because they're in the back, but they're still part of it, and they're amazing.
Well, they are really important, because
They're the
I love
foundation of the ensemble.
They are, well, I love the Vandals.
They're the foundation. Yes, they're the beat.
I
to
see
the
them.
song.
I've seen them a
You
few
know?
times in Texas, and they're great. But then when I saw them in California with the actual drummer that's supposed to be there, it made all the difference. So the drummer, and like you said, Mary, major coordination skills.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So
These pictures that we've been
really
looking
cool.
at are from the video for Pretty Little Liar, by the way.
correct.
Mhm.
And was
Oh,
this
that's from Pretty Little Liar.
Yeah.
from the Wayback Machine? I believe
The backdrops
Yep.
for that video were trippy as hell.
they sure were, Tony. Now, here's another trivia question. Gil, and let me bring it up so that I'm reading from my notes so that I am accurate, because accuracy is everything.
His hair, always.
Hell, your Muslim uncle would just see you, pal.
Okay, so Gil played drums professionally for, in his words, between 2 and 3 dozen bands, and he says that multiple times over his many streams. He says between 2 and 3 dozen bands. I honestly can't remember. He said in the first episode of Midnight to Midnight, somewhere near the end, and he told stories of the 2 biggest bands he'd opened for. 2 of the biggest bands. There's a third one, but that's part B. So in that first Midnight to Midnight episode, near the end, he describes how his career, and that he opened for 2 big bands. Pretty big. I mean, I recognize both of them.
The only one I remember was Rancid.
That's part B.
And
that's
I
Midnight
love
to Midnight number
Rancid.
10, because you were on the stream with me.
Well, the thing is about Rancid is that he said that they were their name was fitting because they were very stinky.
Correct. And he opened on 3. He says Midnight to Midnight number 10, which Jill and I were both there. He says he opened for them on 3 dates, and he describes what Jill just said. So Rancid, yes, that's one of them. But that was in Midnight to Midnight number 10. Midnight to Midnight number 1, near the end, he says that 2 of the biggest bands he ever opened for. And which 2 bands was he talking about besides Rancid? I'd say they're even bigger than Rancid. Maybe not in the punk scene.
Bigger than Rancid?
Overall.
Okay.
The Misfits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Misfits?
That's not what he mentioned that day. He describes the first time, the biggest bands he played professionally for, and Midnight to Midnight near the end, the first premiere episode, he says Green Day and the Descendants. He opened for Green Day, and he opened for the Descendants.
My God.
That's cool. That's really cool.
That is really cool.
You're friggin' right, it is.
I love both those bands. See, like him and I had so much in common with music that we would just always talk music. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're opening for fucking Green Day,
Freaking
you're a
Green
drummer.
Day, yeah. If you're a drummer and you're opening for Green Day, oh my gosh!
I remember this story,
How
and I didn't
cool.
write this down, but I remember him telling this story. Ari, do you know what this gig was from? Because they had to beat out. There was a competition. They beat out, I think he said 600 other competing bands for this. Oh, what do you got there, Ari? Let me embiggen you.
Oh, you got to unmute. You got to unmute.
Oh, you're muted, Ari. The Misfits. Gorgeous.
Yeah, that's the one I remember. That's beautiful.
The Misfit.
I wasn't saying anything. I was just showing you the poster.
That's gorgeous.
Cool. I've got
that is so cool, Ari.
Everything that was on his wall, upstairs, downstairs, in the bedroom, in the studio. I've got them all here.
Beautiful. That's amazing.
Oh, that is gorgeous. Dawn of Time, he opened for Green Day and The Descendants.
Oh,
The Descendants. As well as opening
amazing.
for Rancid. So, close, Ray Lucard.
I know who the Descendants are too, and I like
one of my favorite Descendants songs.
Rancid and Green Day.
Oh, holy shit! It's your Muslim uncle, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey, what were you gonna say, Bill?
Oh, one of my favorite songs that I like to sing in my karaoke streams is the Descendants, the Mariner's Revenge song.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good one.
And yeah, he opened for Green Day and The Descendants, as well as for Rancid. You're darn right. That's cool. I thought so.
Yeah, that was amazing. He really did get to do so much. You know, he really did pack it in. He was an amazing guy.
Okay, now I've got another. Yes, Cardinal. That's another trivia question, and we know that Cardinal Sin streamed for up to 16 to 19 hours, depending on whether you count whether he was present or not.
Yeah, I think it was 16.
That's what he does say 16. So Gil had said also that, and I asked this, I mentioned this at the very opening of this stream, at the first 10 minutes of the stream. I said there were 3 topics that Gil expressly said were not welcome on his channel. And there's a bit of tongue-in-cheek here. It's a little bit but one topic was politics, the other topic was religion. What was the third thing that Gil said on Midnight to Midnight number 10? Jill and I were both there. When he hit 400 subs, Gil said that there were 3 topics not allowed on his channel: religion, politics. What was the third subject?
It was some musician that he didn't like.
What's the third thing that you're not allowed to talk about on Gil's channel? Anyone
like
in the chat?
romance songs and stuff.
Clue. Yeah, you're on the right track.
No, he hated Phil Collins.
Phil Collins and Genesis.
Yeah.
Yes. Phil Collins and Genesis.
In fact, I was there at one of I think it was the first pop culture breakdown or attributing, like they were talking about it. And no, it was a Friday Night Frolics. And Andy Masterson had suggested to DC to sing some Phil Collins because Gil would have appreciated it.
He always said drummers should not sing.
Yeah, Andy knew, so that's great.
He on
that's sad. I liked
Midnight number 10. And I clipped it. I'm not going to show it. But Gil is literally because Rod Thunderheart kept bringing up Phil Collins on purpose, and Gil says, "I'm gonna come through the screen and choke you to fucking death.
I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna boot you and ban you."
That was what he first threatened. Yeah, he did not want to talk about Phil Collins. Okay, good guess. Excellent. We do have some answers.
That wasn't a guess. That's something I do because I started to Phil Collins one time, much to his chagrin.
So
now
I
like Phil Collins.
I like Phil Collins too. It was funny because many of the panelists, because Gil had asked us what our first concert we had seen live. And like 5 of us or 4 of us, it was Phil Collins and Genesis, and he was like, "Fuck," because of the 1992 tour. We Can't Dance or something like that. Andy Masters, like all of us, had said it was okay. So, that was funny. Now what? Now I did have another question. How many times did Doomcock appear on Into the Fringe with Cardinal Sin?
On Into the Fringe, I'm aware that DC was on Into the Fringe at least twice.
That's what I know too.
That's what I was going to say, twice.
That's a partial answer. You're not wrong with that answer. It's 3 times. And I saw them. Into the Fringe number 62, number 90, and for the 100th episode of Into the Fringe, which is a member stream. Doomcock was on that. So 3 streams. Yeah.
Nice. Good shirt, Ari.
Oh, what do you... Oh, yes. Oh, I can... Nice.
His all his streams were for everyone, but then after they were done being live, then he would make some of them members only.
Right. Well, he never wanted to exclude anyone, really, you know?
He hosted backstages for his members. I think.
Now, on the first episode, now he did one show of Pop Culture Guardians, and that was the inaugural episode. And everybody and their dog was on that show. And he told a story of what his first word was. He was in his crib. He told the story that he was a baby or a small child, and Ari and his older sister, would come home and in time to catch this TV show. And the theme song was very catchy, and they would sing it. And so Gil would hum along, and his first word was one of the songs from that theme song from that popular TV show back in the day. What was his first word based on that show and the song? He says it.
That I don't remember.
And we can give a musical hint after every few minutes if nobody guesses it.
Yeah. Does anyone he says again on the first episode of Pop Culture Guardians.
Was it Land of the Lost?
Well, think about it. It's the 60s.
It's the 60s.
Well, it wasn't the 60s when he spoke the word.
But it was still in syndication.
It was in syndication in the
today.
Oh, it's on replay. You got it.
Adam West Batman.
Yes. Ari, do you want to tell the story?
Yeah, I'm not sure about Alana and I singing it and him joining in. What I remember, because I think I was there when he first said that word. I think I was standing right next to his playpen. But in the afternoons after school, the Batman show, the old Adam West Batman show, would be on the local channel, and he would be standing there, kind of, the playpen was right in front of the TV. He was standing there holding on to the top rung, and it was na na na
Batman.
Yep.
That's right. Exactly. Yep. Good. Yeah. That was.
I literally think I was like, "Mom, has he been doing this, or is this literally his first words?" And she's like, she's in the kitchen washing dishes or something. She's like, "Yep, that's his first words."
Nice. Beautiful. And
Batman.
Now the other thing, speaking of speaking, Gil was known in our community for his impressions. He did a better Christopher Walken impression than anyone I know. Gil was known for his generosity, his music, his interest in the paranormals, and for my opinion, his impressions. I'd say Christopher Walken was his best. How many impressions do you think he did?
Well, all
Certainly.
I know is if his James Mason has any credit to this, he definitely vocally coached my James Mason into, at the very least, passing muster half of the time.
Jedi Bill, what were you going to say?
Certainly, his Christopher Walken was the one that standed out the most.
Yeah, I compiled a small list just from my viewing. Certainly not exclusive, but he also did The Prisoner, the cast from The Prisoner, the main character Patrick McGowan. He would imitate a line of I will not be debriefed, sanctioned, cornered, quartered, whatever the line is, and he would also repeat I am number 2. I am not number 1. I am number 2. He also did Ricardo Montalban, especially when he was talking about Antiderivative Jill. He would go into Boris Karloff.
Yes,
Rick
Boris
Burton.
Karloff, Antiderivative Jill.
I miss him saying that, Jill. I really do.
I used to hate it, but now I miss it so much.
The children of the night. What sweet music they make.
That's it, Jedi.
That's Bella, but
I never drink wine.
Yeah, that Boris Karloff Antiderivative Jill. My dad used to do this thing when we were little. His Boris Karloff was Antipasto.
Yes. James Mason.
I'm quite sure that's where Gil he spun it off from that for Jill. So yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
Mm-hmm.
Boss pow oof.
That's it. Radioactive's got it. I will not be stamped, filed, indexed, briefed, debriefed. I am not a number. I am a free man. Gil,
right.
I wish I could hear you say that. Well, I mean, we can go back on his stream and you can replay it. I did. I heard it. I heard him say it today. That's exactly what he says. Thank you, Radioactive.
Now you also listed William Shatner in that list, and when you sent out the the questions.
That's right.
And I got to say that while it's true, I mean, everybody does William Shatner. So I just don't know how. I mean, you can include it in the list for sure, but I mean, literally everybody does that.
Yeah, that's
I
even
don't know
one
what
I
you're
might.
talking about, mister. Could you come down here and say that? It seems like you keep missing the target.
Absolutely.
Keep showing this image. This particular music video always reminds me of Motorhead.
Oh.
This is a Earth Day concert on the Hill at KU in Lawrence. And that is definitely that's definitely 2 Mile Death Plunge. Yeah.
2 Mile Death Plunge. Yeah. I keep saying 2 Finger, but that's wrong. That's another movie, folks.
We are the road crew.
2 Mile, 2 Mile Death Plunge. That's a pretty fucking cool name.
They got that name from they were sitting around trying to think of a name, and then somebody grabbed the newspaper, and it's like a woman falls to death in 3 Mile Death Plunge or something. It's literally a headline in the newspaper, and then they took the name from that.
And Gil was big on marketing and promotions, and I know he was always full of ideas. And he was telling stories about how the guys would talk about ideas and they would reject something from him, and then a week later they were using it exclusively. So he came up with great ideas. Oh, that's right. Okay, thank you, Radioactive. Yeah, 5-Finger Death Punch. Completely different band that Gil was not in.
Oh, well done,
Irish punk. Yeah, it was an Irish punk band.
And Gil, when I think Gil, punk comes to mind, man.
Oh,
absolutely. You know, and I've got new respect. You know what? Because of Gil, I have new respect for punk. I will absolutely say that.
Yeah, well, that's funny. One of the last conversations that we had, he was talking about going to Vegas and to see some old punk bands play, and he was really excited about it. And I know he was trying to convince me that I should go.
Yeah, one of those was the Vandals. He had never seen the Vandals, and I was telling him I've seen them 3 times, and he wanted to see them, but it didn't work out.
Right.
Some Pinot Noir for Gil. Mixing beer and vodka and wine. I'm sure there's no issue there.
You're mixing beer, vodka, and wine.
You're not in the same cup.
Not in the same glass.
Well done getting the
stand something Canadian Spider-Man. You're gonna kill yourself.
Not yet.
Maybe, but I do a lot of screen caps, and this one's a beautiful screen cap. Well done, Spidey.
Man, do you know how long it took me to do? Because frame by frame, okay, that's it. Because he kept sticking his face behind the microphone, and then the glass was at a foot. Yeah, thank you, Jill. I appreciate that. It spent a lot of time doing some of these.
You did a lot of good work, dude. A lot of good work.
It was, man, I'm probably going to keep doing it tomorrow just because, like, it's part of it. Okay, so does anyone know who Tracy Torme is?
Yeah, that's Mel Torme's son, and he was also part of, was it Babylon 5?
No, Sliders.
No, Sliders. He was
Sliders.
a showrunner for
Yep,
Sliders,
that's it.
something like that.
That was a weird show.
This was one of Cardinal Sin's weekly live, occasional live streams, Masters of the Genre.
Yeah.
How did he meet Tracy Torme? How did he meet
Masters of the Genre was my favorite.
Sliders and what's done over here.
Sorry, Dalek.
Tracy just passed away recently as well.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
That's why he didn't come tonight. Shit.
You invited him?
I tried to. Walter showed up. Thank you, Walter. Oh no, I didn't know, Ari. That's
yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Tracy.
A matter of a few weeks or a month or two.
Really recent.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because when he was on with Cardinal Sin, one of the last times, obviously, he was talking about they were looking to reboot the show.
That's right. And they were talking with Tracy about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you. Well, you know what? I'm raising a glass to you too, Tracy. I'm glad I got a chance to know him ever so briefly.
To the parallel reality with the most fortune, including Where It Rains Donuts. Tracy, cheers.
Tracy said, during that, this was just before the stream was interrupted by some ferocious dog barking because Tracy Torme and another person there, they had a rescue dog operation going on. I don't know how big, but they were helping rescue dogs, and there was dogs in the background for that stream. All right. And Masters of the Genre, I got to say, Cardinal Sin he had Cameron Pasha, Tracy Torme, all kinds of great people on there. And I'm glad that I met these people through Gil. I mean, Walter Bosley is another one. Mika Hanks. You know, I've got, you know, their books are right here, and I won these on Gil's channel.
Yeah, Michael was on a lot with Gil. He was a great guest. And Albert was almost like a co-host at one point. You know what I mean? He was on so often.
Absolutely. Actually, Walter did co-host one show at least with Gil. Absolutely.
I was talking about Albert rather.
Albert
Rosales.
Albert Rosales as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they did a monthly recurring deal with Albert where they would come on and they would trade off reading stories from Albert's books, the collections of UFO encounters, humanoid encounters.
Yes, and they were like from different decades, right? And different
decades,
60s, 70s, 80s. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a copy of that I got from Gil from Arthur Machen called The Great God Plan. Right here.
Yeah, and he never asked for a cent for any of these. He just wanted to promote other people's. Gil promoted other people's channels and content and songs more than shit.
Well, and like the Ginger Menace was saying earlier, you would see him everywhere. He was in the chat on so many different channels, you know, helping to boost them and you know, giving away memberships when that became a thing. He was just always trying to help creators
Did he learn his generosity
broaden
from
their audience, you know.
Now, all his generosity comes from Ari. He taught him everything.
No, he didn't get that from me. He got that all on his own.
Yeah. What did you? I mean, you're 10 years older. I know I've taught my younger brother stuff. What did you teach? Without getting too personal, what did you?
Well, no, it's fine. No, I mean, I was marginally into UFOs and Bigfoot and stuff like that growing up, but he took all that stuff and really ran with it, you know. And I used to be a collector of the Forrest Ackerman published Famous Monsters of Filmland. I would go down to the local magazine store and buy that every month when it came out. And so he picked up on that. You know, when I went off to college and I left all that stuff behind, he would go rooting through my closet and look through all of the stuff and that, you know, the stuff that piqued his interest, the comic books and whatnot. And he really went to town with all of that. So he did a lot more with it than I did.
He doesn't go half measures on many things, does he?
No, if he has someone on, he will read their book before he interviews them. I won a book, and I haven't exactly read it yet, but it's by Tim R. Swartz from Into the Fringe, and it's about incredible alien encounters. A global guide to space aliens, interdimensional beings, and ultra-terrestrials. And it's so cool that I have this.
Yeah. Again, I'm just happy to have known Gil.
Malia, I'd love to see that footage.
That'd be great. Have you seen this footage, Ari?
I've not. This is the first I've heard of it.
Do you know this person in real life?
Oh, okay. Have
Malia?
you read this comment
she was
yet?
on the stream. She was on the stream with Walter earlier tonight.
Oh, okay. I misread the name. Okay.
Well, just in case someone's just listening and not watching, yes. Malia says, I saw Gil go gleeful when I told him I'd bought my paranormal equipment to meet Walter. I have footage of him being so silly. Walter and Gil were hilarious together. Fond memories.
Oh, that's fantastic. And thank you to both you and Walter for being on earlier. I gave them no warning, same as everyone here. That's on me. But thank you.
Yes, very spontaneous, sir. Well done.
Well, I'd hate to plan it, and I'd hate to plan something.
Just like no, the thing is that's how Gil was. So spot on.
Yep.
Well, hey guys, I hate to do this, but it's getting to be 1 o'clock here in the morning, and I do have to be up early, so I am going to have to bow out. but I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who was on the panel and was in the chat. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man and Jill, and especially Ari. Thank you so much for having me on with you guys. I really appreciate it. And everybody who's been on the panel and is on the panel and has been in the chat or is in the chat now. Thank you guys so much for being here and celebrating Gil and telling all these great stories and sharing your memories of him. He was a great friend to me and to everybody here. And, I still DM him on his Twitter. I don't know if you're running his Twitter, Ari, or if anybody is, but I send him messages all the time. And I sent him a message today telling him that we were doing this stream.
Did you like our Logan poetry?
You're gonna make me cry on camera, Cam. Thanks.
It's all right, man. I'm just glad that I don't know. It's still up. I can still DM him, and I send him DMs every now and again. And I sent him a DM today to tell him that we were doing a birthday stream for him and that we all missed him and loved him. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have time for one more cheers, Cam, before you leave.
Thank you, Cam.
Yeah, I'm gonna cry, man. So I gotta go.
Good night.
But
happy birthday.
Cheers to you guys, and cheers to Gil, and happy birthday, Gil. You're a good friend, my friend. Good night, everybody.
I'm glad, Cam. The last time we streamed together was with Gil.
Yep, it was.
And it won't be the last time, brother.
Those will always be some of my fondest memories. Was, streaming with Gil and Canadian Spider-Man and Jill. We would stream together all the time, and it was a lot of fun. And I just have great memories of it. So thank you guys so much.
I do too. They were wonderful. Thank you.
And and everybody take care of yourselves. And I hope that we get together and do this again.
That's not right.
I can't say enough good things about it. And Ari, thanks for letting us be a part of the celebration for your brother. That's very kind of you.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, Cam.
Yep, definitely Cam.
All right, well,
Cam, God bless you, dude.
I love all you kids. You guys take care of yourselves, all right?
Love you, man. Thank you.
We'll be careful at it.
Yeah, we'll do this again before long, man.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to it.
There you are. There's Cam. With Andy Masterson with the magnifying glasses on.
Yes. The wizard.
The wizard.
And Brandon, the anime guy, and comic relief crusader, and our good friend Darius Munchausen, who was in the chat but wasn't on the panel and should have been.
He was on the panel.
Cowboy.
He was.
He was on the panel. Oh man, I missed him.
I know, Darius, but he wasn't here for long because there were so many people, and I wish Jill. I'd love to do a stream with just you and Darius and maybe the other wrenches, Peter. But I'd like to do a stream with everybody. Thanks.
All right, kids.
Oh, it's tonight. Well done, Spidey.
And Darius, we're going to be going. I'm not shutting down anytime soon. Darius and anyone else who wants to come back on, you've got the link. You're more than welcome. Cam, same to you. You wake up in 4 hours, and I'm still going with these fine folks. You come back on.
All right, I'll hold you to that one too. Hey, and you did a great job running everything tonight, man. So thank you for that.
Try it. It's a lot of help.
Take it from somebody who button pushes, also sings, and talks like cartoons. You have a lot of extra buttons to push tonight. You did good.
All right, cheers, kids.
For sure.
Good night,
Bye.
Cam. A special shout out to the Comic Relief Crusader, Michael Lorber, for helping orchestrate things tonight. And thank you.
Rod Thunderheart's back in the chat.
Hey.
Still going. And I'm like,
you're damn right, Rod. Come on up. You've got the link.
Speaking of which, that reminds me of a story. It was on a Midnight to Midnight, and Rod Thunderheart was, of course, going into one of his very inebriated pass-out sessions. And
Well,
Gil,
we've all been there. It's not just him.
Gil, equally sauced, was completely and utterly fooled by my impersonation of Rod to the point that
my God! Yes, Jill was there. Does Ari know about this?
Nobody told him that I carried that bit for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, and he thought it was Rod Thunderheart, but Rod was passed out asleep.
I was like, "Wow, man, yeah, Cardinal Sin, right? Yeah." And he believed it. He fucking believed it.
Well, he
did.
had
Well, you
some
did
drinks.
such a good job because you played it seriously. That's why it worked.
Oh yeah. I wasn't talking like out my ass or nothing. It's just like, oh man, oh.
That's true. Yeah, but because you did a great job, Tony. And he
I don't know, man.
Gil
I
honestly thought that Rod Thunderheart had woken up and was participating. It was so funny.
He's like, Rod, I'm gonna boot you, and I'm like, hey, don't boot me. I'm awake.
But Rod works harder than I do. I'll tell you that. He does some long hours. He's a hard worker, and I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep more often. The man's got endurance, I'll tell you that. So that's certainly not a disparaging towards Rod at all. I mean, God knows I've fallen asleep on streams. I've fallen off the chair, I think, on Cardinal Sins, like live, just right over. Well, when you do 16 hours on a chair, that's Ari. How did Gil with his, because being a drummer, he says the worst thing for your back is being a drummer, and it screws up your back. How did he sit and do a 16-hour live stream with us?
I have no idea, no earthly idea. I have the same experience that so many had mentioned earlier in the stream, where I would, it'd get to be my bedtime. I'd go to sleep. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and they'd still be going. And then I'd go back to sleep, and then I'd get up in the morning and they'd still be going. And I'd go teach my first class and come back and they'd still be going, and I have no idea. There's no way I could have done that. Even when I was at my most fit, there's no way I could have done that.
Exactly. Yes, Susan Dolan is correct. PJ, Orville Nation, that was a picture with PJ. PJ co-hosted a show with Cardinal Sin. One of his episodes, one of his... which one was that? Was that Masters of the Genre?
Yes, I think so. Because that you were showing
with
him with
Cameron
Tracy.
Pasha, and that was Masters of the Genre. I'm gonna go by memory and say that was Masters of the Genre number 17 with Cameron Pasha.
There's one with Cameron at number 11.
Okay, yeah, I got one of the digits right. I've looked at a lot of Cardinal Sin videos over the last 3 days.
We also had on Mark Scott Zicree.
Yes. Oh no! Oh, that's a different one,
folks.
That's a different one.
For sure.
Okay, Tony. Thanks. You're not getting out of this early. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not putting myself for nothing. It's just I have an animal who wanted to be messy.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
That's a wonderful shot. I honestly don't think I ever saw... I saw Gil disappointed. I never saw him angry. I mean, unless you start talking about what they did to Luke Skywalker with the blue titty milker, but not genuinely angry, and certainly not towards another person. And I think we could all learn a little bit from that. Ari has probably seen Gil angry. I have not. And so there's Cameron Pasha and Mexican Iron Man. Absolutely. There's perfect. And I did take notes. And so I can tell you, I can match up the picture and tell you exactly where that's from. I took notes.
I would say that, yes, I have seen him angry, although I can't bring an occasion to mind. I know there were things that
the genre.
He was he would get upset about things, but he would get angry at me, but I don't recall him ever being angry at anybody else. Disney.
Well, that's brotherly.
Kathleen Kennedy, but that's not what you mean, really.
No. I've got two brothers, and yeah, we say things that we wouldn't say to other people.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying is I don't think Gil had a malicious bone in his body.
Oh, no, not at all. He was a cooperative individual, not a competitive individual.
This is a funny picture of Gil. Yeah, the Nosferatu. Now, is that actually? Now, I happen to know that Nosferatu is not actually inscribed on that stone. That is CGI put on there. I believe, because there's a picture without that wording on that same image.
Yeah.
And that is Gil on the very left, behind the fellow with the big shoulders.
Yep.
And what the fellow with the big shoulders, is he not an internationally renowned tattoo artist, an artist in general now?
I don't know. I remember you posted that when you sent out your trivia questions, I think.
Yeah.
But
He's
I
internationally
didn't know
renowned.
that.
Yeah, so there's talent amongst. That's the thing. Gil knew creators and artists from a wide range, and I would have liked to have seen, Jedi Bill. I would have loved to have seen Cardinal Sin go on and do karaoke with you.
I think he might have, but I don't remember. I can't remember. I've done so many karaoke streams that he probably did come on at one point or a few times.
Now, this is Gil, and his own description as he's showing us this picture in this stream. He's describing that he is the one with the cigarette drooping out of his lips, but just the way that he said it, I take it that he was embarrassed that he used to smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, I remember. I don't remember where I saw this. I guess maybe I heard him say it to me, but he says, I can't believe there was a time when I smoked.
Do you recognize this location?
I don't recognize the location.
I believe it's in Lawrence, Kansas.
It's in Lawrence for sure. That's where the band was. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said it's the Eternal Flame Memorial.
Yeah, I don't know that there is an Eternal Flame Memorial in Lawrence. So.
Oh, well, there it is. I can see it.
You see the flame? Oh, there. I was looking in the background, not the foreground.
Let's look at the foreground.
Yeah, no, I don't know where that is.
No, that's what he says in this very stream where he's showing this picture. He says we're at the Eternal Flame. And just the way he said it, I don't think he smoked cigarettes for very long, and he wasn't proud of it.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah. Here we go. Again. And how long? How many places did Gil live other than Lawrence, Kansas? I mean, Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines, however you pronounce it.
Des Moines, Lawrence. Well, he was born in Carbondale, Illinois, just like his sister and myself.
Oh,
yeah. And then we moved to Lawrence when he was still a babe in arms. And so he obviously lived in Lawrence a long time. Des Moines, lived on the West Coast for a little while. I think it was San Jose. And as far as I know, those are the only places that he's lived.
Okay. Yeah. And
well, he lived with me. He lived with me here in this house for a little while.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did he ever speak about living in like a tropical place like Australia or anything like that?
You mean like dreaming of living someplace like that?
Yeah. My little brother lives in Australia. Well, he met a woman from Western Australia. I was just wondering because I'd love to live in Mexico for a while.
Not that I recall. I mean, we have relatives in Israel, and so we visited. Wouldn't call that living there. Spend 3 weeks there. That's not the same thing. I don't think so. He did a bit of couch surfing for a while.
I'm not sure if tropical was his gig, was his thing. Might be too hot. Because I remember him struggling with air conditioning in Lawrence, and I know Kansas can get pretty hot.
Yeah, in the summertime, it gets pretty hot. It's really humid. That's the thing. It's really humid here in the summertime. But yeah, he couch surfed for a while, and then he came and stayed with me for a while, and then he went back to Lawrence. Not exactly sure where he lived when he went back to Lawrence, but eventually he wound up in the apartment that this picture is in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now how long was he in that location? Because I know he had only streamed from that location for a little over a year and a half.
I'd say he was there maybe 4 years or something. He was there for a while.
Okay. Yeah,
he did not get along with his roommate in that place. And
I remember.
He also had a hard time with the landlord.
Yep, I recall that.
And I think this was the place where he was when he fell off the roof and broke.
Oh my goodness! What?
Yeah.
What do you mean fall off the roof?
He was installing a window unit air conditioner, and I'm not quite sure all of the details. A mutual friend of ours said that he jumped off the roof. He didn't fall. That he got himself up there and didn't have a way down, like he didn't have a ladder or something.
So, been there, done that.
Yeah. And so, yeah, and he shattered his leg. I mean, he was in rehab for a long time. And I think that may have been before he started doing YouTube.
Damn.
No, I understand that I appeared and then I disappeared. It's because, like my character in my book, I can turn invisible.
Hey, Rod.
There you are.
Hi, Rod.
You summoned him with the impression. Good job.
We were talking about the impressions and hoping you would join us because you've been part of Cardinal Sin's streams for a long time.
Yep. Yeah.
You're a hard-working guy, man.
Hi, Rod.
Hey, Jill. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. I might contact you later about because it was Gil who actually told me you were the secret behind some of the stuff he did on the web, and I wouldn't mind talking to you privately if some other time, but
give me 10 hours and I'll be there. I'm not joking. I've been planning to drive to Alberta because that's where our friend who was here earlier, the Comic Relief Crusader, is based.
Sorry, Canadian Spider-Man. I was talking to Jill.
Oh shit! Yeah, because I'm used to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what I told him.
You're drinking so much, Canadian Spider-Man. You drink a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we follow each other on Twitter, so you can message me there with what you need.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, sorry.
We're at that part of the stream where I had Cardinal Sin.
How many you had?
And I was you for an hour and a half, Rod Thunderheart.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of here. I know. And I even heard that later. That's pretty damn good, man.
Ooh,
I will have every one of your voices. Every single one.
Welcome.
No, you can try.
Now, Miskatonic Madman, I haven't opened the vodka yet. It is still closed. So far, we haven't. The vodka's for after midnight.
Oh, okay.
It's after midnight for me.
It is, Joe. What was it for me?
It's 40 minutes away for me.
It's past 6 in the morning for me.
Oh my.
Dalek, yes. Yeah. Let's hear more from Jedi Bill and Dalek, because both of you have been with Cardinal Sin for longer than I.
No, I don't know what else to tell you, really. I mean,
I need to step away. I'll be right back.
I certainly will. Well, Dalek, did you bond over Doctor Who? Or
yeah, I would say we did, definitely. Because whenever he a lot of times when he came on, hang on a second, I need to finish trying to finish something here.
Just tell her to come back later. Yeah. I miss streaming with you, Dalek. I really do.
Yeah, you're never on when I'm. Man, I always see you.
England.
Yeah. I always see. Whenever you're streaming, you're like, it's like morning for me, and I'm just like, damn it, I can't. Unless I have the day off or something, I'm just, you never stream. Well, I guess that would be early morning for you when I'm home. So, yeah, I guess that would kind of suck.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. And who now? Cardinal Sin knew. I mean, to me, it seemed like he knew everything about Doctor Who and about the prisoner in particular.
Certainly.
I'm not an expert. You know what, Gil? I told him that I hadn't seen any of Red Dwarf other than growing up. I saw it occasionally on TV here and there, but I never sat down and watched it. And I didn't sit down and watch Doctor Who. And Gil said, listen, you've got to watch Doctor Who. You've got to watch Red Dwarf. He had them on his computer. He burned them to discs, like burned them to disc. He took his time and he burned 10 seasons of Doctor Who. The only 10 seasons he said are worth seeing. and Red Dwarf as well. I believe also 10 seasons of Red Dwarf. And I've watched them, the Red Dwarf, and I'm so glad he introduced me to them. I haven't watched Doctor Who yet, but it's on the list. He was a very big fan, and I take his advice.
Definitely.
Gil was a critic. Definitely. He wouldn't just like something because it was popular. I guess that comes from his artistic side. So what? Gil is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Gil is a musician. He's also a writer.
Mm-hmm.
Is he published, or was he published in any format?
I couldn't tell you that for sure. I don't recall any. That doesn't mean that he didn't publish. I don't know.
I know he wrote. I know he was a prolific writer.
He wrote stories.
Yep. And he helped produce Doomcock's. He said this. He helped produce one of the very first things he did involved with Doomcock and Gary from Nerdrotic. He helped produce a show that they starred in together called The Exozone.
Yeah.
So I know that he had a skill in that. Man, is there anything that Gil couldn't do?
I remember that, the Exozone.
You remember that, Dalek?
I remember that, yeah. Oh man, because back in the day when it came down to it, I was such a fan of Doomcock. I would go wherever and everywhere he went if I could find him, and that included whenever he did, the stuff he used to do with Nerdrotic. He did the streams. What was it called? The Inquisition. What he used to do.
The Inquisition. Yep.
And
that was a popular show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet it was. He got a huge
Walter Bosley.
Viewer numbers between the two of them for that.
Your ears must have been ringing, Mr. Bosley. Hello, Walter Bosley, again. And thank you so much for being here. What is Skaro?
Skaro is the Daleks' home planet.
Skaro is the home planet of the Daleks. Yeah.
Oh wow! I watched the first episode that he burned, and I know he took the time to burn those, and I will watch them. It's just the firewood doesn't chop itself. Yes, I remember that stream, Miskatonic Madman. He had a stream with a reading of the Devo riots, which he wrote. Yes, that's what I was thinking of, and I gotta say, I think that might have been published somewhere. I could be wrong. That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you, Miskatonic Madman. Yep, the Devo riots. I was there for that stream, and he did. Yep, thank you, Susan Dolan. Yep. Oh, Walter Bosley. Yeah, the Tracy Torme. We discussed it for just a little bit, saying that he was. Unfortunately, Tracy Torme is no longer with us. He passed away.
It's really unfortunate. He wanted to restart Sliders. He wanted to make a new series.
That was a great show, and Jerry.
You mentioned
Jerry
Sliders
O'Connell
earlier, and
Yeah.
I said
Jerry
I used to watch Sliders when it was originally on over here. Don't know. Not sure why I watched it, but I did. I think I watched a lot of weird stuff as a kid. I watched a bit of, especially. I mean, I think it's safe to say I watched a good amount of Brit. I mean, obviously, I grew up. I'm a Brit. Obviously, I grew up in Britain, so I watched a good mix of British stuff and American stuff because a lot of American stuff got brought over here, especially stuff like from Disney and other things, and lots of other shows.
Disney? Oh, good Disney.
Yeah, good Disney, of course. yeah, because back in the day. Yeah, because when I was a kid, Disney was still great. I loved Disney back as a kid.
Yeah, because it wasn't corrupt and evil.
Say what you will about Disney, but the fact is, one of my favorite movies of all time is a Disney movie, The Lion King.
Ooh, good call. Yeah.
That's one of my all-time favorite movies. And
I need one of those shirts.
Well, I will say, let's not be completely. They're not completely innocent. I bet you didn't know that.
One of the best all-time Disney films is Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Ooh,
okay.
That was a Disney film.
Yes.
Yeah.
When did they forget about?
Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Oh yes, Jedi Bill's right. Dalek, if you haven't seen it, Jedi, can you give us a brief?
I've never heard
what do you
of that.
remember?
I don't think.
Jedi Bill, what do you remember from that film? Tell us about it.
Everything.
I haven't seen it since I was 10, but you're right.
Okay.
It's a fantastic film.
It's got Jason Robards in it, and this traveling carnival and Big Top Circus comes to town, and there's a ringmaster who steals the youth from like children and stuff and people. And there's a carousel scene that's quite scary. There's a lot of scary things in that one.
I remember it being stormy and windy. Yes. Yeah. Something Wicked This Way Comes. Yeah. Agreed. Dalek, yeah. Give it a.
I've never heard of it.
It was a long time ago, and it was Disney.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of them.
Thank you, Ray Lucard.
I pretty much grew up with Disney movies and Disney shows. Just a fact. It's just a fact.
We all did, I think. Even Ari.
Oh yeah. But I grew up with like the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That was Disney for me back way back. Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, yeah.
Thumbelina,
Bambi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Black friggin'
There's another
No.
Disney film
Used to have a whole collection
where
of
it's these Jews and who try to escape the Berlin Wall, and they do it in a hot air balloon. I forget the name of it. Damn.
What did they just order?
It was a really good film, though.
I don't know, but Miskatonic Madman says, "Don't forget the black hole." Sean Carter just reviewed it on his new channel.
Oh yeah, that was a
post in the
Star
chat
Wars
for that.
wannabe movie, but it came from the dawn of Star Wars, but that is altogether spectacular.
I can't say they're completely innocent because at the end of the '90s, they actually bought the trademark for the RCMP.
Pardon?
Really?
Did you know?
Can you say that again?
You're right, Susan. John Hurt was in
I said
that
I think I
balloon
got a
movie.
I
believe
said
it's called Midnight Crossing.
I didn't mean to start a whole thing about Disney. I was just I actually meant go down a different direction, but I guess
okay,
let's set
but I
that
just
off.
want to finish what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no, you said that they bought the trademark for the RCMP?
That's right. They held on to it for a few years, but then eventually they let it lapse, and it fell back. But like they held the right to trademark and market the design of the RCMP.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
But the RCMP didn't knuckle under and pay back for it, so they just let it lapse.
Well, see what happened. Well, see the thing about the way the deal worked was that they were basically they were paying the RCMP for the use and trademark of it.
Okay.
But for a long while, basically to a great degree, very great degree too, because like this was made public when this was made public and like hit the newspapers and everything. A lot of people had a lot of this. They were very disappointed in the RCMP because they're just like, you're not a publicly traded company. You are a public service to and you can't sit there and trademark your insignia and then just give it to an entertainment company who will just sell it like one of their like in their gift shops. And
Wait, who's the RCMP?
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police. That's our police force.
Yep.
And unlike the United States, the Canada has the RCMP, which is a nationwide police force. Now,
yes,
there are
national police.
Yeah, basically, it's kind of like the FBI and the police put together.
Kind of,
which
dumber.
Yeah,
Recently.
especially recently. Yeah, they used to be a worldwide, nationally respected police force because they had a slogan too. We always get our man. Which they back then they did. But then little things started happening. I was a bouncer when the cops came up to the bar and they were looking for somebody who started the fight in a rival bar, and the guy came in and he was like a strapping 6'7", and I'm just like, whoa, this guy's a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was just kind of like, and I was like, I think I saw that guy in the corner over there. You can go look. And he was like, okay, he waves at the cops behind him to come in, and no kidding, 4 cops behind him. None of them were taller than my chest. Like I'm talking like 5'6". Yeah, thanks. But like no, but still, but that puts them like 5'6" or even 5'4". And honest to God, to me, it looked like a bunch of high schoolers cosplaying as police. And I'm just kind of like, And you know where this came from. And I'm sorry, Jill, I'm not putting this on, trying to put this on women, but it came from when they let women in the police force, and women in the police force were originally just allowed to be doing the filing and like the police, like the like behind the desk type stuff. But then when they let them go out into the field, the ones that they did let out in the field were 6'5", 6'6". They had minimum height restrictions, and then
That's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm totally down with that. But when they dropped the women sued actually for the right to and any woman should be able to go out and patrol with the policemen. But I mean, like, as a guy, I'm more comfortable with, like, as I said, the very first cop who walked into the bar. He's 6 foot. As I said, he's 6'7". Probably looked like a Hulk Hogan, like pro wrestler. He didn't have a mustache, but actually he did have a mustache. Now I think about it. But he didn't have he didn't have the handlebar mustache. But like, but like he came in, and like he was just, like, hey, have you seen this guy? And like, I'm totally down with that, because I'm just like, man, this is somebody that I would not want to mess with. And like, I'm 6'3" myself. But
I knew
like,
you were a big guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a pro wrestler too, man. I mean.
So as 5'6", as a cop, I'm going to come up to you and I'm going to ask you very nicely to please do what I ask you to do. And I'm not going to be able to make you do anything.
See, that's why we have the reputation of St. Louis. But
I would. That's
anyway, like I said, yeah. See, when they let women go out into the field, then that threw the door open for, like, at first they were still trying to make, like, tall women go out, but then shorter women sued to go out and be able to go into the field. And once short women sued to go out into the field, suddenly, boom, that threw the door open, and then they dropped the height restriction for men too. Yeah. And then now you got cops who are like 5'4", and like,
I couldn't.
I mean, when you want a policeman, you want somebody who can police. You want somebody who, like, you look at them and you're just kind of, okay. You don't want somebody who kind of like sit there kind of like, and who's going to make me small fry? I mean, I'm sorry. It's just physics, I mean, it's the same way. Like,
sorry to interrupt you, Rod. Yeah. Please forgive me. Ari, can you respond to this?
Sorry.
Yeah. Not that long. I remember when he broke his foot on Doomcock.
Did Gil break his foot?
Friday Night Frolics.
Yeah.
Really?
What do you mean on Doomcock's Friday Night Frolics? You mean the incident about the roof that I was talking about happened? And
you know what? I remember that. He was in a cast.
In a cast. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, he was in a car accident.
No, in a cast. Didn't you say in a cast?
Yes.
I'm just reading. I remember he further elaborates and says he had the same luck as Ginger Menace, and she.
I remember.
Okay.
No, I remember seeing him like on the crutches, and he was kind of sort of staggering around a little, like on I think I was even on a screen with him.
Right.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That's
Okay. Yeah. I apparently I don't have the timing right, but yeah, I do remember when it happened. I do remember that he was out of commission for a while. But it was while he was living at the house you see in this picture, and living in this apartment.
Yeah.
And it must be, like, as a guy over 6, Gil was well over 6 foot, right? 6'2" or something?
He's 6'3", 6'4". He's about my height, yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, my height. Yeah, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was big.
But actually, do they make crutches for people that big?
Yeah, crutches are adjustable.
Well, I have some things I have to get done tomorrow, so I need to go to bed. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, thanks, Jill, for being here.
Good night, Jill.
Good night,
good to see you, Jill.
Tiger Stripes.
See you tomorrow.
I'm so glad that you're okay.
Are you still doing your noon show tomorrow, Jill?
No, I'm not going to be doing my show tomorrow. I'm going to go get myself checked out at the clinic, see what's
Okay,
going on.
cool. All right.
Oh, I'm
Best of
really
luck.
happy to hear that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Good
Jill.
luck with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I was
prayers
thinking,
and
I
positive
feel
energy for
fine,
you.
but I better. Yeah, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, only men do that. Don't do that. Don't be like a man. Do not be like a man in this case.
Well, yeah, the life expectancy tells me that you were right.
Yeah, that's
I'll
right.
talk to you later.
Thanks
Bye,
so much
guys.
for everything,
Good night.
Jill.
Good night.
See you, Jill.
Bye. Good night, Tiger Stripe. Sorry, I'm leaving
Take
right
care.
as you're coming on.
It's all right.
Good night, Jill.
That's you're the only reason she came on.
Yeah, maybe. Not entirely, no. Of course not. I mean, look at Rod. Rod's here. Bill's here.
That's right.
Look, there's Dalek. It's nice to see Dalek. Dalek.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Gil corrected someone's. I can't remember who
Me.
said it.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was
Oh,
me.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he had to coach us on how to properly pronounce Dalek. Dalek? Dalek.
Dalek.
Yeah.
It's not Dalek.
Don't feel
I
bad. He
remember that.
got beat with ABBA. It's ABBA.
Really,
Exterminate.
that really annoys me when someone gets that wrong.
Bill,
Big
sorry,
Steve.
did you say?
Remember the acorn, says Big Steve.
Yeah.
Curiouser and curiouser, said Alice as she plummeted down the rabbit hole.
So overall, Ari, how many jobs do you think your brother did in his life? He seemed to be a creator. So a lot of his jobs tend to be creative. He worked
Yeah,
in records, so.
he he owned this. Well, first he worked for a water company, a company that sold water softening systems called Rainsoft, and then he bought a franchise for that same company, Rainsoft, and then that didn't work out, and then I'm not quite sure what he did after that. I know at some point after that, when he was living with me, he was back in sales for another company. I don't think it was Rainsoft, but it was a company that did the same thing. And I know he did some telemarketing for a while. Something having to do with healthcare.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then
did he know how to use a hammer, or a wrench?
no,
Or a socket set?
no, nothing like that. I know for a long time he traded stuff on eBay a lot. You know, he'd buy these huge lots of, like when I went to start cleaning up his place, he had an enormous number of these bags of the green plastic army men.
Oh,
The
really?
little ones,
I know.
and the big ones.
How much do you want?
Oh no, we've already donated those. Yeah.
There are some very happy children right now.
Yeah. But I do have, if you want, I do have some of the little hats that you put on your head, and then there's an umbrella that comes out like that, a little head parasol. I've got a couple of those left still. But he had huge lots of all of these things that he was trading on eBay. And he would snap up, somebody would put something on a sale, and he would snap up 18 cases of them or something, and then try to turn them around for a profit. So
good. I'm half Scottish. I understand.
Yeah.
Good for him.
So
he was an ideas
I've
man.
got like a dozen laptops sitting back here.
Holy shit.
There's like stuff, because he was big into Amiga, like way back in the early computer days. He was big into Amiga, and he had like these Commodore 64s and stuff. And so, I mean, I do not know how many loads of electronics I have taken to the local place that disposes of old electronics, like CRT monitors and stuff like that. So he would get old things and refurbish them and sell them and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's what I remember of his jobs, not counting the record store we've already talked about.
Of course. Now, am I incorrect in thinking that he was a computer guy? Like he could, using tools for a computer, he could do the physical aspects of a computer as well.
Yeah, I think so.
He could solder.
Fine motor skills. I don't know about soldering, but not that I know of. He may have. I don't know, but we didn't talk about that kind of stuff very much. So, but I do know that I hauled out. I do not know how many computers and how many keyboards, and I have box after box after box of cords and wires and connectors and printer cables. There was one of my colleagues at work was like, I've got a printer in my office, but I don't have any power cable. I go, you need a printer power cable? I got like 40 of them.
Yep. Good. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Radioactive says not much to solder on a modern motherboard. Well, okay, I only have experience with flashlights, so maybe I don't know. It was a joke.
Well, I think you're probably referring to what were they called again? Not transistors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, finished my second beer, and it's ticking 15 minutes away till midnight now, so I better get some Z's so I can still get up tomorrow morning and work out and then head into work. So,
yeah, I've been following you, Rod. Keep up the good work, man. Physical conditioning, good for you, buddy. Keep
30
it up.
pounds long. 30 pounds.
Hey, man, if you have a wrestling match, I'll drive and come see you. You're friggin' right, I will.
No, sure. I'll definitely let you know. Let everybody know.
To midnight. Wait, what?
Please do.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rod.
It's good to see you, Rod.
You've been a part of this.
Good to see everybody.
Man.
Have a good one.
Been a lot of fun. Yeah. Thanks, Ari. It's been a blast listening to you guys. I was doing my stretch session. I was listening to you guys all before, like about the Into the Fringe and all the other things, and like with Tracy Torme and everything. Man, that's too bad. Man, shame about him. Anyway, take care, y'all. I'm headed to bed. See you guys.
Don't worry, Rod. You're in good hands. I'll take over for you.
Thanks, man.
I'm glad you took that with a. I'm glad Rod didn't get pissed off about that, Tony. Because you were full on impersonating him.
Well, what can I say? I hate the sound of my own voice. That's why I collect so many others.
Yeah, that's right.
And when you have a face for radio, Miskatonic Madman says, he'll snap you like a Slim Jim. Ain't me.
Yeah, Rod Thunderheart's the real deal. We're not joking, folks. Rod Thunderheart does actually professionally wrestle. He chose not to go into the big leagues. He himself will tell you why, but he is a professional wrestler. That's not a joke. Make no mistake. I'm not going to wrestle him. Maybe Tony will. You're more his size.
Hey, Freak Joe, you're going nowhere. Got you for 3 minutes.
Maybe 6'4" Ari. Maybe you're more of a candidate.
Well, the numbers that are more relevant than 6 and 4 are the numbers 6 and 5, because I was born in 1958, and I ain't wrestling anybody unless my life is on the line.
Yep. Yep. Or if she's scantily clad, perhaps.
Guess what?
Yeah. Now that's a good question. Thank you. I believe I have it on camera. Gil saying that he was never into sports, but he did like basketball.
Hmm? Yeah, he did play a little bit of basketball, but I mean, he never did like organized sports in school or anything like that.
No, he's solo. He's he goes his own way.
Does playing horse count as basketball? Asking for a friend. Nobody got that?
Playing horse?
I guess that's a local thing. I thought it was more widely known. Horse.
No, everybody knows what playing horse is.
Oh,
it's a game with a basketball. But what's your point?
I'm Canadian. I don't know what that is.
You didn't know?
I don't know what playing horse is.
It's a
long story short.
game.
It's like Hangman with shooting a basketball, and if you failed so many shots, you lost because you would spell horse first. I'll be back.
I see. And then isn't there a shorter version of the game that's just 3 letters? You know, like pig or something like that.
Yeah, there's pig and there's horse, and if you wanted to, you could play. I don't know, prestidigitation, if you just wanted to use the longer word, a lot of letters, make a longer game. I was more in favor of playing Booty Green. That was more of an actual game where you're being guarded and actually playing, but that was still one-on-one.
If you don't mind, Ari, I mean, you're the only one that can answer these questions. What sort of things did Gil enjoy growing up, doing while he was growing up? I mean, you're 10 years older, so I'm not sure how much you interacted with each other.
I mean, when he was a lot younger, he enjoyed skateboarding, not doing tricks and whatnot. He would just skateboard all over town.
Means of transportation.
Yeah, before bicycle. I guess he did a lot of reading.
Yeah.
He was into music.
I know he played chess and Go.
Chess,
I have a stream where he talks about playing Go. G-O.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Chinese game.
Yeah. I don't remember him as a Go player, but that doesn't mean he didn't do it. I was out of the house by the time he was in high school and whatnot, so there's a lot of that stuff that
he attended science fiction conventions, didn't he?
Which kind of conventions?
Science fiction conventions.
Yeah.
I know that Kansas City has had a few World Cons, and he mentioned knowing Pat Cadigan, the writer, at some point. So I mean, the only way you learn to meet people like that is either at a convention or hanging out at a bookstore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was into writing from a fairly early age, that's for sure. And I did take him to Minneapolis for a big sci-fi convention there, where we got autographs of all the big Star Trek guys, Shatner and Nimoy, and that was after Jimmy Doohan had already passed. But I think who else was there? Well, the doctor from Voyager.
Oh, Robert Picardo.
Yes, Robert Picardo was there, and Ethan Phillips, right? Neelix.
Oh, Jedi Bill, Ethan Phillips was Neelix. Jedi Bill, you're going to say goodnight?
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Good night, everybody.
You're one of the people on this panel that has known Cardinal Sin the longest. So thank you for being here.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Jedi Bill. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. And if anyone here is interested in karaoke, Jedi Bill does some incredible karaoke streams. and I've been happy to be on some of those.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Jedi Bill. Thanks for being here. So, Ari, the whole point of this is to celebrate Gil's birthday. Is there a particular birthday of Gil's that stands out in your head?
Oh, wow. No, I mean, maybe if I thought about it for a while, but no, there's nothing that stands out. He had a big, for his 55th, he had a big party. And he didn't invite me to go, but I mean, it was a big party. Like it was at a big music venue, and there was going to be bands and what there. And I was like, it's going to be really loud. There's going to be a lot of people. Like there's going to be nobody there I know other than you. And, I can't spend the whole night with you because you got a whole bunch of people that,
you got a host.
So I didn't go. He had also had a big party for his 50th, I guess. I've got all those T-shirts I was telling you. I got a whole tub of T-shirts.
Yes.
That he made for his 50th. But I didn't go to that one either. So I know a few people who did go to that one, but yeah, I mean, nothing that stands out. But my memory is not as good as it used to be, and so things like that may have slipped away in my head. So,
well, here's a good question that maybe from Radioactive. Radioactive says, where did Gil come up with his Cardinal Sin alias?
So the Cardinal Sin alias came from, and I'm not exactly sure how it came from, but there's this
the Church of the Subgenius.
Yes, it's a pseudo religion called the Church of the Subgenius, and when he got into that was his moniker that he came up with, was Cardinal Sin. And I think he's an ordained minister or whatever the appropriate term is.
Yes.
Church of the Subgenius. And so that's where that came from. And he'd been using that off and on for a while. He wrote under a lot of stories under that pseudonym. And then he chose that when he started his channel.
Brilliant. I believe your brother did send me some things, regarding the Church of the Subgenius.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not convinced Cardinal Sin, with all of his talents, was sub anything. I mean, tonight would show you that pretty clear. There's nothing sub about your brother. Especially, he's too tall to be in a sub. So no, sub, no.
Yeah,
brother would hate a submarine. Yeah, no, Cardinal Sin was certainly a creator, and thank you. I had heard that story before, but I'd forgotten that. Yeah, Church of the Subgenius.
Yeah, J.R. Bob Dobbs.
Did Cardinal ever organize any devivals? Did he actually organize any get-togethers for the Subgenius?
I think he did. I don't know so much that he organized them, but I know he attended several. Mm-hmm. I've been in contact with his ex-wife, and when I was cleaning out the house, and
Gil was married.
For a little while.
Shit.
Yeah, for a little while.
Wow.
He used to talk about it all the time because she was the singer in one of his bands.
Yeah, and the bass player. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Allison Dishman.
Yeah, he would mention it, after he showed the clips.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, and she's also a soccer fan, so they came to a lot of soccer games as a couple and stuff like that. So so yeah, we hung around in that milieu for a while. But and I think the two of them went to some of these events. These Subgenius events. But I don't know that he ever put one on or hosted one. He did. The thing that he hosted was a lot of the UFO conventions and stuff. You know, he brought in some pretty well-known people to the Lawrence, Kansas area. Like the one I remember because I recorded it was the Stanton Friedman lecture.
Yep.
And that was a pretty big deal. He also had some other people. I've actually got some DVDs that he was marketing over in the other room. Mark Davenport was one of the people he brought in, and Leah Haley, I think, is another one. All UFO folks. So that was kind of his big shtick.
Yeah, it was always when he had the parapsychology shows, and they would all be on. He would get more than a couple people on, and they would all recognize the names and know each other and know all the background, and it was clearly there's this big community, and they're really all deeply into it and are all acquainted. It always went over my head. I would listen to because I like to hear the stories, but he was really deep into that.
Yeah. When you get into the convention circuit for a certain genre like that, and you start going, it's almost like a band on tour or something. And you go across the country, you crisscross paths, you see the same people over and over again, and it turns into a community. So he was like that with that group for sure.
Do you recognize this shirt? Is there anyone on the panel or in the chat? Because in this stream, Cardinal Sin does say that this is one of his one of the shirts that he likes, and he describes what the shirt is about. Do you know what this shirt is from, anyone?
Not me.
This is from something in that stream while he's showing us this. He describes it as, this is the shirt of the followers of Cthulhu and the Illuminati. There's a group called the Followers of Cthulhu with a C and Illuminati, and this is the shirt.
That's quite a mashup.
Yeah.
Kind of, Ray Lucard. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And James Caserta, I don't think Gil had a declining condition. I mean, he was a tall guy and a drummer. So, I mean, but Ari, you know, he had back issues from being a drummer.
Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly sure where the back issues stemmed from, but it was a nerve condition, and it was a deteriorating condition. And that's why he was on the pain meds. So
6'4". I mean, that's a big guy.
Yeah. I do remember there was a time a long time ago. He was at a t-shirt shop in Lawrence that a friend of his, a mutual acquaintance of ours, owned, and he went out the back door because he had parked in the parking lot rather than the street. So you went out the back door, and the wooden step fell on him, and so his foot went through the step. And I know that really jacked up his back, but that was short term. I don't think that's the same thing that led to his long term back problems. And I'm not sure that we ever knew what the long term back problem stemmed from. Although he did say that drumming didn't help.
He said that on streams many times.
Yeah,
and in private to me, the drumming didn't help. Because they don't make chairs for drummers apparently that are really nice.
Yeah.
No,
well, you have to be able to pivot.
On stools. They have to have really strong cores.
Yeah.
Yes, Tiger Stripes. Yeah, right.
I mean, if you look at Neil Peart's drum set from Rush, you had to be a physical specimen just to get in the dang thing, much less to play it. But he must have had 50 pieces in that thing.
Talking about Rush, you're talking my language as a Canadian.
Oh yeah. So,
and as much as Gil was into the paranormal, I certainly wouldn't describe him as a conspiracy theorist at all. Not at all. He was very logical. He had some ideas, but I don't think he would. He explained it to me that he was a skeptic. He needed to see proof before he would commit, but he was open to everything.
He was definitely into alternative storylines, alternative narratives, if you like. But yeah, there always had to be reasonable evidence. It wasn't wild speculation. It's the same thing that Walter talks about in his shows. Is it's one thing to connect the dots. It's another thing to have good reason why these two particular dots should be connected. And that's the way Gil was. He's always looking for good, solid, if not evidence, then clues or reasoning.
And did he attend a lot of I mean, with his level of interest in the paranormal, did he attend any events with you ever? Did you drag your ass out to any of these?
I don't recall going to any paranormal events with him. I did go, like when he would bring in UFO people, I would often go to the conventions that he put on. But as far as paranormal stuff, I don't remember him telling me that he had attended anything like that. He was more into the UFO scene. As far as like physically attending stuff like that.
Yeah, man, I would have loved to. I honestly thought I was going to get a chance to attend a convention somewhere down in Kansas.
I was really getting ready to just drive up there to meet him. I just thought, I just have to do this.
How far away are you from Kansas, Tiger?
Well, at the moment I'm in Texas, so it's kind of a straight shot, straight up, more or less, from the middle of Texas to Kansas City.
Is it? But, are they really like above each other?
More or less.
It's just Oklahoma between us.
I'm Canadian. I don't know. Oh shit! Jedi Bill. Jedi Bill dropped it. Good night, Jedi Bill.
You said bye to him when he left. You did.
I did. Yeah. My brain is just catching up with my eyes.
You just passed five hours. So
yeah. And Peter Graves, I'm not sure. I haven't heard from Peter since the very start.
Or Dalek.
Dalek's still there. Dalek's always there.
And Tony.
Tony's there.
I am definitely here, though I'm everywhere else.
No, it'd be just making breakfast. It's like 8 a.m. where he is. 7 a.m.
No,
Dalek, is it breakfast time?
Well, it's just gone 7. It's gone 7 a.m. here, so yeah, it is breakfast time.
How did you, being in England, line up with someone's schedule who's in Kansas? How does that happen?
What can I tell you? It's I stay up really late a lot. In fact, some people, my sleeping pattern is all over the place. I sleep from. I'm staying up pretty much the whole night over and over, and then I sleep most of the day. So yeah, I'm just again all over the place. So whenever Cardinal Sin was on, and I could be there because and I always made sure that I could. I made sure I could be there for that, or well, not just him, but for any one of you, I suppose.
And Gil said more than once that he was an insomniac. So, I guess that's why your schedule's lined up. Yeah.
I wouldn't say I don't know if I'm an insomniac, but
Oh, he was Gil said that he
Oh,
was.
he was. I'm sorry. Yeah,
that's what Gil had said. Yeah, several times on his streams. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's how I met. I think I met Gil at the same place I met Tiger Stripes, and Cam and Tony and yourself, Dalek. I think it's all through Doomcock, if I'm not mistaken. Is that where you met Gil?
Well, I would easily say that's where it started. That's where I met. Well, that's how I met all of you. Really, that's where it started with Doomcock for sure.
Yeah, Tiger Stripes and you were two of the first people that I talked to.
I definitely met all of you there. Over there on things like Friday Night Frolics for sure. Like, I met, you Kane Spider-Man. I met you, Jill, countless people, and I met Food. I met Food Doomcock. I met the Felicianos. I got introduced to them there.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it wasn't for simply put, if it wasn't for Doomcock, I wouldn't have met any of you.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was initially,
and I definitely would not have been inspired enough to do this streaming thing myself. No. Definitely not.
Sorry, Tiger Stripes, you were saying?
Well, Dalek, do you think that Gil kind of helped introduce you to that concept, the whole live streaming and?
I'm not sure if I could say that it was him specifically. It may have been. You may have been part of it. I know there's definitely someone like I think it started gradually. Like I think I started popping up in people's chats. Then people would invite me onto those streams, and then at some point I just thought, hey, I actually discovered that I actually had a YouTube channel that I didn't know about, that I must have made by accident when I first got my YouTube account.
You have to have a channel to have a presence on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I thought I must have thought, hey, this is sitting here doing nothing. And if all these great people can do this stuff, why not I have a crack at it? So I and and I don't know if he was. I don't know if I can say if Cardinal Sin was the direct. He was the direct inspiration for that, but he probably was definitely part of it. Because
he helped inspire, at least.
Yeah, he was part. I would say he's definitely one of the people that inspired me to give it a try.
Yeah, same. Antiderivative Jill is not here, but I'm quite sure that she had said that she was also inspired by Gil, by Cardinal Sin, to start her channel. And I can tell you right here, I was inspired by Gil. The reason we're standing here in my channel is because of Cardinal Sin, because of Gil Bavel. Man, that's a philosophical question. How many people does someone like Cardinal Sin, how many people does he touch? Does he influence in his life? Ari, I don't know how many. Did Gil have more friends online, or did he have more friends in real life that around Lawrence that he'd go and have a beer with or something? Or was it mostly online?
I don't know, because I didn't really hang with his crowd in Lawrence so much.
My brother's crowd either.
And so my guess is that the online community was larger, but he was big in the music community in Lawrence. And I'll tell you something that I didn't know until recently. there's a local guitarist who's played in gobs of bands here in Kansas City that I know through the acting community, because his partner is an actress, and I've known both of them through theater. And when I put out some feelers about some of the artwork, like the band posters and stuff that Gil had, it was like Echo and the Bunnymen, right? It's like I go on Facebook, who's a fan of Echo and the Bunnymen? And so this guy, Cody, Wyoming, says, oh, I'm a big fan. And so I said, well, let's get together. I've got these posters. And he knew Gil, and everybody he knows in the Kansas City music scene knew Gil. And it's like, I had no idea that Gil was connected to this group at all. So apparently he was well known through music, in a wider range, than I knew about. So yeah, it's kind of hard to say. The online community can get big pretty fast. So I don't know, but the question was, how many people did he have an influence on? And between the music scene and the writing scene and the UFO scene and the online scene, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good question from and James Caserta. Just Ari, I know you recognize the name. James has been part of the Cardinal Sin family for a long time. He asks, for anyone listening, not watching, is writing prose or music in your family?
Well, my father was a concert violinist as well as a professor, a university professor. He had a PhD in math and was a computer science professor.
Yes.
For years and years and years, and retired. So, and he also did some writing, both musically and prose. So I would say it is in the family in that way. Yeah. My sister has been had a full career as a high school music teacher in the orchestra area. I'm kind of like the least musical of the three kids. So yeah, I would say it does run in the family for sure. But the writing thing was mostly Gil.
And is the Wayback Machine, I mean, it's the most famous of Gil's bands that he was in. I mean, he says more than once he's been in between 2 and 3 dozen bands.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I think of automatically is the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, Wayback Machine was pretty big. I mean, I don't think they ever toured nationally. I don't even think they toured regionally. But Lawrence, the Lawrence music scene had a national footprint. So he didn't really, if you were in the Lawrence music scene, you didn't really have to tour nationally to be known. So
that's what he said. Lawrence was some sort of weird meeting spot for music.
Yeah. I mean, it's in the middle of the country. It is a university town. So it is a bit of a nexus in that way. But it punched above its weight, as a small college town.
Lawrence.
Yeah.
What's the population of Lawrence where you and Gil
Well, if you
and has it changed?
If you don't count the college population, it's like 40,000, or at least it was when I was there. Maybe it's 60,000 now, but it doubles, in the middle of August when all the college people come.
It's like my hometown, Fredericton, New Brunswick, same thing.
Yeah, it's
2 universities,
standard college town. Yeah.
And now now this trivia question I didn't ask earlier, but I'll ask it now. Now in Cardinal Sin streams, he says, and one of his very first streams, he was saying about bands that toured, and he told us the name of the very first band national that he went to see as a young man, young teenager. The first national band concert. Cardinal Sin is music is a big part of Cardinal Sin. So as a musician, trivia question, what do you think Cardinal Sin's, and these are his words, the Cardinal Sin's first national touring band concert was that he went and saw? It's a group. Does anyone know? The very first concert, and it's on stream.
I would have to guess. I would have to guess.
Tiger Stripes, I have a feeling you and Dalek might have both been there for this, because I just watched it today.
Like we were...
Been there for what?
When Cardinal
For this
Sin
conversation.
was having a conversation, he told us the first concert he ever went to, the first concert.
I'm gonna guess it was Devo.
Devo was a good guess, but that wasn't the band. It was a smaller band than Devo, an American band. Dalek, do you happen to remember? I think you were there.
Was I? This has been a while ago. An American. Sorry.
Yeah,
so
named after an ex-American president.
Wow. A band named after a former president.
Yeah, Cardinal Sin's first national concert that he went to.
Oh boy.
The Ramones were not president, although that would have been interesting. Oh,
they did have that beautiful logo.
Radioactive.
That looks like the presidential seal for the Ramones.
All right, Radioactive nailed it.
Ah, good one.
The Dead Kennedys.
Well done. Jello Biafra, I think, was the lead singer of the Dead Kennedys. I can't believe I know that.
Kennedys. Have you heard of them, Tiger Stripes?
Yeah, I believe the lead singer's name was Jello Biafra.
Dalek, you might be too young to know of these guys.
I probably am.
But they were mid-level. They weren't super famous. Tony, do you know these guys?
No, they were known as a punk band.
Mm-hmm.
They were known.
Tony is a musician, although Tony has cat duties. He does have a plethora of cats that Tony dedicates his time to, so he might be active with that.
Sorry, I thought my avatar said it all. I'm AFK. I'm bobbing in and out. What was your question?
Oh, well, it's too small. I couldn't read the type, Tony.
It says, "We'll return after these messages." Now I
can read it. Have you heard of a band, Cardinal Sin's favorite band, the Dead Kennedys?
Oh yes, I have a few of their records.
Now I think his favorite band was Devo, but this was his first live concert.
First live concert. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, I think you're right. And how much of a part of Cardinal Sin's life, Gil's life, was music? I mean, a lot.
Huge.
You could tell that just by the band videos that he played, his own bands, that were clearly his bands, and the musical stylings were so different for every band. And when you do that, when you can actually cross genres as a performer, it really says something about your commitment to music in general, conceptually. That's really something.
Does it change the way a person views the world as a musician?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Radioactive, I used to think you were younger than I, but now I'm thinking you're older than I. Are you older than 52? You might be. Just the way you're talking now. 56. This is 56 for Gil. Did you have a hard time finding the 5 and the 6, Ari, or did you have those already?
No, I didn't have them already.
Okay.
But I didn't have a hard time. I went to the local CVS, which is, drugstore chain.
Pharmacy.
Yeah.
I lived in Massachusetts for a year because of a girl.
Yeah. And I said, "Hey, you got birthday candles?" And they go, "Yep, over there." So those were easy enough to find. The cake, the slice of cake, there's a place near me that sells cake by the slice. So I got that. The cake did not stand up to the candles. So it pretty well fell apart as soon as I put them in there. But it hung around long enough for me to, show you guys and get them lit. And
hey, No, I was just going to hold up a bottle of wine, so good for you. I'm glad. Now, was Gil, because for those of you who are friends of Gil, I'm sure you know, he was a vegan. Was Gil a pain in the ass to cook for? Now, he cooked himself. There is video footage of him saying, because I'm a vegan, I need to be able to cook. Did you try Gil's cuisine?
I'm sure Gil cooked for me on occasion. I don't remember. I cooked for him plenty. The big deal with, was it a pain in the ass? Come Thanksgiving time, when my sister has migraines and has allergies and she can't eat this whole class of foods.
Oh, geez.
And Gil is a vegan, and so he can't eat this whole class of foods.
Oh, shit.
So, when you're doing the family Thanksgiving thing, it's like, well, okay, I got to make 2 different pies because one pie crust can't have milk in it, and the other pie crust can't have any animal products of any kind in it. And so there was that kind of thing. But I mean, you just get used to that. The woman I married had a lot of food allergies too. And so by the time I got married,
that might work to your advantage if
I'm quite handy in the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is she, are you still married? I guess would be the question.
No, we're divorced.
Okay.
We're divorced, and she's remarried, and she has a daughter who will be turning 5.
Oh, okay. So you didn't feed her shellfish or anything like
3
that?
3 days after Gil's birthday. Say again?
Knowing that she had allergies, you didn't feed her shellfish or anything like that, and that's not why you're not married now.
No. I mean, she wouldn't eat. She's South African, and the Afrikaans word for bug is hoho, and she considered shrimp to be sea hohos and wouldn't eat them. Doesn't really. She'll do salmon, but she won't do any other.
And did Gil come over and interact with you guys much, or did you?
Well, he lived with us for a little while.
Okay, I thought you said that.
Yeah.
Now, what was Christmas and Halloween? What were the holidays? I mean, he loved Halloween more than Christmas, right?
Yeah. Well, we did Hanukkah. We didn't do Christmas. We did Hanukkah.
Of course.
My dad was Israeli, right? So we grew up in a Jewish household. So,
high school teacher or university.
No,
professor?
university professor.
Same as yourself.
Professor of computer science. I'm an adjunct. I am a hired gun. I teach my classes and I go home. I don't have any committee work. I don't have any larger responsibilities. I just teach my classes.
Hey, I'm not a big fan of commitment. I get it. Ask any of my previous girlfriends.
Well, I also don't get health insurance from my employer, so that's the price you pay.
Well, look at you though. You're the spitting image of health, sir.
Well, knock on wood for the moment. Yeah.
So West Kegel in the chat, for those of you who are away from the screen, says radioactive. The only college radio I listened to was WSOU Pirate Radio from Seton Hall. They used to play all heavy metal back in the day. Don't know if they still do. So that brings up a question. I know Gil was huge into punk. He was a self-prescribed punk fan, punk guy, Renaissance punk man. Does that mean that he was into heavy metal? Not the same.
Not the same. No. I mean, he knew heavy metal, but I wouldn't say it was a genre that he spent a lot of time with. Radioactive. I teach math at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. And right now I have a Calc 1 class and a Calc 2 class. And that's kind of where I live most of the time.
Now, are your students aware of your famous brother?
I don't think so. I haven't talked to them about that.
Yeah. So you didn't share this stream with your students is what you're saying?
No.
All of us shared a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I have mentioned, well, before he passed, I mentioned from time to time that my brother had a YouTube channel and did a lot of UFO stuff and that kind of thing.
Are your students into the YouTubes and the social medias, or are they into TikTok?
You know, it's the bell curve. So, you know, you're going to have some people involved in this and some other people involved in that. And, it's more just kind of like, you know, before you delve in and get the lecture going, you want to have some kind of banter or exchange just to kind of get everybody loosened up a little bit. Although I got to say, lately, it seems like mostly when I turn from the board and I look at the students, everybody's looking at their phone. So
you allow phones in your class?
It's a university. I can't keep them from bringing.
You're goddamn right you can.
No, I can't.
Come into my class, your phone goes in the little sack.
Well, I can tell them to. That doesn't mean they have to do it.
You're not allowed to beat students anymore, especially.
No, you're not. And there's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's no like attendance requirement or anything. So, you know, if I piss them off too much, they'll just walk out.
I mean, they're paying for it, so if they miss it, that's
it's
I remember when cell phones came out, Ari, and I was attending University of New Brunswick in 1992, and I had a cell phone on my hip, and it ran. My brother was calling me to give him a drive from high school, something stupid. My professor, and I was the only one in the class with it because I had a business. Professor lost it, tore 6 strips off me sideways. You're not allowed to do that anymore. That was 92.
Yeah.
I guess it's different now.
But it's also different now. I mean, you know, with the internet and everything, like all my notes for the entire semester are online, right? Well, guess what you can do with your phone? You can
correct radioactive.
You can look at the notes while I'm lecturing.
Right.
So, you know, it's ubiquitous. It's like telling people they can't sneeze or something, you know, it's not on. And radioactive, no, I don't have a PhD. I'm an adjunct. I have a bachelor's degree in math and a master's degree in education. And I have just enough graduate hours to qualify me to teach at the university level in the state of Missouri.
Perfect. You have several scientists. I know Dalek and Tiger Stripes and Tony. I've heard them all on scientific discussions, and you happen to be in a crowd that really is interested in science.
I got a double E in power supplies and computer tech, and then bachelor's in electrical on top of that, 3 tech certs. I programmed my own Jarvis back in 2010 before Siri, before you know, all of these like AIs that are voice activated now. I piggybacked off of a program called Ivona Reader for the voice, and you know, back when Flash was still a thing. Yeah, when you hear Jarvis, when the Jarvis bits that I do on my show, that's that Jarvis. He's on a 20-year-old computer.
And it's actually your Jarvis that you programmed. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know I've been in philosophical questions I've watched them involving Antiderivative Jill, your brother Gil, and Dalek, and Tiger Stripes. I'm quite certain you have a philosophical mind as well.
I dabble in the sciences. I'm more of an arts person, but I try to keep up with everything because it's all interesting.
And science started in philosophy. Pretty much. Was Gil more of an artist or a scientist?
There's numerology jokes that we could be had here, but I'm going to take the high road.
And Dalek, I remember being in some great conversations with you and Gil, and I guess space has always fascinated me. Obviously, it's always fascinated you. Was you remember back when the space shuttle was launching, the Columbia and the Challenger in 1984, I think was the first space shuttle launch. Was Gil heavy into science? I mean, being a fan of Star Trek, was Gil excited about the space shuttle launches and?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we grew up, you know, with all those Gemini and Apollo things that were before the general public got blasé about spacecraft being launched, and every launch was always a big like special report, breaking news kind of deal.
Right.
We watched all of that. You know, it was we watched the moon landing live in black and white. You know.
Thank you, Radioactive. I was in grade 4. I was in grade 4 with that first I was in math class. My homeroom was a math teacher, Mr. Krause. He used to write religious things on the board every morning, which I don't think you're allowed to do anymore. And he wheeled on a TV tray with wheels. He wheeled in a cart with a 12-inch screen TV, plugged it in, and the whole class watched that space shuttle launch in 1981, and it did not blow up. Yep, I remember that, Radioactive. So was Gil more into the science fiction or a musician, or equal?
It kind of depends on what you mean by into. I mean, if he had to sit down and like solve physics problems, I don't think he could have done that. If you wanted to conduct a YouTube discussion about the state of modern physics and astronomy and connect it to UFOs and all this stuff, it would be very interesting, and he would be very well read on the subject. So just kind of depends on what level you're interested in. I would say he was more of an artist with a heavy interest in the sciences, more than a scientist who was also an artist.
And the big question, and I think I know the answer, for Gil, for your brother, Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Trek.
Yep. And he gave a percentage once. Today I watched the live stream. He gave a percentage for Star Trek to Star Wars. Do you have a guess as to what that percentage was?
93-7.
51-49.
Oh, well, it's okay.
Wow.
Maybe that's more
switch.
me than him then, because he was a lot more into Star Wars. He was certainly a lot more crestfallen about the current state of Star Wars. I really never cared about Star Wars.
Really?
No.
Wow. You're Gil's brother.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the original 3, which I guess are the middle 3 now, before all of the new stuff. But
they're the first 3. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the first 3 chronologically. I watched those, and then when they started making more with a lot of CGI, I kind of watched those, and it's like, I don't care about any of these characters, and I don't know what's going on, and so I could never get disappointed when things fell apart because I wasn't following it anyway.
Tony, I know I asked you in the private chat, and whenever
give me about 10 minutes. I'm getting something to eat. Okay.
Oh yeah, no
I'll
problem.
do another one for you.
Hey, thank you, because I can't sing for shit.
I can hold a note. I can hold a note.
Dalek, I've never heard you sing.
Don't prop me up. I can hold a note.
Dalek, can you sing?
I'm sure a few other people who have been in this stream must have heard me sing at least a couple of times, because trust me, I have sung on stream before.
On Jedi Bill?
Once or twice on Jedi Bill, yeah.
I thought so.
And I'm sure I've done burst into song a little bit on other streams, but yeah, definitely. I did take part in one of Jedi Bill's karaoke streams once. I sang I think the first thing I sung, it was a Frank Sinatra song.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was I sang "Fly Me to the Moon."
Nice, very classy. Yeah, a Doomcock, huge fan of Sinatra. Yeah. James Caserta is asking, what do you think of Star Trek now? Dalek will start.
Trek.
Yeah, well, we'll start with Dalek and go around a circle. This is a good question. What do you think of Star Trek now? There are different opinions. We're all friends here, so feel free to say what you really think. No one's going to judge.
I've never really honestly, when it comes to just the state of Star Trek now, well, I can say I still enjoy the stuff that first got me into Star Trek, which was my first Star Trek series I watched was The Next Generation, and I can still go back and enjoy that. But I've seen the other stuff related to that. I've seen all of Voyager. I've seen all of, in fact, more recently seen all of DS9. I haven't seen all of the original series though. I've seen several of the episodes, but I've not seen all of them. I think I really need to fix that.
So, what's your favorite series? Oh, here, Ari, can you hold that up, please, again?
Sure. Yeah.
Dalek, do you prefer? Yes, the Arcane Haunted House Company. Thank you, Dalek. Do you? Oh shit, that's wrong. How do I get out of that? I'm new. Sorry, Ari. I'm new. Sorry, everybody.
Well, we wanted to see the mug.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you not see it, Tiger?
No, we did see it.
Okay.
So no worries.
I thought you were looking away. Yeah, Dalek, did you prefer Voyager or Deep Space Nine?
Considering I watched all of it first, and it actually took me a long time before I actually did properly watch Deep Space Nine. Because seriously, it was back in like 2019 when I finally decided to sit down and watch all of it. I'd only seen like a couple of episodes of it here and there, but I'd seen all of Next Generation. I'd seen all of Voyager. So between the two of them, I'd probably say Voyager.
Ari, did you ever watch any Star Trek with your brother? I know you watched Batman together.
So yeah, we for sure watched Star Trek together. We went to see the first time I saw Star Trek II, the movie The Wrath of Khan. I went to the theater, and he had already seen it, but I had not, and so that was a great experience.
That's arguably the best Star Trek movie, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, I think so. Star Trek IV is also very good.
And your brother did a good Roberto Montalban impression. Were you aware of that?
I have probably seen that. I don't remember right offhand. What scene was it that he was doing?
Any number of Khan, the character from Star Trek II, Khan. Any number of lines.
Okay, so any place. I would guess that maybe the scene on the planet with the little ear beastie probably is the one. That's a pretty good one to.
I couldn't with the helmet and Chekhov's. Yeah, I still have issues with that.
These are pets, of course. Yeah.
We'll go around the horn. Tiger Stripes. What was your What was your favorite series of? Because Gil was a big fan of Star Trek and Star Wars. What was your favorite Star Trek series?
I'm not as educated in Trek as someone like Jill, who's really seen all Trek.
Yes.
I mean, I saw the original series, of course, because I was a kid, and I watched it when it originally aired, because I'm old. And it made such an impact at the time. It was really, there wasn't much else on the television like it. The closest you could come were the marionette shows of Jerry Anderson. And I remember really being crazy about Fireball XL5. So when Star Trek came along, it was kind of right up my alley. But I remember watching it alone, for whatever reason. I think my dad was in Vietnam. My mom wasn't really much of a TV person. My brother was really tiny. So, I ended up watching a lot of it alone. And then they started stripping it in the 70s, and it was on every day. And I didn't even realize that was happening because I was sort of immersed in school. And I was over at a friend's house one afternoon. He's like, "Oh, come on, we're going to watch Star Trek." I'm like, "Really?" For somehow that had gone by me. Roddenberry came by the college that I went to, and
what?
Yeah, sure. He would go places back then. He was,
Did you
in
see
between
him?
the show and in between the movies. Oh yes. I actually grabbed a helium balloon and drew a little happy Spock face on one side and wrote "I grok Spock" on the other. So I got a little attention that way, and we all had questions for him and that kind of thing. And
That's awesome.
I moved to Los Angeles, where I was big in the science fiction community there. So, and I watched Deep Space Nine, and I almost feel guilty about that because now I've just recently, like a week before last, worked out that apparently it's a really common knowledge that they ripped off Babylon 5 for that show.
What?
And yeah, I had never realized that before, but I did like Deep Space Nine very much. New Generation, funnily, I really hated the pilot. I disliked it so much that I didn't watch that show for a year.
Well, Geordie LaForge was the pilot, wasn't he?
No, he was a chief engineer.
Yeah.
At first, he was the pilot.
Interesting. And
but it's a play on words. I understand what you meant. Pilots or
right.
And by the time I got around to getting back into it, and I also didn't have a TV for a lot of those years. I had moved,
I can fully get. I get what you're saying, Tiger Stripes. The first season of TNG, as much as I love TNG, even I can agree the first season of TNG definitely isn't its best.
The pilot just put me off so much. I remember Troy sitting there toward the end of the resolution of that story going, "I feel love," and I'm like, really? Because I feel sick. I feel like vomiting. So you feel love and I feel sick.
What? They could have given her a beautiful role, and she did nothing. She added nothing.
But at any
Why
rate,
was she on the bridge?
Yes.
They feel angry. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I can tell.
Then,
why are you on the bridge?
It comes to Voyager, and I've seen very few of those episodes, and the ones I've seen I liked very, very much. I just, there's always so much on the television, and you have to kind of pick and choose, or you used to have to before, everything was available. Now you can watch anything you want, anytime you want. But it used to be that
that's weird.
You kind of had to pick whatever was on at the time. If something was playing opposite it on a different station, I would pick whatever I liked better. And
how many channels?
And they often would. It was like a war, If there was one science fiction show on one network, they would put it up against another science fiction show on another network, and then you would be stuck picking between them.
Sitcoms the same way.
Yeah.
And
so I got to
how
say,
many TV stations?
I do love Trek very much, particularly original Trek, particularly, the Spock. I'm a Spock girl. But yeah, and I remember being excited when they made the movies and it all came around again,
It's a different experience for those of us who grew up with Trek as it was being aired, because that long gap between the end of TOS and the beginning of TNG.
Yes, long gap.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I'm watching TNG because it's the only Star Trek there is.
Exactly.
Now, when you grow up later and you have the entire choice, and maybe I heard somebody on Jill's stream the other day say they started with DS9 and then they went back and did TNG, and then they went back and did TOS. It's a completely different experience of what Trek is when you don't have that chronology, the real life chronology.
Yeah.
So. Different experience, totally.
Yeah, I concur. And and because there was that was great, Ari, that big gap between the original series and then TNG. I mean, for a long time there, it was a bit of I don't want to say a joke, but it was not accepted by the mass culture the way it is now. The whole, being a nerd was not a compliment back then. And I did go to conventions, and I was part of the science fiction crowd because I read as well as watch and all of that kind of thing. But it was a really select kind of a group, and you really felt like you were with your own when you went to a convention back then, because, that's why the Shatner, had that amazing response when he did Saturday Night Live.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that sketch where he's at a Star Trek convention, and and people are asking him minutia questions about the making of the original series, and he's like, "Well, I'm just here to tell you, you need to get a life."
Get a date.
Yeah,
I remember. Yes, they're
like
asking him specific scenes from specific show number 23.
Yes, it's sort of like a cruel joke, but. I think it was my brother, of all people, he's not really a science fiction person, who told me that he had learned that Shatner was literally living out of a trailer, like down by the river. Oh, yes. And some kid going by on a bicycle, he was like in between series, and he'd had like 2 divorces, so he was really broke. And some kid riding by on a bicycle said, "Hey, you going to be in that movie?" And he said, "Wait, what movie?" And they're like, the Star Trek movie. And he's like, "What?" And he had to call his agent. He really didn't know that it was on.
Wow.
Well, it had been such a long time.
And now there's not an establishment that William Shatner will walk into where he will need money. Because they will not charge him. If he goes anywhere in Canada, he will not pay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm relatively close to his Louisville ranch.
Where's that?
Yeah, I worked close to that too. That's in the valley, in the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles. Yeah, he's into horse riding, so he's close to the Equestrian Center, which is it's basically in Burbank.
I hope he's not horse riding now at 92.
Oh yes, I believe he is. That's what keeps him. That's what keeps him healthy. The good core.
He not?
You've got to have a strong core, and horseback riding's good for your core.
Bruce Lee's mantra was core.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shatner's always been a very fit man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
can you imagine Galaxy Quest, right? Nobody would have greenlighted Galaxy Quest in that time before, before TNG, right? When in that desert between the end of TOS and the beginning of TNG, because there was not a cultural heartbeat for Star Trek, like Tiger Stripes was saying.
When they started stripping it in the 70s and playing it every day in the afternoon, I think that's when the mass culture sort of caught on.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by stripping? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's when they play a show in order every day. Usually on a local channel, not on broadcast, but they pay for the package, all the shows once a season or the whole series, and they just show it in order. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's
very commonly done, but it wasn't that common back in the day. You would get they do some of it, like for whatever reason in the morning television they would strip old comedy half-hour sitcoms, but in general you wouldn't get that. But Star Trek, I think, was one of the first ones where they really did start doing that in the late afternoon, so the kids could watch after school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was what we did in college. Is after class we would all meet up at 4:30 at so and so's house.
Yep.
And the game was to be it was kind of like name that tune, right? Whoever came up with the title of the episode first before the first commercial was the winner.
And the Expendable Dude game, where the first person to shout out, "There's an expendable dude." It was always a red shirt. The first person who's going to die in the context of the show. The guy who's going to get shot.
Can I ask you, and Dalek, I'll get your input on this too, please, and Tony, if you're, but at your leisure, Tony.
Input on what?
Well, this excellent question by this is a personal friend of the channel's, William Shakespeare. It took me 5 months to learn how to say your name, but it's an ingenious name. William Shakespeare asks, Ari, the same problem exists with Star Wars. If a new person does not start with the original movie, Star Wars, and back when it came out, it was not called Star Wars Episode 4. You know, it was just Star Wars. They don't get the true impact of the story and lore. Okay, so I have a nephew who saw Star Wars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then when so I don't think they get the impact when Luke Skywalker's hanging with his arm chopped off, and Darth Vader's over him, says, "Luke, I am your father." That blew our minds.
Mm-hmm.
But if you see 1, 2, and 3 beforehand, it doesn't have the same effect.
Yeah.
This is a very philosophical question, William Shakespeare, and I'd like to ask everyone's opinion on this. Starting with Ari.
Like I said, I watched the first Star Wars when it came out, when there was no Star Wars before, right? And a lot of the later Star Wars I haven't seen. Like once, what's her name?
Kathleen Kennedy.
No. The actress who was in the Thor movies.
Amber Heard?
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman.
Who played Amidala.
That's the one.
Yes.
Once she made an appearance, and the absolutely expressionless guy who was her boyfriend, who turned into Darth Vader.
Hayden Christensen.
That guy.
Poor kid.
Once those two people showed up, I was like, I'm done. There's just nothing here. Okay. And so I'm not the person to talk to about Star Wars because I don't know very much about it, except for, the first 2-3 movies.
Wait, you were there. We weren't there for it. You were. Well, Tiger Stripes and I were kind of there, but you were really there for it, Ari. I say your opinion counts. I remember Empire Strikes Back. What I do remember, and I was less than 10, lineups going around 3 corners of the movie theater.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You were there. You saw this. People in costume.
Well, when I saw the first Star Wars, it had already been playing for weeks, so there was no line to get in or anything. This was back in the day when movies would play like Airport. Right. I don't know how many people know the movie Airport. Mm-hmm. Airport played at the Granada Theater in Lawrence for over a year.
Yeah.
Wow.
People don't understand that.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Months.
Yeah. That doesn't happen anymore. But
Star Wars in the theater all summer long.
Yeah.
12 weeks.
Oh yeah, and longer. Yeah.
And longer.
You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll kiss $3 goodbye. That's the line from Hardware Wars.
I loved Hardware Wars. That was so great.
Back when $3 for a film was a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So Ari, was that you're of the belief that it's better to see it in the order that they were released.
I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying it's a different experience, right? And so, and it's also a different thing when you grow up with it, right? Like for to go back to Star Trek just for a second, when Star Trek was originally aired, it was the only show my dad let me stay up past my bedtime to watch. And so this was like when it was on Thursday nights on NBC, and it was like 8:30 to 9:30 or something, or 9 to 10 or whatever. So so I mean that.
Yeah, it was considered an adult show.
Yeah, and
he was a science professor.
My dad, computer science professor. His PhD was in math. So he got into computer science before it was called IT, long before it was called IT. And
holy shit.
he got into it when it didn't have its own department. if you were in computer science, it was part of the math department or it was part of the engineering school. And
vacuum tubes.
Computers still took up an entire room.
And punch cards, literal paper, cardboard. Tony, you know about this. Cardboard punch cards.
I'm well
My
aware
first programming class was with
the
punch
legacy. Yeah, the legacy computers, the SAMs, the massive rooms that just go from one end to the other with, I think it's like 15.5 millimeter reels and punch cards and all that
heat
stuff. Yes,
you could melt an igloo with the heat generated.
The first 1 megabyte hard drive is about as big as the average tire.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So Dalek, what's your opinion on that? Have you seen all the Star Wars? Well, I hope not the sequels, but have you seen at least the original 3 Star Wars and the prequels, maybe?
Me. Oh, Dalek.
I'm not. Look, I'll be honest with you. I've seen a fair bit of Star Wars stuff, but I'm not and never have been a diehard fan of it. Not like Star Trek or Doctor Who. I liked it enough, but I wasn't a massive fan of it. And I know the basics. I pretty much know the basic stories of the first 3 movies.
You knew Darth Vader was Luke's father?
Yeah, who doesn't know that? Who hasn't seen that bit? Come on.
Did you know it before Luke was hanging off with the arm chopped off?
I don't know. Probably before. I don't know.
Because that's what we're discussing. That I didn't know. None of us knew. This was 1979 or whatever. We didn't know. And all of a sudden on the screen, it's like, Luke, I'm your father. And like the whole people were getting up and shouting at the screen, like, fuck you, Darth Vader, you're not his father. Like they were angry.
Okay. All right, I get it. I know. Star Wars is a massive thing. I get it, but especially when it first started. But again, I've never been a diehard fan of it. I'm just not. It never interested me that much. It interested me in just about. I'd say interested me enough to be convinced to watch some stuff to do with it, but I never. I even bought at least one Star Wars video game as well. But
oh wow,
I bought a couple of years not that long ago. I have one Star Wars game, Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, I've heard good things.
Good game.
So, do you know why I think Star Trek vessels would defeat Star Wars vessels, Dalek? It's because of the transporters. If a Star Wars ship came against, the NCC 1701, the Enterprise would just beam their engines out into space. Star Trek loses. Star Wars loses against Star Trek every time. We just beamed your engines into space.
Let's look at it this way. Let's look at the technical schematics between, say, an Imperial class Star Destroyer and the NC 1701. An Imperial class Star Destroyer at any given moment needs at the very least, a skeleton crew of 55,000 people to operate.
55,000?
Starship, 5,500. Not 55,000. Okay. 5,500 to operate.
Okay.
It has a bridge crew. It has power generators located right next to the bridge, which is design flaw.
Yeah.
It relies on thermal shielding.
Let's sit on the gasoline tank.
Yes. Star Wars technologies use thermal shielding because turbo lasers are just that, heated lasers. Now, you don't have to, to be a Star Trek guru to know that because they are lasers, most Federation starships' navigational shields, the shields that pushes nebulae and small debris out of the way, would be able to deflect even the most powerful turbo laser battery going full bore at it.
Now, you see, there are two different systems of war. You know, Star Trek is really more of a naval battle, and Star Wars is an air battle. So they're just different kinds of fighting.
And, the Star Destroyer has firepower, but
That's a good point.
It's also made in mass production. Like the Empire mass produces their fleets, mass produces their capitals for numbers. Palpatine's plan was numbers, whereas Federation ships made by a significantly smaller stellar government and series of governments have to go, okay, we need to put our best quality and our best foot forward with every starship we make because we can't afford a lot of them. And that's really what it boils down to. Quantity over quality.
I really like your analogy, Tiger Stripes, about the naval style of battle versus the Air Force style of battle. I think that's a really keen observation.
Oh, thank you. Well, I know that when they made Star Wars, I think Lucas actually cut together footage from either World War I, dogfight films, to kind of show the special effects people what he wanted in terms of movement.
Yeah, like old
for
biplane
the X-Wings and the TIE fighters.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dogfighting.
Tight quarter stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And the capitals represented aircraft carriers and support for the starfighters to engage with one another.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Star Wars, Got all the toys, bought the t-shirt, saw the movies. I saw them in original film order, and then brother and I, a few years back, I had a subscription to Disney Plus, and so we watched them all in Lucas order. And yeah, I can't imagine watching them in Lucas order for the kids, which I guess they do these days if they're presented them that way. I do think the best order is the original order, the New Hope, and then 4, 5, 6, then 1, 2, 3, and then the last 3.
I think the chat.
I guess if you want to stick Rogue One in there, but I tell you, that's a miserably sad movie. It's got a few things going for it, but gee, I hate that kind of nihilistic thing where everybody just craps out at the end. That always bothers me. And then everybody died, kids. Like, wow. But yeah, we watched them all in order, and I think we even put the the Star Wars holiday special in there in order, in order, and so
I tried to watch that this Christmas. I tried. I got 10 minutes.
They made a parody of it about 5 years ago, so you have to see the original so that then you can enjoy the parody. And then also, one of the things that I loved most about Mando was that, like in the first 5 minutes of Mando, they make a holiday special joke. And Lucas hated that show so much that he forbid anybody to speak of it for decades. They were not allowed to talk about it if they were asked about it during a yak show. If it came up, they would say, "What? I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't exist." And so the fact that they put
Happy
holiday
Life
special
Day.
jokes into Mandalorian, I'm like, okay, that's how big of a fan I am, I guess, that I recognize a holiday special joke when it's in context. Too funny.
Yeah, that's. I think
I'm
the
ready
chat
whenever
agrees
you
with
are,
us.
Canadian
I think
Spider-Man.
the chat agrees with us.
I'm content with chilling, but
And
you know.
I gotta, may I say, Tiger Stripes, holy shit, I'm digging the red hair, man. That's fantastic.
Oh, I Barbied myself. Yeah, I used to, like last summer when it was like all the rage, I found a Barbie generator and I stuck my picture in. And I have got one that's blonde too. So
stick with the red. Spider-Man likes Mary Jane. Go with the redhead. Tony, to bring this circle back around to Gil. Happy birthday, Gil. Raise a glass.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday, Gil. He's turning 56. 56. Happy birthday, Gil. And I think Tony's going to grace us with a song.
Yes, and I give me one moment.
You can have two. Ari, I had a question for you. And I was wondering if you had ever seen a movie with Gil in the theater. And if so, could you tell us about those times?
Well, yeah, as I mentioned a little bit ago, we saw the first time I saw Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan was with Gil in the theater.
Okay, I'm going to cross
and
out
that was first run.
Yes.
Okay, and he had already seen it. So
did he talk you into going to it, or you willingly went?
Oh no! I mean, I was a Star Trek fanatic, so I was gonna see it regardless. And I don't remember, what the circumstances were, other than that we went together. My biggest memory of that was that even though I knew that Spock, spoiler alert, Spock dies in the end. Even though I knew that going in, I couldn't keep from bawling my eyes out that whole scene with the radioactive core and everything all the way.
Very moving.
And frankly, I don't mind telling you, I had to watch that movie 14 times before I didn't cry my eyes out in that scene. But the first time was with Gil, and he was kind of like, dude, you knew he was going to die. It's like, yes, I knew he was going to die. Just, let me do this.
There are two times in a man's life where it's acceptable to cry. That's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but yeah, I've seen lots of other movies with Gil. I think I saw The Princess Bride with Gil and my dad and my sister. And
it's a great family movie.
Oh yeah.
That's a great film.
Yeah. And, well, we used to, I mentioned earlier that we grew up in a Jewish household and celebrated Hanukkah. So this is kind of the thing that has become the Christmas story joke, right? When they go to the Chinese restaurant on Christmas Day because the dogs, spoiler alert, the dogs get the turkey. So every Christmas me and my dad and my brother would go see a movie, because that's what Jewish people do. Is they have on Christmas Day, you go for Chinese food, and then you go see a movie, because those are the only things that are open on Christmas.
Yeah.
So
you've seen that SNL cartoon? It's actually a claymation piece.
I don't know.
What the Jews do on Christmas Day. Oh, you have to see that, man.
Okay.
It's the best. Yeah.
So yeah, we saw lots of movies together. I'm trying to think of what the latest one. Oh, we went to see Violent Night.
What's Violent
Great
Night?
film.
Like with a K? Night?
Funny
No,
no,
Santa
Claus. With
yeah,
David,
it's the Santa Claus guy, and I wish I
Yeah.
could remember the guy's name. His career has really taken off
He was
since
the sheriff in Stranger
Things.
Yeah, David.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah,
but we actually did an out of the theater review on his channel live right after.
I saw that. I think I saw that.
You
That's
did?
very neat.
You did.
And that I'm pretty sure is the last movie I saw with Gil. at least in a theater,
Have you seen Gil physically excited coming out of a movie? And if so, what was it?
Well, that one, he was really excited. I don't think he was planning on doing an out of the theater review, but he really liked it a lot more. I didn't have to quite drag him kicking and screaming to the movie, but I was like, dude, the trailer for this movie is great. We should go see it. And he was like, oh, okay. But he was very excited afterwards. He really liked it.
And wait, well, I mean, was Gil excitable around Christmas? Hanukkah? Was he an excitable Gil's an enthusiastic and an optimistic person. I don't know if I'd call him excitable. He's too big.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Tony's got his singing pants on.
Yeah, well, Gil is a storyteller, and so when he had an opportunity to tell a story, he was excited. And if that meant reviewing a movie or talking about, some comparative analysis between old Trek and new Trek, or this and that, or whatever, then yeah, he was excitable about those sorts of things for sure. Storytelling was his deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, life in general, as far as I knew your brother. Yeah. Tony, are you ready to sing a song in tribute for?
Yeah. Whenever we're ready.
Yeah. And Dalek, you're welcome to join in. Tiger Stripes as well. I don't sing, but
to keep it with the theme of Sinatra, but also to Gil called karaoke tracks training wheels, for lack of a better word. And so I will be singing this a cappella, which is still something that I'm not completely comfortable with. But I'm
an a cappella, for those of you who don't speak Italian, means without pants. Dalek, I heard you. I got you.
Curious.
I made you laugh.
As she.
I'm so glad you're here, Dalek.
But yes, Gil.
I thought you were being.
Gil lived his life.
Sorry, Tony. I'm cutting you off. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, Gil lived his life his way, and so I feel like it's only fair that I sing My Way by the chairman of the board. And again, if I botch it, if I'm slightly out of tune, it's because I need my training wheels, man. I need them. I like having them on my back. I can't balance myself. So, sorry in advance. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll hit it. You never know. Cheers to everyone that is drinking. I'll probably have a
West
drink.
Kegel, I'm gonna have a fucking t-shirt made of that. That sentence is gonna stay up there. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, Sulu. each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Thank you.
Fabulous.
Well sung.
It was my way. Yes, I can carry
All
a
right.
note. Yes.
I'm not going to be on camera for a little while, folks. Thank you very much, Tony.
Health, you asked for it.
Yeah.
Dalek, you've been quiet.
Yep. No, of course I have.
After Dalek. Dalek, what's your... when you think Cardinal Sin, what memory with him pops into your head? Midnight to midnight. I mean, because you're in a different time zone, right?
Right, of course. Quite. I mean, which time zone did he live in? It was like, was it Central or Eastern?
Central, which is 1 hour behind New York. And you specifically said earlier tonight that he would pop into your channels into your streams out of nowhere.
He would, yeah. It was a very great surprise whenever he did.
Oh shit, Douglas Nelson.
Douglas, oh my God, Douglas!
I'm sorry.
You did not hear
Douglas
me sing
Nelson
that.
says he has 5 minutes.
Yeah, Douglas Nelson. How are you?
We'll go right back to Dalek as soon as Douglas Nelson. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. I'm sorry for the brief amount of time I have, but well, these things happen.
Good to see you, Douglas. It's been so long. I don't know, man. It's been what, a day?
Yeah, something like that. A matter of
Please
hours.
tell us anything you wish to discuss. Chat. This is Douglas Nelson. He's one of the OGs with the Cardinal Sin channel.
Yeah.
The floor is yours, sir.
Well, you were saying what comes to mind about him almost immediately. Christopher Walken, of course. He would do that on occasion. It was like, damn, that's really good. And a lot of the coverage you did and the back and forth with, of course, Doomcock and what have you. And so he was a fascinating guy. And then he would go through all the music that he was involved in and that sort of thing. So quite a few discussions. Not nearly enough. Was always wanting to do something together, but time and scheduling and stuff never corresponded with that, and it's unfortunate. But that's how it plays out, I suppose. But happy birthday,
Yeah, thank you. And I was watching some of the very first streams that Cardinal Sin did, and you were there with him. Now, were you working? It seemed like you were coordinating behind the scenes with some. Were you involved at all?
No, he just invited me on. And
okay,
that was about it. Yeah.
And do you have any shared interest with Cardinal Sin in the paranormal or more pop culture?
I have interest in those stories and stuff like that. We never collaborated on anything or anything like that. I think he was always wanting to, but again, scheduling and whatnot. It caught a couple of his shows of interviewing people about UFOs and the like, and that sort of thing. But for the most part, it was like pop culture subjects that would be discussed.
So, I mean, we've asked everyone else, and now not to put you on the spot, but and I'll put my camera on for this. Not to put you on the spot. Does a person, if you had someone that had never seen any of the Star Wars films before, say your son, would you introduce them with the original airing of the movies, or would you go from number one?
Well, that's an interesting thing. I mean, obviously the chronological order of the narrative as it is now would seem to be the case. Oh, hello, Carla.
Hello. How did you know it's me?
Of course, the idea was, hey, how did I experience it? With chapter 4. But I don't know. I hadn't really thought of it like that to approach it like that, because you can't really recreate it the way it was as I experienced it. So it might just be just as well to go ahead and do it from chapter 1 to
you're
6.
saying it's an impossible mission. There's no way you can.
Can't really, and that's true of anything. It's a time. It was a moment of time in and of itself. At that moment, you can't really.
Sucks for everyone younger than us.
Well, there's nothing. What can you do? Well, they're experiencing something else.
Time. Yeah, you can't take time out of joint. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the youngest one here.
Okay. Well,
how old are you?
Tony's pretty young.
I'm 40, Dalek.
I'm 32.
Oh, you are young.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna outlive us all.
That's coming from the
so
guy
will you tell stories of us when we're gone?
Someone to remember.
It's up to you, Dalek. It's up to you.
It's all
please don't remind everybody of the mortality rate of the average human lifespan.
That's why we're all here. And you know what? I'm gonna take this opportunity. Douglas Nelson.
I thought you all knew how old I was. I've said it before.
I thought you had some birthday my age. I thought you were like 38.
Cheers to
38.
You say that if it's a
cheers,
bad
Gil.
thing.
You know what? There's not a day. This is my water glass.
I poured myself one more round in the McKellen 24 in his honor.
There's not normally a day that I don't see this.
Normally I don't drink on the air, but this is the last drink I had was like 6 hours ago, so I think I'm fine.
Oh, you're good.
We have to be respectable. Douglas Nelson's here. We've got to behave ourselves. He's used to high production value, like Pop Culture Breakdown. We're a rinky dink. We're a tugboat show.
That's fine.
Here.
Oh, I'm just a dinky little variety show. I don't do much.
Carla Burton, I love your avatar.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. It's always going to be Red Dwarf. Sorry, I'm halfway through swapping headphones.
No.
So it's going to be
put
a
it back.
Red
The
Dwarf
other one
coming.
was better. No, go ahead. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I've had a lot to. I'm kidding.
He's intimidated, as us drunks would like to say.
Gil Bavel introduced me to Red Dwarf, and I would not know what your avatar meant, and I would not know the significance if it were not for Gil Bavel.
And that's quite a pivotal episode, the one that I have a picture of, because
Yes,
it leads into a lot of jokes. And after that episode, it's called Quarantine, and it's awesome.
Oh, that's a great episode, Quarantine.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that, because the only reason I know any of you is because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
If not for COVID-19, I wouldn't have never.
That's
I would never have met
true, I believe.
Doomcock.
Miss Burton.
I
Miss
met
Burton,
Doomcock
I
through
require
Critical
some
Drinker. That's how I met all of you.
Miss Burton, if you can hear me, I require some assistance, seeing that you are human, and I am currently encountering some technical difficulties. My nipples don't work.
Your nipple nuts. Your nipple nuts.
See, my right nipple used to gauge body temperature, and the left nipple picked up AM radio transmissions.
That's right.
Is that Cretan?
You got a double.
Crichton. His name's Crichton.
Crichton.
You got a double.
Yours
From looking at it.
Me.
Your Rimmer, I have something to tell you. You're
You're me.
Dalek. I've got a question for Dalek.
Yes.
As the only Englishman here, full-blood Englishman, is that weird that a bunch of people not from your country are discussing this wonderful tradition that is truly English? I mean, that must warm the cockles of your heart.
Kind of, I suppose, yeah, it kind of does, because it's Red Dwarf is British through and through. There's no getting around that. And what I discovered, it was only like it wasn't that long ago. It's like several years ago. I actually discovered the series. Because I actually watched some of it when it originally aired. When I was a very little kid when Red Dwarf first started, and I only saw little bits of the later episodes. But as I grew older, I eventually discovered the show. I started watching it, and my God, I was like, after like the first season or two, I was hooked on the show. I loved it so much. It was fantastic, and to hear a bunch of people out not from Britain, especially Americans, and Carla, where are you from? You're from New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah.
Originally Germany.
Far away.
It does warm my heart to know that such a great piece of cult British comedy is known and loved by people outside of Britain. That is great. I love that.
I cut my teeth on Blackadder though. Blackadder.
Yeah.
Season 3.
Yeah.
My mother had it. My mum had a VHS of Blackadder 3 episodes, and I just happened to watch it, and I was so fascinated at the comedy and how the whole thing is brought full circle at the end of it, and I was just like that. I just watched that season 3 over and over again because I just loved it so much.
That was the first. I think
Blackadder.
That was the first season of Blackadder I first properly watched as well. The Blackadder the third. That was
Blackadder 1 is a totally different beast and not a comedy at all. 2, 3, and 4 are the only comedies of Blackadder.
Doug, may I call you Doug? Is that
sure?
Is that too informal?
It is my name.
I mean, we've known each other for a while now. Now, did you grow? Because in Canada, I think we are obligated when we gained independence. We still made a commitment to watch
English TV and the BBC. I think we still pay money to the BBC. We partially sponsor Dalek, if you weren't aware of that.
Wait, you pay money to the BBC?
I absolutely guarantee Canada does. So, being a full-blood American, Douglas Nelson, have you seen any of the shows that we're talking about?
Yes, I've seen them all.
Because you're a pop
of course,
culture
there's
guru.
PBS in the States, and they would have all these BBC programs. And that's how I was introduced to, well, quite a few of them. But, well, it started off with All Creatures Great and Small, which was one of my all-time favorite shows. Very well done. I think it's probably one of the best shows of all time.
The original one. Was it the original one?
The original one, yes.
Okay.
And yes. But and then that
You mean the original one with the Minister of Magic?
Minister of Magic.
Minister of Magic.
Wasn't it Hardy who played the Minister of Magic in the Harry Potter series? Who the original
Harry
Siegfried?
Potter I never got into.
Robert Hardy, yeah, the original Siegfried.
Played
Siegfried. He played in the Harry Potter, did he?
Wasn't he the Minister of Magic, the first Minister of Magic in the Harry Potter?
I wouldn't know. I didn't get into.
I think Siegfried was. Let me confirm that right quick.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I think there's been at least 2 actors who portrayed the Minister for Magic in Harry Potter. Or at least the first
second one was Bill Nighy,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Robert
The first
Hardy,
one.
I believe, was the first one.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah,
All
'cause it was
Creatures Great
only-
and Small. Carry
Yeah, 'cause it was,
But eventually that
I
led to.
I don't know the guy's name, but
It's
there was
Robert Hardy.
Robert Hardy was okay. I mean, of the cast members, the one I
As
remember
I
the most
said.
is Peter Davison because he went on to be Doctor Who and all that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. That was my. In fact, that was my
Snyder
first
all along.
introduction to him was as Tristan, and when they said he was cast, and I thought, oh well, yeah, I guess makes sense because he's a mischievous guy, but of course his doctor was very different from Tristan, but what have you. And so it was all PBS. There was Monty Python. There was tons of British programs, and then the science fiction stuff was most notably Doctor Who, and then Blake Seven. There was the TV adaptation of Hitchhikers, which we came heavily into that, and then of course
Davidson was in
eventually
that
Red
one
Dwarf.
too.
Yeah. Hardy was.
Oh yeah.
Davidson.
Oh, Davidson. That's right. He was the meal.
beef.
He was the. Yeah. And I believe his wife
Come
was
full circle.
yeah. So, yeah, that's thanks to PBS. They had all these whatever the deal was with BBC programming. Mostly, that's all it was on there, and so there was plenty of those shows. And yes.
Yeah. Well, I think that calls for a happy birthday, Gil.
Happy birthday, Gil.
Happy birthday.
Turning 56. Wow.
Happy
I
birthday,
didn't think he
Todd.
was that much older than I.
Okay.
Traveled around the sun
Douglas
one
Nelson,
more
do you
time.
know Cardinal Sin's brother, Ari?
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Hi.
Can you
Pleased to
please
meet
hold
you.
that cup up against
Sure.
Ari?
Uh,
There you go.
It's-
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a 2 days in a row where it was 78 degrees Fahrenheit, followed by a day when it snowed and dropped to 20. So all these daffodils had already opened, so I cut them quick and put them in a mug to keep them,
Well,
from
that's
just
daffodils in, like,
They're actually
August.
your own. Here we have to kind of just go buy them at the store.
Yeah, well, my ex-wife liked daffodils, so we got daffodils all over the place.
And it's cold enough there that they bloom every year.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every February.
Yeah.
I think we get them in August.
What's Ray Lucard on about?
Oh.
I read the book. It's a great book. I was kind of attracted to
not
her
very
as a
young.
13-year-old boy. I was attracted to her. Red hair and long legs.
Well, there is that.
That book came under the covers with me more than once.
Oh, well,
It's a bit dodgy phraseology there.
How much have you had to drink? You might have to.
I mean, I was reading it because it was so interesting.
Are you talking about Pippi?
Yes.
Oh, she is quite a phenomenal woman. She's an amazing little girl. She's basically a man. She's can lift a horse.
Tomboy.
She lives alone. Oh yeah, true tomboy. Yeah,
tomboys are cool. I grew up with tomboys.
Oh no argument here.
I grew up a tomboy.
There you go.
Yes,
that's why
many of us
I
did.
like you so much.
I know. That's why I think God gave
Same,
me
yeah. Tiger Stripes, I knew right
God
away.
gave
That's
me
why I like you both so much. And Douglas, what's your opinion on tomboys? Are they hot or not?
Oh, quite a bit. One of the things about it is like I had a crush on a tomboy when we were kids, and but one of the things about it is there was something endearing about the fact that she didn't think she was pretty, or she didn't know she was pretty, and that kind of thing.
Those are the best kind,
right?
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh, if you only knew.
That's a common phenomenon with tomboys. They don't value that level of beauty. Like they don't associate with it, and so they think they're not
up on themselves.
She got there eventually, and then some other guy got her, so I lost.
Well, but you knew when you were children together, and that incest taboo can be very powerful. You don't even know it's happening.
Yeah.
That's my shit. That was my thesis in college. I took anthropology as my degree, and that was that was the subject of my thesis. Yeah, I read 60 books, and I think it affected me. I need counseling.
On what?
Incest.
He's a
relationship. My thesis advisor suggested
he can't commit. He's attracted to every woman he knows as a sister. It's his tragedy in life.
Every girl is someone's sister.
So anyway, happy birthday, Gil!
Happy birthday, Gil!
It's a good thing my channel's not monetized, folks. Douglas, so you can, if you want to say
it's not anymore.
Horse fucker on this channel, if you want to say Nazi racist, you can say whatever words, because I'm not monetized. I do not give a shit. YouTube, thank you for having me on here, but fuck you. So you can say whatever you want on this channel. I do not care.
What words do you want me to say? Hold on.
I do not care about them getting Kermit the Frog. Can you?
Now, if we're going to have that from Kermit, I'll have to leave. I'm just saying. I will not stand for profanity from Kermit the Frog. That's too perverse. And if it's going to start, I'll have to go.
I don't think you can say that.
How about a little Gilbert Gottfried to set the mood?
I hate that guy.
Well, Gilbert,
I hate that guy.
Was famous for telling the ugliest jokes he could think of, especially if it was a very wealthy audience with their family with them. And he would launch right into the aristocrats.
But that takes
How would you want me to tell the aristocrats joke?
Please do not tell that. I have not got over hearing that.
See, that's a Howard Stern. Cardinal Sin was able to entertain without doing that. And then you have like shock jocks like Howard Stern and not my thing.
Okay, well then I suppose I'll step up to the plate and say the following word. That's Pippity boppity horse fucker.
Oh,
that's better. Now, Ari, I know you've stepped away.
Spider-Man, if you ever want to be monetized, thank Christ that you're not ever going to be.
No, I'll never be monetized. I mean, if it happens, I'm going to have to delete all of my content if they want to monetize me. I mean, Jesus Christ.
You're welcome, Spidey, and that one goes out.
There's a lot of things that you're not supposed to do.
Well, no.
You know, there's a lot of things you're not supposed
All right.
to do.
Well, yes, I don't see any monetization anytime soon.
Well, you know what they say, man has his right to bear arms.
And that's why this is all about Gil. Has nothing to do with me. I do not give a flying fuck if you subscribe. This is all about Gil. And happy birthday, man. And there's not a day that I don't think of this man.
I drink water from this every morning when I get up. I drink water.
Aw, that's sweet.
And I see him as I wake up, Ari, and I don't want to start crying here, and I don't want to make anyone else cry, but I think of your brother every day, and I'm so happy. I'm not sad so much as I'm happy to have known the man. I'm happy to have known your brother. I'm not sad. I'm happy to have known him. You know, and I've known.
I can't do a documentary with it right now. It's too serious. But yeah,
I got to know him for quite a while. We streamed for 16 hours together once.
Oh wow!
I haven't spent 16 hours with my own family.
Remember you change your shirts all the time? You'd change your shirts all the time.
I love Cardinal Sin, and thanks so much. This has been such a success. And Douglas Nelson, it's after midnight. You came on at midnight. Thank you.
Well, it's a little after. Well, it's almost 3:00 for me. So.
Oh whoa!
You're an hour behind me. It's almost 4 for me, and I don't go to bed for a couple hours yet.
Yeah, I gotta stay up anyway because I work all night tomorrow night. So it works out.
Yeah, I'm a late shifter too. I know you're paying.
Yeah.
We had so many great people on tonight, and I'm so happy. And there was no drama. There's no drama.
That's nice, isn't it?
It is. We had a constant.
It's rare.
First time in a stream.
Isn't it though?
First time in a stream in quite some time, and that hasn't happened. Yeah, it's refreshing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Ari to come back so I can tell him that's a big Texas 10-4. But
10 fly there, bud.
I love you know what? If I have to flee Canada, which might happen, I will head to Texas or Florida just to observe the Florida man, because fuck, he's funny.
The Florida man is not just one person. It is an idea which is bulletproof.
If it was one person, he'd be dead.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Ari, thank you.
That's a big Texas.
I can hear you the whole time.
All right, then I'll have to say it again.
There was a few tears.
Yeah, no, I heard the whole thing.
But they were all from Canadian Spider-Man. So.
Yeah.
No, you big
Pinot
softy.
Noir.
Yeah,
It's Cardinal Sin's favorite wine is Pinot Noir, as he said on Midnight to Midnight #1. In the first 10 minutes, his favorite red wine.
Canadian Spider-Man having almost smashed an entire bottle of wine, sir.
Wow.
That's not true.
Whoop, there it goes.
Misinformation, Tony.
Yeah.
Have you eaten anything?
No, it's on the stove. It'll be fine.
He's intimidated. I can sense it.
Well, I'm going to have to put my boy to bed now, so
I think I ought to
having
put
me.
myself to bed.
Well, it's only 9:45 here, but I've got boys who need wrangling.
Speak for yourselves. I've been up all night.
Good to see you again, Carla. God bless.
Thank you,
Okay,
Carla.
I'll see you later, guys.
Bye, Carla. Always good to see you.
Hey, Carla.
From New
Bye,
Zealand.
Dad.
We literally have all 4 corners of the world. Dalek representing Europe. Carla representing Eurasia. I don't even think that's a real continent.
New Zealand, but yeah.
New Zealand.
Douglas Nielsen, all the way from Argentina. Thank you for joining us.
Argentina.
Don't cry for me.
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was good meeting with everybody. And nice meeting you, Ari. And
you too.
hope you all have a good night. And happy birthday again to Gil. And he did have an impact on quite a few people.
Take it easy, Doug.
All right. Good night, all.
Good
He
night.
did have.
Good night.
He did have. Yes. If it wasn't for Cardinal Sin, none of us would know each other.
That's true.
You want to know the irony about what you just did with that pump-action shotgun, sir?
Yes, please.
This is by far the most successful stream you've had, and YouTube's going to prune it.
And it won't be monetized ever. Yeah, well, fuck money. Obviously, I don't care about money, clearly. I haven't worked since before Halloween, 2 weeks before Halloween. Yeah. It's a good thing my rent is cheap.
Did you get that job with the Zamboni?
The Zamboni driver? No. Apparently, I have to recertify. Apparently, my Class 5 power engineering certification needs to be recertified. Although when you go on the website, all the government's website says this certification number is no longer valid. Does it have any information on how to revalidate it? No. I'll have to work. Yeah, I'll do it. But if I can get a job as a Zamboni driver, I am going to make a sign that says Clawboni.
Yes.
For Clobbering Times. A good friend of one of the first persons on Cardinal Sin streams for Clobbering Times. Mike, I know you're out there somewhere. If I get a job driving a Zamboni, Mike, I swear to God, I will make a sign that says Clobbering Times, Clawboni, and I will put it on the Zamboni. If
I
you
think
don't
he
know,
was doing a show earlier tonight. He might be wrapping up. No,
he
he's
was.
well past stuff. Yeah.
But
he goes to bed relatively early.
There's so much bad entertainment in the world. Clobbering Times has a giant Zamboni that he uses to clean up all the crap entertainment in the world. And it hasn't materialized in real life, but if I get a job as a Zamboni driver, I'm making a Clawboni, and I will make a video.
If I ever start getting back into making like mods and like custom cars for Twisted Metal or Carmageddon, the Clawboni is on the top of the list as one of the drivable vehicles. Mod.
Shout out to Clobbering Times. I sent him a link, but he was streaming tonight. So that's Ari. Thank you. That's something that I wanted to mention to you. There were many more friends of your brothers that very much wanted to be here tonight, but they have their own YouTube productions going on. So this tonight was just a small sample of the people that your brother influenced and who love your brother. This is just a small sample. This is by no means the totality of the Cardinal Sin synagogue, I believe.
Yeah.
Synagogue. Oh, speaking of sin-related puns, I tried to mention it in the chat many hours earlier today. Have you considered the award ceremony to be called the Cinnies? The Cine Awards.
I like the Cardinal part of it.
Someone suggested the Gillies.
That's better. That rolls.
That's
the
his
tongue
real
better.
name. I mean, Gil was. Yeah. Gillies? But a ghillie suit is sort of.
But some people may assume that as in like a ghillie suit camouflage.
I think you're coming at this backwards. You've got to decide what the award is for.
Radioactive in the chat says
impeccable character, promotion of others. Gil did more to promote others than any other person I know.
Yeah, no, he was so supportive, so kind, so open-minded about things. That's so rare. The Fringy says radioactive. It's not bad.
If I'm not mistaken, they used the radio chatter of WW2 pilots. Piolets or pilots? As a template for the chatter during the Death Star battle. I get you, Wes Cagle. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Red 5 standing by.
I know that they use stock footage for a lot of the police car chatter, CB chatter. And the reason why I know this is because when I watch Back to the Future and they're bringing that tow truck around, whenever Biff totals the car, it's the exact same cop footage that you hear from the 80s. Like it's that, I don't want to, K. Why don't you switch to 1K? I don't want to. It's that one.
I was watching, I think it was called Star
shit. What's it's a YouTube channel involved in Star Trek, very popular. Sidetrack, something like that. Did you know? And I didn't know. And I was going to ask Antiderivative Jill, but unfortunately Jill isn't here. The Borg.
She's okay.
She's tough. The laser eyepiece from the Borg from Star Trek, they emit a laser that's in Morse code. And this came from a production assistant that Jill actually did a tribute stream about. And he designed all this stuff.
The thing I like about the Borg,
lasers from the Borg emit Morse code signals for the production staff's names. So if you know Morse code, the lasers emit a Morse code signal for the initials for the names of the staff, the production staff. So that was pretty cool. That was interesting to know. Sorry, Tony, go ahead.
I liked it when the Borg was just mechanical. Like it was obviously the result of whoever created it gone wrong. Back when it was just a cybernetic race. Sentient technology, amalgamating biological life.
Did Gil have any Borg? I thought I saw a Borg. Did Gil not have an eagle moss statue of a Borg figure?
I don't recall seeing a Borg figure. I do remember there being some kind of a cybernetic bad guy kind of statuette, but I don't think it was Star Trek. I think it was something else.
Did it look like Arnold Schwarzenegger? That's a joke.
It looked a lot more like the head, as I recall, was a lot more like an animal head, like a dog or a wolf or something like that. It had the mechanical hardware and stuff like you described, but and it was humanoid in that it was bipedal and walked erect, but it was more of an animal shape, as in my recollection.
Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell.
Give me about 18 hours. I could dig through all the boxes.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's only like 3 boxes, right?
Depending on how you define 3, yeah.
Wow, we still have 23 people awake at this hour. 23 people that have insomnia. Wow. Thank you for joining. And I've been doing a shitty job in keeping up with the chat. Okay, this is in our reference to Star Wars and Star Trek being one being a naval fight and one being an aerial fight. Absolutely. And now, was Gil much of did he have any interest in history, Ari? Like World War II or?
You know, he would follow up on the history of topics that he was interested in, but he wasn't a historian in the sense that, you know, if you ask him questions about specific battles and specific, you know, campaigns of World War I or World War II, I don't think he was that kind of a history buff. But you know, he knew a lot about Roswell, and he knew a lot about historical UFO things. So I mean, he would follow the history back on certain topics that he was interested in.
And well, Roswell is history. I mean, that's literally 80 years ago, you know, or 75 years ago. Yeah. I mean, that's but I mean, I guess growing up in the 70s, that was kind of current news. I mean, I remember that. I mean, Roswell was still in the news in the 70s, really. I mean, it was in the National Enquirer. I don't know if that still exists anymore, but that was even in the 80s, they were still talking about that sort of thing. Yeah. Now, was Gil much of a technology guy? I mean, did he always have to have because I know his computer was very flash, to use a Kiwi expression, Carla. His computer was very new and updated. Was he always cutting edge of technologies did he always want to have? Does he own a lightsaber or a phaser? He does own a phaser.
Well, actually, I could show you. There's this huge standing floor lamp lightsaber thing that I brought from his studio. I don't know if any of the shots that you have shown tonight show that, but it's here. I don't know how long it'll take me to extract it, but sorry, were we still talking about history, or I kind of lost track of what we were talking about?
Sorry. Yeah. Well, both questions. Was Gil a fan of history in particular, and also was he up to date with all the latest technology?
Oh, the technologies. That's right. Well, the computer he was using to stream on, I think, was pretty hot. That's the one that I got someone to jailbreak for me, but I haven't actually taken a look at it yet. But I mean, early on, he was into Commodores and Amigas and all that kind of stuff, which was a very kind of niche kind of group, and so he had all that kind of stuff, and he could take those apart and put them back together and do all that kind of stuff. But as to whether he was currently up on all of the computer tech that's going on now, he was more so than me, and I think more so than the average guy, but I don't know if he was. I don't think you could have just walked into I don't think you could have just walked into a computer place and just started repairing computers,
Okay. All right. Yeah, I got the impression he was maybe more of a computer guru than perhaps he was.
Yeah, I mean, more so than the average folk, for sure.
He was talking about 4K and 5K long before I even knew what the heck he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I thought I had an image here of his. There was a stream, and it was. I don't know if it was the very first Midnight to Midnight, but he had just he hadn't received his new computer yet, but he had photos of his computer being built, and it was very fancy, and it had lighting on several of the internal components.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a photo of it here. I thought I did. But his computer lit up from inside the disk drive, and both RAMs had different lighting components, which was pretty cool. So that's the only reason I thought he was very up to date on.
Yeah, well, he was. Like I said, I mean, I haven't counted all the computers that I pulled out of his house, but counting what two great big giant gray things, which may be servers, and the hot flashy computer that he was running his streams on, and all the laptops that I found, and monitors and keyboards and whatnot. Yeah, he probably had enough to. He probably had enough to, get a good little Russian bot farm going.
Yeah, he was mining crypto, wasn't he?
I don't know if he was or not. We talked about crypto once, and I really didn't get into it.
He wasn't playing guitar, perhaps. Yep, and your brother was a punk rocker.
Oh,
absolutely. But he also was. He was knowledgeable about heavy metal as well, because I know he had conversations with Darius Munchausen, who's a connoisseur of the heavy metal as well. Yep, man, I wish I had a quarter of the guitar ability that your brother had. Did he ever play music at family gatherings or around a campfire? I mean, we have campfires here, neighborhood bonfires, and if someone shows up with a guitar,
we're thrilled.
As far as I know, his guitar playing was a very recent thing.
Oh, because he sounded pretty friggin' good.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah. I mean, he'd been in bands for a long time, so he may have fiddled around on the guitar, but as far as I knew, he never owned a guitar until recently, and he had been taking guitar lessons recently. So I think that was all within the last couple of years. Did I find, I don't think I pulled a guitar out of his house. So I think that means, yeah, I didn't find a guitar or an amp. His drum set was still there, but I didn't
Have
find
a
a
good
guitar.
night, Radioactive. Sweet dreams, dude.
Yes, I'm doing a horrible job of. Good night, Radioactive.
Good night, Radioactive.
We'll go up from
That's
back.
my
Thank you,
chance
Tony.
Tony, you're chance to say goodnight too. Thanks for having me on. It's really been wonderful. I loved all those photos. It's nice talking to everyone here. I'll see y'all soon.
Thanks for coming, Tiger Stripes. It was great talking to you.
Thank you. Loved your brother, man. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Yeah, I'm pretty much dust myself. I just got to get the cat drug in one more time, and then I'm done.
7 hours is pretty long haul, sir. You're about to reach that.
I wouldn't admit to drugging cats on air, Ari, but it's whatever you choose to do. No, I'm kidding. I did hear you. It is.
Maybe I'll summon
We
one
are
of my
approaching
hive.
7 hours.
Yeah.
We are approaching 7 hours. You know what? Do we have time to? You know what? Can we sing "Happy Birthday" and then we'll close the stream?
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
How about that?
Sounds good.
Alec, are you up for that? We'll sing "Happy Birthday" to Gil, and then I'll just end the stream, folks. I think everything that needed to be said about your brother was said tonight.
Well, a lot of good stuff was said. That doesn't mean that we can't say more good stuff on another time.
I'm happy to read
At least once a year.
Yeah.
5 times a year. And don't get me wrong. We celebrated with Gil while he was alive. We're not just doing this once he's gone. We did this while he was alive.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we did.
Yeah.
I'm glad we did. And Ari, you were in the chat everywhere. So
I came every time I could. I really liked Into the Fringe. The Masters of the Genre stuff was good. I did my best to make all of the I Am Not a Number series. I was actually on the panel one time when we watched Ice Station Zebra.
Yes.
With the co-host from the UK for the Prisoner series. And so yeah, I did my best to stay up on everything he was doing on the stream.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you want to take over the channel?
Do I want to take over the channel? You know, I've been thinking about that, and I just don't know how to communicate with YouTube and what the options are. But generally speaking, yes, I would like to take over the channel, even if it means I wouldn't do anything except occasionally check in and see how the subs are doing and whatnot. I don't know about adding material or revamping old material and reposting it.
There's so many people that would help you.
Yeah.
You have a plethora, a vast knowledge of people. Doomcock would be the first in line.
Yeah, but I definitely want to keep the channel up and running.
Great.
And even if
he
it's
has more subscribers this month than 5 months ago.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. So yeah, because that's part of keeping his legacy alive, and I definitely want to do that. So
I think of him every day as soon as I wake up and take water.
Yeah.
Well, is that appropriate to just sing happy birthday and end the stream?
Works for me. The stream's going to end for me pretty soon either way. If you guys want to keep going, more power to you. But
Dalek, Peter Graves, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Are you done or?
No, we sing whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Okay, Ari. I'm so happy to have known your brother.
Yeah, no, I think 5 months out, I think we're all kind of getting there. That to be happy for the time we had.
Yeah.
Having gotten over, or mostly gotten over, the sense of loss.
No. Learning to cope with it.
Yeah. There you go. That's a better way to say it.
Yeah. And Ari, honestly, I wish it was a simple matter of you just phoning me up and I'd drive around the corner and help you deal with the physical aspect of Gil's passing. I know it was a great deal of things to do. So I'm happy that you had time to even consider this, and I'm happy that you had the mental fortitude to be able to do this. That's no small thing.
Well, it's let me just say thank you for your well wishes, because it's a can of worms I don't want to open up and start talking about the depth of it. So
nope. Yeah, thank you, Ari. And hey, if you want to, if you want to join us on any further live streams, the door's open, my friend.
That sounds great. I really appreciate you helping to get this birthday stream to become a reality, because for me, it was kind of like, well, I'd like to do this, not quite sure how to do this. So it was a big help.
That's kind of ironic that it was your brother that showed me how to do this.
Yeah, there you go, huh? How about that for a circle?
Yeah, that's how's that for completion? Yeah. Your brother is the one that showed me how to do this, man. All right. Good night, Ari.
All right. Are we singing?
Yeah, we're singing. Let's sing happy birthday to Cardinal Sin. Now, do you? Yeah. I don't know, Dalek or Tony, if you want to join in. But on a count of 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy
birthday,
Cardinal Sin.
Happy birthday to you. Well, we ended all together. That was good.
Yard, man. What the duck of death, man.
Yeah.
I love you, Gil. I know you're hearing this, man. We love you, Gil. Man, he could play drums.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Wes Cagle.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to sleep for a while, so I think we're going to stay on for a bit, Ari.
Okay. All right. I'm checking out.
Good night.
Hasta la pastula.
Have a good night, bro.
Thank you for teaching Gil everything he knew.
Are you wanting to put this in a sudden death overtime, or are you wanting to end it?
No, I'm not going to be able to sleep anytime soon. Dalek, are you sleepy? No, it's the morning time for you, is it not? Or you just had coffee? You don't drink
Look,
Spider-Man.
Look, I've been awake all night. I need what I want to do right now. I want to go get myself something to eat, some breakfast, usually some cereal, and then I'm gonna go and take a long nap because I need it. I'm
right,
tired.
my friend. You know what? We wouldn't have known each other if it wasn't for Cardinal Sin, and we've spent many of hours being silly together. I'm glad that we were able to meet through Gil. Dalek.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
And would you say hello to Moises for me?
Oh yeah, Moises. Yeah, I don't think he doesn't really hang around live streams anymore, but except maybe mine.
I was wondering. Yeah, I thought so. Well, hopefully, I've seen the news. I know it's happening in the UK, and my prayers are with you, man. And if you need ammunition, let me know. We will send you ammunition.
I'm sorry. You've lost me.
It's UK politics. It's okay. You have a lot of immigration and a lot of issues. That's all.
Oh boy! I am at least aware of that, but I try not.
Hopefully, no one is injured that you know. Hopefully, crime goes down.
I try not to watch the news because it just depresses me. So
good advice.
But I get it. I keep hearing from everywhere things are bad here. I get it. It's
well, at least you still have
I hate thinking about it.
At least hopefully the spring comes early. I don't know about you, but it's already getting warm here. I think winter's over. I think the spring is here, buddy. Thanks for being here, Dalek. I'm glad you responded.
Yeah,
Canadian Spider-Man on a scale from 1 to I'm passing out on Skid Row. How inebriated are you?
5.
Very emotional. That's why I had to ask from somebody who's also an alcoholic. I have to check on you.
Oh, hey, we have a lot of fellow alcoholics here, my friend. Don't worry about that.
Oh yeah.
Dalek, you're in the wee hours. You've been up all night, so I appreciate you being here. And you're always online when we're around. So I'm glad that you're a night owl.
I definitely am but that's actually a bit of it's both a blessing and a curse, really, because I keep staying up I stay awake all night, but I sleep most of the day. I need to reverse that, really.
That's kind of hard. Yeah, good luck with it, I suppose. But if you're committed to it, yeah. Wow, we have.
But anyway, look, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted right now. I need to.
And thank you for Cardinal Sin's brother, Ari. Thank you for being here. Dalek, yeah. Is there anything that you'd like to promote, or anything upcoming that you want to say before you leave us? Or if not, just say happy birthday to Gil, and that's fine too.
I think, well, all I can really say is I'll probably I really do need to go. I'll probably have some more. Hopefully, have some more live streams soon. Most likely, gaming streams, because I've got I've got more stuff I want to do with this new streaming software that I've got. I just recently got into this Streamlabs thing, so I've got more. I want to test it out some more. So I'll be doing some more streams. You making use of that, and so I'll be doing some gaming, and I'll probably hopefully do. I'm planning to do a chat. Do some more. Hopefully, do a nice chat stream, something like this, but I'm gonna use something new. I'm not gonna use maybe. I've got a replacement for StreamYard. I might not use StreamYard anymore.
Okay.
I'll need. Yeah, because we all agree StreamYard's not far from great, and costs.
It's got issues. Yeah, it's got issues.
I might have found some. Well, just that I might have found something else that might work, because something that might be better, because Streamlabs has this thing called Streamlabs. It's called Streamlabs Talk Studio, which is very similar to StreamYard and how it works, but I think it can actually do things, but do certain things better than StreamYard.
Okay. Well, yeah. Good luck with it. It sounds like.
So I'm gonna. So I need to do a proper test with that. If I'm satisfied with it, I might start using. I might start using that instead of StreamYard from now on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I'll see how it goes. I've already tried it out a little bit, and some. For one thing, get this. This Talk Studio thing. StreamYard can only have a maximum of 10 people on screen at once.
Yeah, that's.
Can have 50. This Talk Studio thing can have a max of 15.
Oh, see, that would have been perfect for tonight. Absolutely, because we had to rotate people in through.
Yeah, that would have been.
That would have been perfect.
That would have been a lot better. You could have had more people in, and you could have. You wouldn't have to swap people out so often.
That's right. Although we had people that were so generous here, that wasn't an issue. But that would be better if you could have that many. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah. I'll be watching to see how that goes.
Streamlabs is this whole thing. They offer all sorts of services, but at first when I first looking into it, the only thing I was interested in was an alternative to. Both alternative to StreamYard and an alternative to OBS, because the main thing I wanted was something for streaming games, not for doing streams like this. So, but then I discovered that this Talk Studio came along, but they had this Talk Studio thing as well, and I thought, oh, this is okay. I saw Brandon the anime guy use this once. Maybe I should try it.
I didn't know Brandon the anime guy until just recently, and I come to find out he's been a longtime friend of Cardinal Sin. So yeah, it was good to have him here, and he was in the chat earlier today. So good to see him.
Was he?
Yeah, and Wes Cagle. Yeah, thank you. Excellent. And Wes Cagle with a piece of cake and a birthday present and a balloon and several fireworks. So thanks for being here.
And Dalek, I'm happy that you were able to join. I know that with the time difference, it's hard. And are you familiar with a friend of ours by the name of William Shakespeare?
No, I don't think I've met you before.
He's an Englishman, I think, by the name.
Dalek, you remember me. We were on a Cardinal Sin stream together in August.
Oh, were we?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Apologies.
That's all right. It was very early for me. I don't know what time it was for you, but it was about 4:00 in the morning for me.
Oh dear.
4:00 in the morning. What? You're in Britain as well.
No, I'm on the west coast of United States.
Ah, okay.
I guess that's going to put you. I'm not sure where that's going to put you. About midday, noon. I'm not sure really.
That would be about noon. Yeah.
That's a huge time difference from there to here.
Thank you for joining us, William Shakespeare, and everyone else here has mentioned how they came to know. Jesus, English not working now. Everyone here had a chance to say how they came to know Gil Bavel, Cardinal Sin. How did you? I think I know, but how did you come to know Cardinal Sin? And what's your relationship with him?
I think the first time I actually spoke to him was probably in the chat of Doomcock. I would say that would be in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I found him very friendly. I didn't know who he was at the time, but he was very friendly. And I noted that as I would come in, and back then I was coming in as Max Headroom GPT all the time. William Shakespeare wasn't born yet.
That was you?
He didn't. Right. He didn't. William Shakespeare didn't arrive through the time tunnel until about. I can actually place it. It was the week that Indiana Jones 5, the movie that came out. It was about 2 days before that movie came out was when Shakespeare came through the time portal. Before then, it was all Max Headroom GPT.
Okay.
Who's still around? He still lurks around and.
As I was describing earlier, I've been watching a lot of footage from Cardinal Sin's streams throughout the years, and Max Headroom Chat GPT. You were there. You were there. You've been there for a while.
Yeah. It's been a little bit confusing. It's a bit of a story, so I won't get into that right now. But
no.
But I really got to know it. Really, Max Headroom didn't really get to know Cardinal Sin so much. I'm not sure if they really spoke too much, but William Shakespeare did. I did, I should say. And
we're damn glad you did.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it was. The irony is that he had
Opus. Holy
What's that?
fuck, Opus. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Opus is here. Opus is one of the very first people that I came to know. Jesus Christ, my English isn't working. You had just mentioned William Shakespeare that you were around the Doomcock chat early on. I know that's where I met Dalek. That's where I met Cardinal Sin. Dalek, you had mentioned that earlier. Tony, you had mentioned that earlier. Well, Opus is one of the very first people I recognized from the Doomcock chat. He's one of the people, or she, I'm not sure the gender, and I don't fucking care, but you've been around for a long time. Thank you for being here, Opus. Thank you. And Opus said, Tony Stark, would you mind, if you're there, would you mind reading Opus in whichever voice you think is appropriate for a person named Opus?
You want the impersonation? Why not Zoidberg, maybe? Hey, happy birthday! Beyond the Great Barrier. 4 a.m. here, fellas. Just wanted to pop in and give you my regards.
That's awesome. Hey, Opus, man, that's awesome. Yeah, you're damn right. You've been on. I recognize you. I recognize you from the Doomcock chats from long ago, man.
I think I've seen Opus as well.
Yeah. Hey, Tony, thanks for that, man. Thanks
what
for that.
the
The Zoidberg. Yeah. You know what, folks? If you're gonna do a stream in commemoration for someone, it's in your advantage to invite someone that's more talented than yourself. I give you.
I wouldn't know about talented.
Tony Stark.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And if you want to have an expert on Star Trek, you would be wise to invite either Clobbering Times or Antiderivative Jill. If you want to know about Doctor Who, and many people do, well, obviously, Dalek. Dalek.
Yeah.
Was it on? Did you give the origin of your name? I think you told us why the 451 on a Cardinal Sin stream.
I did.
I think I was there for that. I was there for that.
I
Why
definitely
the
did. Yes.
Why the 451?
Well, it's everyone.
Your fans
Everyone
wanna
seemed
know.
to. Well, the thing, everyone seemed to think that it was in reference to that book Fahrenheit 451, but the truth is it's not. It's not that at all. Because originally it wasn't even supposed to be 451. It was supposed to just be Dalek 45. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure why I always wanted that, because for the longest time I don't know why. I have no idea why I chose the number 45, but the thing is, when I was logging into YouTube, my account for YouTube for the first time, which was years and years ago. And I typed in my username as Dalek 45, and it said it was taken. So I decided to go. So I decided to get around that. I'll just add the 1, and ever since, and now it's stuck. That's just who I am now.
I don't know you by any other name.
Well, I do have another username that I use. Not as much as Dalek 451. I use that for most stuff online, but
you have a separate account. Your OnlyFans.
What?
I'm sorry.
You had to, didn't you?
I did. It's only because you're my friend, buddy.
Okay, all right. But anyway, yeah. Basically, and most of the usernames I have, it's either Dalek 451 or a variation of Dalek 45. But I do go by in some places I do go by a completely different name. But it's not, which is not really Doctor Who related at all.
Like when you travel to Spain on vacation, like many Englishmen do, for nefarious purposes. Hey, Spain is like a 2-hour flight for you guys. It's like me going to Calgary.
Yeah, you're right.
You're so lucky. Do you know how lucky you are to live in the center of the world? You live in London or thereabouts.
I don't live in London.
Well, are you within 100 kilometers of London?
I would probably.
You're in London. Geographically on the world, you're much closer to London than any of the rest of us. You're so lucky.
Of course I am. I live in England, yeah. I am.
You can fly to India in like 7 hours, probably.
Yeah. Look, I live in. I've told you this, I don't know how many times I've said this. I live in the northwest of England. So England, so London is probably like,
good night, Opus.
Like 100 miles, 200 miles, something like that from where I am.
Yeah, you got to go through the Black Forest, right? And Sherwood Forest, I would imagine.
I'd say something like that. Yeah, I think they're definitely between where I am and London. Yeah, but I think
London was my favorite city in the world for a while. So was New York, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
New York, London. I mean, you guys are in the center of everything. I'm jealous. I'm in Canada. I mean, William Shakespeare, West Coast of United States. I mean, you've got airplanes going everywhere. You guys are lucky. You're lucky. We're not so much connected, Canada.
Yeah. Well, to be frank, I've done enough flying for a lifetime. After all the 3 times I've been to Australia.
Wow, my little brother's in Australia. I'll show you a picture of him. You might have seen him. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. When were you there,
Alec? The last time I was there was actually in 2019.
Okay, I was there in 2016. Were you there?
And we went, and we were there for 2 main reasons. One, it was for a family, it was for a family holiday, as you do. And the second reason was because I actually have relatives who live in Australia. I have an aunt, uncle, and cousin who live in Australia, and who moved there from England many years ago, and 2019, and we were there in 2019 because that was.
Wait a minute. What do you mean moved? They moved there?
Yeah, they moved to Australia. Years and years ago. It was like 2000 they moved there.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been there for years and years.
I thought it was really hard to move to. It's really hard for us to move to Australia. But you're the motherland. It's different. No, I'm not joking. Yeah, really. Yeah, good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Australia, the climate is fantastic, obviously.
Anyways, I was saying the other main reason we were there is because we were there for my cousin's wedding.
Are they still married?
Yeah, they're still married. They definitely love each other. I haven't really met her. I haven't seen much of her husband because I've only met him like once or twice at the wedding, and when she and him came here to visit us.
I lived in Australia, Dalek. In 2001, I lived the entire year there. Actually, when 9/11 hit in New York City in America, I was actually out getting my scuba diving license on the Great Barrier Reef. And in 2001, the cell phone connection wasn't there. We didn't know about 9/11 until 3 days later. Yeah, it was crazy. But love Australians. My brother is married to an Australian. He's been living in Western Australia for 20 years. I can't say enough good things about Australia. Absolutely. So are you a traveler at heart, or will you only leave England if you're forced to? I mean, so to speak.
Well, there's definitely places in the world I would like to go to for sure. Like, I mean, I would love to visit. One of my dream places to visit is Japan. I'd love to visit Japan.
I lived there for a year and a half, my friend.
Oh,
Yep.
big in Japan.
The culture, the food. You know what, Dalek? I online in front of everyone here, I will make this commitment. If you live in Japan, I will come and visit you within the first month you move there. I will. And I will teach you whatever shitty Japanese that I know, and I will live stream. If you move to Japan, my friend, I will be there within the first month, unless you block me. That's a private joke, folks. That's a private joke. That's between Dalek and I.
Of a Canadian Spider-Man
all right.
and a dollar.
No, Japan's fascinating. Absolutely love Japan. The food, the culture, the history, the people there. They don't speak as much English as you'd think. But I had one businessman, and I asked him in bad Japanese directions to this place, and he spoke no English. And I know he was on his lunch break, and this is common. I heard this story many times. He took me, stopped whatever he was doing because he didn't understand, but he understood where I wanted to go because I spoke enough that he knew where I wanted to go. He couldn't answer me, but he took me to the place I wanted to go, which was well out of his way. That's the Japanese people. Dalek, you would be a legend there. With your knowledge, with your demeanor, man, I kind of think you were meant to be born Japanese. No offense to England, but I kind of think Dalek, Japanese is your culture, man. I think you'd like it. I think you'd like it. And
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Everything is our height, man. All the shelves, you don't have to reach high. Because I know you're not a tall dude. We've had this conversation. Like, all the kitchen is our height, dude. I love Japan. The escalators, everything's our height. There was one time I was the tallest dude on the train.
If you will, gentlemen, I offer you,
yes, Tony,
tribute in the form
of
a child.
Oh my goodness! Kitty! Thank you, Big. We have a kitty. We have a kitty in the frame.
Aww.
And what is this child's name?
This is Smokey.
This is my
baby
child.
Oh. He's very tiny.
Yeah, he gets no affection at all. We can tell.
He was the runt of the most recent litter in the hive. So he's not going to get much bigger. That's how tiny he is. And that's where he likes to sit. Right there.
Thank you for sharing that, Tony.
The fur on that little fella, he looks like velvet.
All right, folks. On this stream, celebrating our friend Cardinal Sin tonight, we've had many tears, but we've also had kitty time. That puts smiles on us.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
He now sits as he is sated.
I was just going to say, William, please feel free to speak up at any time. Oh, good impression, William.
What impression of what?
You just did the perfect cat.
No, that was my children singing.
Yeah, not me.
Can you say, William, I know Cardinal Sin was musical. Are you musical at all? I am not.
I started playing piano at about the age of 9 or 10. And I was in singing groups till about the age of 23. I've started about 3 bands. I've told nobody any of this. None of you guys. I think the first time any of you have heard any of this.
I've already forgotten.
There's no, it's okay. There's some video that I've got of one of my bands that thought about splicing up into the single musical number, the single song numbers, and posting it, but I just haven't done that because I understand how if you're going to start a channel, you don't want to.
Child.
What's that, Tony?
Let me just try and provide context to what the child is currently doing. Ow. Ow, honey. No, he's just clinging in. And it looks like we have a fat one that wants attention.
I think it's pronounced Klingon.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, get your fat one.
That's a good William Shakespeare Spielberg. We had this question earlier before you joined. Star Wars or Star Trek?
Well,
honey,
it depends
if you're
on.
Gonna sing, I'm gonna have to mute the mic. If that's all you're gonna do is sing, do you want to be on the camera or not?
Don't worry
You're
about that.
selfish. You're a selfish triangle. You're mean. Well, you are.
Go ahead, William.
I would have to say I started with Star Trek just because I was, Star Trek was on when I was by the time I was 5 and I could understand such a thing. Star Trek was already in syndication, and that was just before Star Wars. So that certainly got me kicked off, and my mother was a Star Trek fan, so she let me watch it, which was I was very fortunate really in that respect because we were pretty poor growing up. But when Star Wars hit, I was about 9 years old, and I was 9 years old when Star Wars came out, and I will have to say it changed my life. So I mean, I saw I went into the theater, and the world looked like X. And
You're older than me?
When I came out of the theater, the world was.
No way.
I don't know, maybe a little bit. I'm not sure how old you are. I'm in my mid-50s, so.
Yeah, I'm 52.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely a little bit older than you, Spidey.
Wow. Oh, you sound so young.
That's all right.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I keep my voice in shape. I sing a lot, which is also something I'm breaking. That's breaking news right now.
Okay. Wow.
I've decided not to share it with the community just yet, but I've got some ideas.
Holy shit! I paid you for 30, man.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Oh, I love that. I love to hear that. I mean, that's.
You don't smoke cigarettes, do you?
That's great to hear. I'm really glad to hear that. So yeah, I would say Star Wars hit me like a shit ton of bricks. When I saw that the world was different, when I came out of the theater, the world was quite different. I mean, It really fucking changed in 2 hours right there. So I would have to.
How big were the movie lines? Do you remember those?
I very much remember. I remember watching 2 sets of theater goers going to watch the whole fucking film while I waited in line. So
what?
Oh, hell yeah. I waited at least 6 hours in line more than once.
Was it worth it?
Oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding? Back in 77, this was better than every Disneyland ride combined.
Hey, look who's here. Speaking of which.
Holy shit, look at this. It's George.
Oh, we got
I knew you were there somewhere, buddy.
You never knew. It might be him. You never know.
George Lucas.
Please continue, William, before we switch over to Tony.
I would have to say the impact of Star Wars on a 9-year-old boy who was already a sci-fi fan because of Star Trek. And I remember sitting there at the opening scene and my jaw just hitting the floor when we see the Corvette being chased by the Star Destroyer, and that Star Destroyer kept going and going and going. It was the biggest fucking thing we'd ever seen.
Holy shit!
The world had never seen anything that fucking big at all. It was unbelievable, and yet it looks so real. And then when they open up to the inside of the Corvette and these droids are walking around, and we're like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Right?
It's so unbelievable. A pin could drop other than the noise it was making. And then when Darth Vader comes in the room, nobody knew who the fuck he was, but everybody starts hissing at him. We knew who he was. He was the bad guy, and he was really bad. And as that movie progressed, and this is why I said earlier in the chat that for any young person who's never seen any of this, if you don't start there with that film, then you will not get the impact of the lore, the way it was built up and constructed from the point of view of how it was presented to the world. You won't get the mysticism of the Jedi properly if you don't watch the movie in this order. You won't understand the value of lightsabers and training if you don't see it in this order. If you start with episode 1, you'll just see Ewan McGregor and Liam Neeson whipping around like masters with lightsabers and think, yeah, whatever, it's we see this all the time. It's no big deal, right? There was a massive mysticism that the original trilogy gave us in their order, and it made the whole lore blossom and the whole storyline blossom. And I know that's so beautiful. I love it. I love your lightsaber. I watched your whole video on that like several times already. Do you have sound there? Can we hear your sound, Spidey? We can't hear it. You got sound there? There you go. There you go. Yeah. That thing is so awesome.
That's from George Lucas.
That video you do at night.
I'm not gonna lie, I touch it at night.
That video you do at night is really nice, man. Really awesome.
Thank you. I love Star Wars.
Yeah, me too. I mean, well, especially for those of us who grew up with it in a time when it was so far above and beyond anything else that we could see on TV. And Star Trek, the films of Star Trek were a very close second, of course, and they were done by ILM. You go look at the credits of even the motion picture was done by ILM. So it's the same, but you got that, and you have Superman and Superman 2, and other than that, everything else was crap. So we had, we had Star Wars 1, 2, and 3 up through 83. We had Star Wars 1, 2, and 3. We had Blade Runner. We had a couple of Superman movies, and we had about maybe 3 of the Star Trek movies that came out. That's it.
Logan's Run.
Yeah, Logan's Run. What's that? 71.
Which I've still not seen.
Very much worth seeing. Definitely.
I want to.
Definitely important and critical, and definitely a different grade of production value. I mean, there's where you can still tell the models are models. They look like models, and it's, nobody's fooling anybody. But still,
you mean models that don't weigh 250 pounds?
Yeah, right. I mean, you look at the scenery in the opening scene of Logan's Run, and the city and the little I don't know what would we call these the shuttle tubes where the little,
let's call them 15-minute CDs.
15-minute CDs. 15-minute. What was that?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
There's like I recall an opening scene of the city, and it's a miniature city, and it's literally a physical model miniature city, and there's some little shuttle tube with people in a little shuttle, like an 8-seater person shuttle, and it's running through this tube, and it looks really cool, but you can tell it's a model. Whereas by the time when we got Star Wars, we're looking at this whole thing going, this really did happen, and you could really suspend your disbelief immedately
because they immersed you.
It was so immersive.
You're immersed.
You knew that this did happen in a galaxy far, far away. Especially when we were kids at that age. This fucking happened. Yep. You really believed it. You wanted to believe it, and you weren't willing to not believe it. Right. So, and then Star Wars too. I mean, Star Trek as well.
And it was the most exciting thing.
Yeah.
Going on. There was nothing more exciting. People, for those of you that were alive in the late 1970s and the early 80s, and even those of you that weren't, you can imagine the excitement. We were waited on bated breath for, Return of the Jedi, the lineups.
Yeah.
People that took tents
Yeah.
In my hometown of Fredericton, New Brunswick, on the east coast of Canada, with buttfuck nowhere, people took tents to the movie theater line for Return of the Jedi.
That whole thing started with The Empire Strikes Back.
Yes.
The first person in line, as reported by the news in Los Angeles, was there 1 week in advance in line, and people thought, "Holy shit, this is a thing now."
For Empire?
As soon as it hit the news, we're like, "Fuck!" And then guess what? Somebody lined up behind him. And then
it takes 2 idiots.
Yeah,
you don't need 1. You need 2. You need 2 idiots, and as soon as they line up,
the line grew. I think by the
line
time
grew.
I think by the time Return of the Jedi hit, the first person lined up about a month in advance. Was approximately what I recall, about a month in advance.
That's not well, because and back in those days, being called a nerd was an actual offense.
Yeah, right. It didn't have a good connotation. Right?
No, now that's cool. If you tell people that you went to a movie theater a month in advance to see Star Wars, that's cool.
Yeah, right.
If you say that back then, you will have 0 dates. You will have 0 phone calls. You will have 0 friends. Like, people don't understand.
And
they don't understand.
The local locker, dumpster, or trash can will become your summer home.
Like, the nerd was a bad thing.
Also, you got to realize that when this is one problem I really have with Rian Johnson. I think he is. I know he is considered a great film director for some things and for some type of genres, but when he does his interview with Mark Hamill right there, where he talks about, well, when The Empire Strikes Back, it was really controversial. A lot of people didn't like it. I'm like, who the fuck are you, and what in the fuck are you talking about? Because The Empire Strikes Back was heralded as one of the best sci-fi films and stories ever presented to the human population at the time. And all we could do for 3 fucking years was talk about it until the Return of the Jedi came out. It's all we could do is talk about it.
Didn't we send a copy of Empire into space?
Oh, I don't know. Did they?
I think so. I wouldn't be surprised.
Fellas, I love y'all, but I need to sleep. I'm going to try and get off work early tomorrow to catch DC, but no promises.
Good night, Tony.
And I got to save my voice up. I mean, thankfully I only had to sing 4 times on here, so my voice is right and proper for the after party after DC tomorrow night.
Thanks, Tony.
Obviously, I'm not going to plug. Because, it's not that kind of stream. But I just wanted to let you know. I appreciate you, brother. And
well, anyone that wants to find Stark of Iron on YouTube, they know where to find you.
Yeah. No need to plug. This is his show, not ours.
Yeah. Well, you've got.
I was just mentioning that my voice needs to be in form, and I need to sleep. Or else it'll just be another Alistor hosted stream because it doesn't affect my voice at all. Well, I've already done one.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, no.
It was fun. It was fun. Gil, I think, would love what I'm doing with the Radio Demon. I think he would absolutely love it.
Yep, because it's just old school enough, kind of quirky. Yep. He Gil was one of the most supportive people I've ever known.
Oh yeah.
Good night, Tony.
Yeah.
Have a good night, brother. You guys enjoy the rest of your stream.
You've got an open door, you know that.
Always.
Good night,
one of these days, I'm gonna have to teach you how to drink.
Ooh. Oh dear. Well, yeah, we'll talk about.
We won't do that on the air, but it will happen at some point.
Yeah. Good night, Tony.
All right, you guys have a good night.
I'm 150 pounds. I think I'm at a disadvantage.
Me
Good
too.
night, guys.
Good night. Yeah. I'm not a big man. 150 is what you get, folks.
Yeah, and you're outweighing me, Spidey.
Well, I'm heavier than I should be, William. It's because I was blessed and no, I'm not religious, so I shouldn't say blessed. I was fortunate enough to spend Christmas with my parents. They are getting on in years. Just a month ago. I spent the entire month of December with them, and they're still healthy enough that, I mean, my dad can. If we play hockey, I cannot get the puck away from him.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Yeah, he's 75 years old.
Oh, that's really, really nice. That really
75 years old.
That's a blessing. That's how you look at it. Yeah.
And he just he stick handles. He's born in New Brunswick. He grew up. He was born with skates. You know.
So you know how you. So you're a good skater yourself, then.
Yeah, absolutely. Born in New Brunswick.
Hockey player playing. So you're talking about hockey on ice.
Well,
right.
That is hockey. There's no other hockey.
I'm sorry. I mean, I don't play hockey, so I watch hockey, but I've kind of assumed that, you know, in Southern California they've got rollerblade hockey, whatever. Yeah. Obviously, that's probably not considered real hockey.
No, but that's challenging. That's challenging, and you can. I've had road rash. I don't skateboard, but I have friends that do, and some of their road rashes, like, they carry that for their life. Like, they're not going to recover from that.
That's some nasty scarring. Yeah. But so you grew up playing hockey on frozen lakes and such?
Yeah. Well, Fredericton, New Brunswick, it's pretty cold in the winter, and they don't have mountains like British Columbia where I live now. So there's indoor rinks. So there's hockey indoors all the time. Yep.
Oh, man, I've always wondered, do people get into fights and bust their teeth out? I mean, we always think we have this typical
lightsaber.
Oh, we have this typical.
It was a lightsaber powering off.
Oh, okay, yeah. What is that? It just seems like a kind of a. You're missing half their teeth or whatever.
Yeah, no. I got out of hockey when everyone was a foot taller than I decided to stop playing hockey. And so I didn't, and that's before the fighting levels. But in the advanced levels in Canada and hockey, yeah, there's fighting. And they can never take fighting out of hockey. They can, it is, and Don Cherry, who's a legend, used to speak of this. If you take fighting out of hockey, the goalies are going to end up being hospitalized. Because right now, if you touch our goalie, we're going to send our biggest guy. As soon as that puck drops, our biggest guy, you touched our goalie, he's got to come over and make you swallow your teeth. You do not touch a goalie. You do not touch a goalie.
Whoa.
That's what's going to happen. That's why we need enforcers. And that's why fighting is an integral part of hockey. That is why hockey is different than basketball. You can't run out of bounds in hockey. Try running out of bounds. Don't tackle me. I'm out of bounds. No, you're walled in, motherfucker. I'm going to tackle you, and I'm going to pin you against those boards. I mean, not me. I'm 150 pounds, but others. My big friend here. Yeah, so you don't fuck with the goalies. Wayne Gretzky is a godfather of hockey.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to fight too much. He could put up his dukes. But he was so important to their team. If you even breathe sideways on Wayne Gretzky, you were going to be wearing Depends for the next 3 weeks. You know, that's just what happened. So that's why you need enforcers. You don't touch the goalies. You don't touch the star performers.
I always laughed at the joke. Hey, we went to go see a fight and a hockey game broke out.
True. Absolutely true. Yep. I love hockey. I can see my skates where I'm standing right now.
I've seen
Spidey.
Yes, Dalek.
I think I'd love to stay, but I think I'm definitely gonna go now. So
yeah, it's because we're talking about hockey, isn't it?
No, it's
not. Yes, come on. Yeah, it is, Dalek. Okay. No, it's yeah, you've been up all night. You're a night owl. Thank you.
Yeah,
You know what?
It's 10. It's not. It's 10 a.m. here. I want to go get some. I want to get something to eat, and then I really need some sleep. So.
Yep. Well, you're gonna think of Cardinal Sin at some point today, I'm sure. And when you do, think of us, my brother.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try and think about him for once I wake up later on. Whenever I wake up later on, so yeah. So one last time for me. Cardinal Sin. What was his name? Gil Bavel. Was it Bavel?
Bavel.
Bavel, right?
Yep.
Well,
I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
I think that's right. That sounds right, Spidey.
Well, he beat it into my head enough times.
Yeah, right.
Well, Dalek, you know what? You made this an international event, so thanks for being here.
No problem. And
you're always welcome on my channel, and you know what? I see your test streams. I see you floating. I saw you float those test streams. I'll pop in. I did, man. I did. Yep. I'll pop in when I see you next.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go now. So again, thanks for having me on. This has been quite a thing to take part in, and
we're here for one man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dalek.
No problem. And I'll just say one last time, happy birthday, Cardinal Sin, and I'll see you all later. So bye for now.
Happy birthday, Cardinal Sin. 56. Thanks for being here, Dalek. Is the channel on? Oh, yes.
Staff.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is. That's cool. That back is really nice.
You know, these showed up in the mail by surprise. He sent me two.
He just sent them.
Well, he knew I was going to spill beer on one of them. So he sent me two.
You two. There you go. One to wear and one to frame.
You know what, Gil was one of the most organized people that in the YouTube community, and not that I really know what the fuck I'm talking about, but Gil was organized and a professional, and he was his own worst critic, man. And he actually said that. I watched him say that online today on one of his streams. Like, I'm my own worst critic. Like he was a perfectionist, and fuck, I miss him.
Yeah.
But he set the example. There's a lot of us that wouldn't be streaming. I wouldn't have my channel if not for him. He encouraged Antiderivative Jill, which I know you're a friend of. And Peter Graves, good night, and thanks for being here, my friend.
We haven't heard from Peter for a while. Yeah, he spoke to me about it too, and he's taken off. Okay, he spoke to me about it too, just within a month of us losing him. Really, it's more like probably 2 weeks. It just wasn't that long, and it was probably at what I would call the height of, well, certainly it was the height of he and I getting to know each other, and that had taken maybe about a total of 3 months, but by that point I'd been on his streams I think 3 times in total, and it was behind the scenes. He was talking to me, and we'd had email conversations by that point, and I was surprised. I should say, yeah, surprised, taken aback. I mean, how do you put this? At our age, you don't make friends quickly. You have your guard up all the time. You don't expect to find people that you have things in common with.
Less so with Gil.
Yeah,
I warmed up to him pretty pretty quick.
Right. Well, that's what's surprising. Exactly. That's a surprising thing.
That's your point.
Yeah, it's my point. Is that I found friendship with him came quick, and I wanted to get to know him better, and it came much more rapidly than with many other people, but yourself included, as Canadian Spider-Man. I mean, there's people out there that are really genuine people, and when you find them, suddenly you realize this is important.
Thanks for saying that, man. I feel the same way.
Yeah, and it's true. It really is true, and I think that's a reflection of how many people.
Don't make me cry, man.
Well, it's true. Right? I mean, you are the center of a pretty large universe here.
Gil was
and he was too. Yeah, and it's amazing when you spend your 40s and 30s. You learn mistakes in your 20s. You cover your wounds in your 30s. You don't trace those mistakes in your 40s, and your walls go up. And by the time you're in your 40s and 50s, you're like, yeah, penetrate this wall. I've got my shotguns and my baseball bats at hand. And when
we also learn to recognize gold and diamonds when we see it at this age.
They're easy.
Gil was a diamond.
Yeah, and they're easy to see, and they're unexpected, and that's the thing, and that's what he was, and that's
same
why
with everyone on the panel tonight.
Right.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. It's the same story we've heard so many times, and that really just reaffirms how true it was, and how I was not mistaken in my own impression of him.
You weren't mistaken. Not when you have this many people corroborating.
Yeah, the same.
Corroborating. Yeah, that's a word.
Yeah.
Your opinion.
The sentiment. Yeah.
Holy shit! Now you're someone I haven't seen in a while. Good morning.
Bone.
I guess it is morning. It's 2:08 Vancouver time, and I believe William Shakespeare and I believe, in the same time zone. So it is 2 a.m. in the morning, folks.
Oh yeah, for me, yeah. So we are. Are you in Vancouver then, or the West Coast?
I'm 5 hours east of Vancouver. Have you heard of Well, you're American, so I don't know how much Canadian. But you've been in Canada. You've been in Whistler.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Kelowna?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, you have Vancouver, you have Victoria, which is actually the capital of British Columbia. It's not Vancouver, folks. It's Victoria. And the third biggest city, I want to say, is not Prince George. I'm pretty sure it's Kelowna, which is the airport that I fly out of anywhere I want to travel anywhere. So it's about an hour and 15 minutes if you don't care about speeding.
You mean speeding to the airport?
That's right.
Can you speed?
We go around here, man.
Yeah, can you get?
I don't want to go to the city any longer than I have to. We're in the country. We avoid the city. Fuck no. I'm just going to spend minimum time there.
Yeah, don't blame you at all.
Are you in the country at all, or are you in the city?
I live. I could almost throw a rock at the Space Needle, almost from my balcony.
Right. Yeah.
Have you not seen my pictures? You probably haven't. I'll send you some links. That will put it into perspective.
Yeah, I don't know that I have, but I've been to Seattle. I lived in Victoria, which is the capital of BC. And for those of you who have never lived in Victoria, there's a direct ferry from the island of Vancouver, which the city of Vancouver is not located on. Fuck me, that's confusing. I didn't understand that till I moved out here. I mean, I'm Canadian. I didn't know that Vancouver's not on Vancouver Island, but fuck me, it's not. So you can, if you live on Vancouver Island, you're going to live in Victoria, and there's a direct ferry down to Seattle. It's about 4 hours, given 2.5 to 4, depending on the current.
What?
And Seattle's beautiful. I mean, it's very hilly.
Yes.
Sucks to walk. But Seattle's beautiful.
It's good exercise, and compared to a city that's flat, you might say, "Hey, look who's here."
So as I was saying, oh wait, I'm back. I thought you said you popped me out for a moment there, and I've been stuck in the Heisenberg couplings for hours, just recycling through the transporter beam. Are you people ever going to go to bed?
Did you spawn an evil twin while you were in the transporter?
Teague, we pulled you off a Dyson sphere. You've been there for 80,000 years. How you feel?
Did the Mets ever win a Super? Did the Jets ever win a Super Bowl?
No.
Yeah, I feel like I was right about a lot of things. Good morning. I guess it's
West
daytime
Kegel says
here.
it's 5:10 a.m. So West Kegel is, I'm going to say West Kegel, just guessing, I have no idea. You're going to be there in New York City, aren't you?
Well,
George Lucas. Where's George Lucas located? California?
George Lucas probably, I would say George Lucas probably has a New York City apartment, right, for when he has to be here, and he has that big, huge ranch in Southern California. I don't think he stays away from LA.
So, if Bone,
Wonder why.
so I'm going to say Bone is in New York City, Admiral Teague. Is that a wise guess?
Bone?
Well, he says it's 5:10. In West
Yeah, they could be on the East Coast of the United States. They could be in the United States Virgin Islands. They could be in Cuba, but I doubt they're in Cuba. Yeah, they're correct. It is 12 minutes after 5. I have only 3.5 hours between now and work, so I like to wake up like with an hour window. And I'm like, I wonder what those people are doing. So I looked, and I was like, Jesus Christ, they're still awake. No one's going to sleep. And I guess
it's only been 8 hours.
It's only is the idea to go for 12?
There's no idea. We're just here to celebrate this man. There's no agenda.
Yes.
There's nothing at stake. We're literally just here out of love for this fucking man right here. Sorry to use friend.
Hail Cardinal Sin. I can toast him with coffee in a few minutes when my coffee is ready.
Cardinal Sin, Bill Bavel. Yeah, there's not a day that goes by, man, that we don't think about you.
Yeah.
I gotta say that one was shocking. When I was told, I think my first reaction was, "Oh, stop fucking with me. What's going on?" And then they're like, "No," they're like, it got louder throughout the day, and I was like, "Let me call Tony," and he was fucking had to be scraped off the ceiling, basically. Oh,
I like the staff, especially. That's really cool.
Well, that was his idea because Gil, if you don't know, Admiral, Gil was very much a concert rat. He was a concert guy.
That's that shirt. The staff concert shirt that's great.
I mean, is this not a concert shirt?
The security one would be bright yellow so that you can see them. But yes, that's like basically that is the one that a stagehand would wear. That is the shirt you give the crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good night, Admiral.
Wow, you polished off that much booze and you're still talking.
Well, his favorite wine is... Oh, trivia question. Did you watch the stream when we answered the trivia question as to which wine was Cardinal Sin's favorite?
I fell asleep in the middle of that one. I'm going to guess
which wine? That was the bottle you just saw it. Which wine was Gil Bavel's favorite? That, as spoken on Midnight to Midnight, going back on memory, Midnight to Midnight number 2.
Yeah.
Nope, that's incorrect. Midnight to Midnight number 1. Within the first 10 minutes, Gil Bavel... I'm going to pull up the fucking picture because I memorized them because I fucking love this man. He pulled up a glass of wine and he told us what his favorite wine was. Admiral Teague, do you have a guess? As part of the trivia.
I'm still asking trivia question. All right, here we go. I'm going to go with the most humorous possible answer because I'll probably be wrong. You ready?
It's a red wine.
Like Keith Richards, he liked Rebel Yell. No, I'm going to say, how about Cabernet? The stuff they give you in church.
No. Wrong.
No.
Give him the answer.
William Shakespeare, you've been here quite a while on the stream. Do you happen to know the answer?
I know the answer, but I know the answer because we were going on and on about what was said in Sideways about the whole. I'll let Teague take a second. He'll take a what do they call that?
Second chance.
Saving call, whatever.
I'd like to use one of my lifelines and call a friend. Oh, wait. The only people
in
who will
Midnight to
talk to
Midnight
me are on
#1,
this stream.
in the first 30, was it 30 seconds? In the first 3-4 minutes, anyway. Gil Bavel told us what his favorite.
That's a Chet Atkins Country Gentleman, I believe. I
favorite
believe
wine
that was
was.
a Chet Atkins Country Gentleman guitar. I had one of those.
He
The
can throw
problem
a
is the
line
bridge
and he can
floats.
call either one of us and ask for a clue. How about that?
Yeah. How about I'm going to use one of my lifelines. I'll take a clue, please. Regis.
There it is. Midnight to Midnight #1. It says so on the. See, even after all the alcohol I've imbibed and all the 8 hours of streaming, my memory is still intact. I did say Midnight to Midnight #1. And this is in the first 3 minutes of the stream. Gil Bavel said his favorite wine. It's obviously a red wine.
Okay,
take your guess.
Here's your clue, Teague. Here's your lifeline clue. It's 2 words. And it's red.
Pinot Noir.
Oh, it's too easy.
Pinot Noir is correct.
That's
Absolutely
my second favorite kind of wine. I like I like Cabernet. I don't know why. It feels like a guilty pleasure of like I'm drinking the sacramental wine at church.
And this is a screenshot. I watched not enough. I wanted to watch more, and I will watch more. But I've been watching a lot of Gil's content, and this is taken from Midnight to Midnight #1. And Gil is explaining that Pinot Noir is his favorite wine, and he's about to cheers us. Cheers, Gil! Happy birthday, Admiral Teague. Amazing. I know you're probably doing coffee.
Coffee is not yet brewed. I woke up like I always woke up, screaming with horror and as though I was struck by lightning, and I checked your channel.
Well, William Shakespeare and I have not gone to bed yet because it is only 2 a.m. where we.
That looks like Coach,
and it's only Friday.
It is.
That's Coach O Base, Echo Base Coach.
That is from Echo Base Network. That is Coach, and along with Nick from Echo Base Network, but that is Coach, and Coach right here in this shot, as part of.
He looks to be dismayed.
I was part of this stream, as you can tell. I've got. Oh my God, we were pretty. Cardinal Sin and I had drunk a lot at this point. Let's just say this. This was Midnight to Midnight #9. No, not 9. This was Midnight to Midnight #10 or 11. It's got an A and a B part to it. And Coach was just introducing the premiere of his new song, the No song, for his channel Echo Base Network. Because when they say a swear word, they have to say the No word. If anyone swears, they get admonished and criticized, and they have not criticized, but they get the No song.
And that explains the T-shirt. He's wearing a disc making corporation's T-shirt.
He's a disc golfer.
So it's not. I thought that he had compact discs made. Okay, so I didn't know that.
No, yeah, Coach is and actually just after this on our show, on Cardinal's show, he explains that he's a disc golfer. That is his passion. There's Cardinal.
That's a good picture,
isn't it?
Looking at surrounded by everything he loves, doing what he loves, looking happy. I'll tell you, we had a little talk. There was a little talk in my group chat after I was on, just because Carlo went on later, and I was like, I just streamed with a bunch of luminaries, and I feel in no way celebratory.
I'm more than happy to celebrate Gil.
No, I meant like I didn't. I wasn't like.
I'm sad that he's gone.
I think you know what I mean by that one.
I do.
I didn't. I was like. I've just been on with you, Mexican Iron Man, Doomcock, and I was like,
it should be a very, right?
West King is in the cesspool that is New Jersey, East Jersey near New York. And are you? Just want to ask you this way: closer to Philly or closer to Pittsburgh? Or because Philly is, I've never been to Pittsburgh, but
you really
Philadelphia Yeah, the annual appearance, the weekly appearance by the NYPD.
Man, we get sirens here like once a week. So there's a traffic accident on the highway.
Oh, I thought it'd be like, snow tornado coming.
No, only for car accidents.
See that guitar there appears to be.
No, the ambulance needs to come before the locals go out and loot the victims. Yeah.
I wish you could see the head. I wish I could see the headstock, because my guess here is that it's a Chet Atkins Country Gentleman. That bridge floats rather than being bolted to the neck, so you can't hand mute with any pressure. I had one of those for a while. I play the guitar the way someone chops down a tree, so I had to get something more stable.
Well, I'm well familiar with chopping down trees, my friend.
Teague,
You're a lumberjack. That's okay.
Can you elaborate on that for us, please, Teague?
Let's see.
Playing a guitar as if you're chopping down a tree. I mean, that's. He's serious.
I like New Jersey. Yeah, West Canada.
If I do anything else, I might accidentally play the chords of a song, and that would get you in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, my friend.
I don't want to play anything recognizable.
Let me introduce you to this.
Things you
Fighting this with people who owe me money.
We don't give a shit about their rules. So if you want to say cocksucker motherfucker on this channel, and that's gonna be their coach. This channel. Stream. I mean, I might be monetized. This stream will never be monetized. This is only for Gil. Yeah. That right there guarantees. That's a guarantee that this stream will never be monetized. I'm pretty sure this means
let's
we're
break some
not going to be
copyright laws.
monetized, folks.
Let's break some copyright laws. There you go. King of the Hill.
Nice.
Yeah, you waste 30 years playing around with the guitar, you'll learn a couple of things here and there. I started playing 5 years before I was born.
I'm sorry. I think I misheard that.
You mess around with the guitar for 20 or 30 years, you'll learn something. But hey, you know what? I'll trade. You can have my acoustic. I'll take the 12 gauge. I'll take the shotgun, and I'll go steal some pesos. That seems fair.
That's a Mossberg. It holds 9. That friggin' thing holds 9.
9 shots.
Yes. Wow.
9.
Oh.
Yeah. Have you ever? I've shot 9 slugs into a tree.
So you
can take out. Was not happy.
You can.
I've only fired one gun once at Boy Scout camp.
Sorry, West Cagle. Or Shake Spielberg. Sorry.
You can take out KK and her immediate staff then.
Nope. That allegedly, but nope. That's nope. It's only used for trees, allegedly. Yes. Only for trees. Oh, it's good for cutting down trees when your axe is dull.
Oh, really? You can really shoot at a tree and take it down.
Oh no, I have a video. No, no, absolutely. If you shoot slugs into a tree, it's gonna fall down if you shoot enough. Yeah, I've seen it. Actually, that'd be a good YouTube video, wouldn't it? We're gonna shoot down a tree.
That would be like an awesome
I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
That would be an awesome Canadian Army training film. The 50 caliber machine gun can be used for many things, including cutting down trees. But it's like we devised. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hey, we devised this by watching Commando. Like when Jesse Ventura goes down, he cuts down a bunch of trees. So we figured we could do it too. So we built an experimental 50 cal and sure enough, it did cut down that giant sequoia. Found out it was the oldest tree on Earth, eh? So this gun works great.
Wow, we have 12 people in the chat. Thank you very much for being here. You know what? It's been a while. I would like to raise a toast to Gil, our friend Cardinal Sin. He had many shows, and this was one of them, folks. Many of you are probably familiar. This is Midnight to Midnight. It's personally my favorite weekly show. Cheers.
Toast.
Slante. May the road rise to meet you.
That's Irish.
Yes, it is. I'm half Irish.
No, that's not what you said earlier. You said you were more than half Irish, if I recall.
I am 52% Irish.
That's right.
And then I'm like 25% Cuban, 20% Italian, and then the other 8%, it's like everything from there are some crazy things in there, like gray alien.
Now, you told me 1% motherfucker.
Douchehound.
Yeah. I tested positive for 43 of 60 ethnicities on 23andMe. It's called Living in New York.
Really? Yeah.
I'm 7th generation. I had 2 great grandfathers at Gettysburg in the Union Army.
What's the population of New York? Have you outgrown the entire Western Canada? Are you more than?
I'll find out right now. I think it's 64. Let's find out.
New York City? You're not 64 million in New York City. You're not even 20. Come on now. New York State.
20.2 million people. It's a slight increase over the last census.
Wow.
About roughly 8 million people live inside the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. Okay, but let me tell you something. This stat will check out. There are 30 million people working in New York City on a Tuesday afternoon, right? And that's a lot of people.
It's like 40.
So yeah, like everybody if everybody in New York took the day off, it would be like a national strike in Canada. But you can commute to New York City from Connecticut. There are people who come to this area from all over, and there's this guy named Bin Laden who noticed that if you get basically 1 in 10 Americans and change, mostly adults, right? Because you're driving there, the only children there are the ones going to school. That 30 million Americans, 10% of this country, is in sight of those buildings, and that New York City is. A lot of people hate it, but it's the financial engine that drives this country. It really. There are 30 million people about to earn their wage here today.
Who hates New York City? Nobody hates New York City.
A few people have expressed to me
maybe
that
New Jersey.
A lot of people have only like. I was on Captain Fandom Nerd's channel, and I forget who came on, but they're like, "You live in New York City, you'd understand. You're in a constant state of open combat." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "I saw Taxi Driver," and I'm like, "That movie was from 50 years ago, and it was about something that happened 55 years ago."
And the pretzel was this fucking big. Was outside of the Empire States Building, and I have it in my journal.
Yes, they threw that building up in 10 months. Folks. That's because the mafia.
$2.20 or something.
Probably 5 now.
1988. That was 1988, sir.
Yeah, about 5 now. But the thing is, that was $2.50 worth of food. Put some mustard on it.
Oh, I didn't eat anything else.
You put mustard on that damn pretzel, and you smile when you pay the guy because he could have you killed. That is a member of the mafia, right there. Let me tell you something. You have to pay a vig, and a chick that I went out with, Dad was a hot dog guy when I was in college, right? And I was like, so she's like totally in the mob. She's like, yeah. I'm like, I don't know if we should take this physical part of our relationship any further. But the one thing she said was that it was $100,000. For him to have that corner. He had like an ideal corner. He was like the hot dog man on like Spring and Greenwich in New York's downtown Manhattan, or like on Fifth Avenue somewhere down in the low numbers.
My wood stove. William, sorry, I've got to put wood in there, otherwise I'm gonna get cold.
That was a great. Was that Tiger Stripes? It's like dear Gil, Canadian Spider-Man seems to have fallen asleep in the snow. Could you please give me a phone call?
Let's not rehash that. Shake Spielberg, have you ever been to New York City or the
Just
East
once.
Coast of America at all?
I've been in New York once. I was with a girl I was dating at the time, and we spent the whole day there. We saw the remnants of the Twin Towers, and then we had dinner at a really nice place. I don't remember where it was, but I remember the dinner, and it was fantastic. And then we went to go see the Billy Joel musical at night. And it was a great.
You were here in about 2004 because the Twilight movie, Billy Joel's Moving Out, did not play for very long.
You are absolutely correct, Teague. It was I can place it.
Moving Out, the musical.
It was December 2004 is when I was there. As a matter of fact. Yep.
Boom! Admiral Teague owns television. I can remember all the ads for Broadway plays. Not that I've seen them, but I will say I love when Doomcock sings songs from Impossible from Man of La Mancha. That's my fave. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Admiral Teague, I'm glad you were here earlier when Doomcock was able to join us. When
it's
when
something
Doomcock was
when
here, man, I was that close to losing it.
I was in awe. I had an inkling that he would show up. And I think the only thing I said to him was because he was very emotional. And Doomcock, we know he's open about how he feels. And I think the only words I said was, it's okay, Doomcock. And he's been of such great comfort to me on so many occasions. Things have happened in the last few years since I've been listening to him. I've lost people. I've seen things happen, and DC has in a lot of ways been there for me. So I wished I could have just done more than tell him it would be okay. I wish I could have put my arm around him, but I think he was very happy to be here and talk about his friends. So that to be part of that, thank you for letting me be part of it.
This was a team effort. This was absolutely a team effort. And Ari, I'm sure Ari is still watching somewhere, somehow. I doubt he's gone to bed yet. But this was all Ari. This was your idea, man. Cardinal Sin's brother. When I speak of Ari, and I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of Ari Bavel and Gil Bavel, aka Cardinal Sin.
I think you're doing pretty close. I think you're pretty close.
I try, but you know what? Holy shit! William Shakespeare, Admiral Teague. I was sure out of all the YouTubers on screen, and we have a wide circle of friends, out of all the people that I would have bet money that I would have met this year, Cardinal Sin was top. I mean, Gil was top of the list. I mean, he was the guy that I wanted to go to Kansas and meet. Fuck.
You know what? Now that I know so many people in the Missouri and Kansas area that I could have done it too, but yeah,
should have gone last year.
Ours is not the reason why. It's unfortunate. I wish you could have gone.
When the border was closed because of COVID, I should have fucking snuck over and gone and seen that guy, man. Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, we also had a year of our lives poured out by COVID, but YouTube before and YouTube after are day and night, aren't they?
I wouldn't have known any of you had not been for the COVID. I wouldn't have even had met Cardinal Sin or Doomcock for that matter.
It's really what brought us all together in a sense.
I mean, we can talk about COVID. If you want to say COVID-19, if you want to say vaccines killed people, if you want to say vaccines saved people, if you want to say anything on this channel, I don't give a fuck about being monetized. So go ahead and say it. There's no.
They rolled the dice with those vaccines. They tested them out on us.
COVID brought us here. If not for COVID, I would not know Cardinal Sin at all. And as soon as you turn political on a channel, you chase away half of your followers and your audience.
Did everyone just tune out? That's
Cardinal Sin knew that.
You know what? You know what else I knew about Cardinal Sin? The best thing I could say, in a world where we're all very private and we have avatars, did anybody hesitate to give Cardinal Sin their name and address so he could send them one of the prizes?
No.
And yeah,
I sent him my bank details.
There you go.
I literally did. I don't care. I trust that guy.
Send him my PIN number. Fuck it.
Exactly. Gil Bavel, sign me fucking up, folks. Yeah.
That's what we were talking about before. He's a genuine person. You can sense that really quickly.
Right.
I mean, not necessarily the first 5 minutes, but within the first couple of conversations, you know who you're dealing with. You know who you're talking to. There's no man behind the mask or some bullshit like that. He's for real. And he was a great person. And that's what I was saying earlier. Canadian Spider-Man is that I was taken back. I was shocked. I was very happy to make a new friend so quickly, so unexpectedly with him. And that's why it hurt so much when we lost him. It just fucking broke my fucking heart. It really,
I think it's exactly a year since I first spoke to him personally on air, because he came on my show when we were reviewing Picard. So that the year anniversary of Picard starting was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, which would mean that we were up to about episode 4 now, and that's the episode he's on. And this was done in good humor, and we weren't messing with him, but he was a vegetarian, right?
That's
a vegan. Was he vegan?
Vegan. I didn't want to say the vegan word, but yes, he was.
Saying that's what
Go ahead
caused
and be
him
vegan.
to leave us early.
No, go ahead and be a vegan if you want. Put it in your crack stem and smoke that soy. But here's the
Strong
deal.
evidence, but we are not saying that here.
When we were talking about different food, and he goes, and of course, I'm a vegan. I'm like, wait a minute, did you say you were a vegan? He's like, yeah. So I kicked him from the studio for like 10 seconds. So like, we're all laughing, and then like when I brought him back, he was just in mid sentence. He didn't realize he'd been kicked. I didn't say anything. I'm like, all right.
On camera, Cardinal Sin has admitted to being a lesbian as well on camera. So.
I am such a lesbian.
Yeah.
That's the other. I like white meat and pink meat.
Ooh.
Slice meat.
He means shellfish by that, ladies and gentlemen. He means shellfish.
Oh, shellfish. Yes, shellfish.
Holy shit. Man, I really... Every time we do a stream, Cardinal Sin has so many connections. It was so good to have so many people on tonight, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think of you, man. There's not a day. I miss you, Gil. And you know what? I'm gonna have a bonfire stream, and it's gonna. There's a couple of fires around here, when the snow lets up, and they're huge. They're as big as a 2-story house. These
aren't you supposed to be clearing out some of that wood for us, Spidey?
Well, we're gonna go burn some, and I'll do a stream in memorandum.
Those are great. Those are really, really great.
I'm glad. I'm happy to do them, but it sucks because I've got to haul like all the house equipment. It's got to go way out into the field. So that sucks, Well, I have to physically plug in a cable. I made a cable really long.
Oh, you've deforested the area near your home with the bonfires.
Well, it was done before I arrived.
It's good to do that.
Allow me to quote Shakespeare about what we're doing right now. It is a good thing to celebrate a life well lived. It's in chapter 1 of Fellowship of the Ring.
Instead of watching, they don't want to see our fucking faces. That's
why I use an avatar. I don't want to be accused of making it on my good looks.
Let's do this.
It's right.
Let's show some photos of this man. That's why we're all here.
There you go.
Classic Universal monster movies in the background. Every monster movie you could imagine.
Always admiring his toys. Always fucking admiring these toys he's got. Always looking at himself.
To coin a phrase, where does he get those wonderful toys?
Yeah, the Joker. The Batman, the great film.
All right, now I'll do my Queen's voice. When Hollywood sends us their jokers, they don't send us their best anymore. They're not sending us Cesar Romero. They're not sending us Jack Nicholson. They're not even sending us Jared Leto. For God's sake, the last time I saw the Batman, he had a Joker in that movie, and that man was a complete idiot, and it was a terrible ending to a terrible movie. Make Batman great again. Make Batman an American again. There are 4 Batmen. 2 of them are British. Make Batman an American again. We need a wall between here and England.
I still
Spider-Man,
love.
don't get me started. Canadian Spider-Man. How many? We have exactly 1 American Spider-Man, 2 British Spider-Man, and 1 Canadian Venom. What's going on with that?
Should I mention that Captain Kirk is Canadian?
Captain Kirk is a citizen of the planet Earth. He is an Earthican.
And he's from Iowa.
He's from Montreal.
William Shatner is from Montreal. William Shatner.
Captain Kirk's from Montreal, folks. We all know that.
All right, let's see if you can remember this one. Where is Commander Riker from? Where's his character from?
Man, I worked in the Yukon. I was in the Yukon at the biggest gold mine. Shout out to Victoria Gold.
That was in the episode Lower Decks when they're like
check out the safety protocols there. I'm just saying.
The episode Lower Decks where they had the Enterprise from the point of view of enlisted crewmen, and that one person that was on the bridge is like, I hate working with Commander Riker. He's mean. He hectors me. He doesn't have any confidence in my orders. Yeah, and they're like, well, he's Canadian. Maybe you should go talk to him, and you guys have that in common. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. And he goes up there. He's like, well, Commander Riker, guess Canada is going to win hockey and win the Parisi Squares in the Olympics this year. And like Riker looks at him, classic Jonathan Frakes. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, we were Canadians. And he's like, takes like a deep breath. He's like, I'm from Alaska, and walks out like without paying. Although there's no money in the future, he just storms out.
Oh, yeah. No, Commander Riker is very clear. He was a Navy SEAL and he's from Alaska.
He was so pissed off.
His bio, he's from Alaska and he wishes he was from Canada.
That's exactly right. I think that was my favorite part of that whole episode. It's just like, what? What the hell are you talking about? I'm from Alaska.
Hey, do you guys recognize this?
Like good delivery. Yeah.
I sent this photo to Overlord DVD earlier.
Overlord DVD. What's that?
That is that, folks.
There we go. That is so cool. I need one. Andy, Gary, are you listening?
It's really hard to clean.
Is it? What is it made of? Is it just like hard plastic?
It is a plastic that reacts to light and it glows. And
tiny bit of toothpaste. Very gently.
No, it's a laser printer plastic.
It's not gonna. You're not cleaning that. It's just gonna get a little dirty.
No, I worked in a machine shop once, Admiral Teague, and we had a sonic. I'm not joking. This is a thing. It's a sonic cleaner, and it's not water. It's a special liquid, and you immerse things in, and it's a small chamber, and you put it in there, and then you turn it on, and it just sonically vibrates and it comes out pristine clean. I don't know how it works. It's not abrasive because
I think my dentist has one. I think my dentist has something very similar. It's like, we're gonna stick this horseshoe-shaped thing in your mouth, and your teeth will be perfectly white. I'm like,
you don't have to stick your face in the trough, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, fuck no. I'll have slightly yellow teeth. That sounds crazy.
Okay, Ari Bavel, Gil's brother. I'm not sure if you're still watching. I suspect you probably are. But I mentioned earlier that Cardinal Sin had an Enterprise that when you push the top, it had a voice activation with William Shatner. This is the spaceship, the Star Trek
Enterprise ship that I was talking about. If you press the, well, I guess it's the bridge, you'd call it, on top, that is a button, and it does activate a voice. So, Ari, if you're watching, I know you asked me about this earlier. That is the model. Hopefully you didn't mail it away to someone, as generous as you are, sir.
If Sean makes me another model, I would ask it to be the Enterprise. But if it talked, I would want one of the voices to be instead of Kirk, it's like the M5. It's like you push the button, and it's just like, there is no life aboard that ship. This unit must endure.
Such a good photo.
That is a great picture, and look how happy he is, doing what he loves.
I didn't know he could play guitar like that.
Neither did he.
That video that you showed was cool.
I'm glad you could hear that. I'm new at this.
Yeah, we can hear fine. It came through good.
Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Why don't we play it again? Can we play it again?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck it, folks. Let's play it again.
Let's refresh some drinking.
Yeah, refresh your drinks. Let's hear Cardinal Sin, and I don't care if we get demonetized. Like, I don't care if they strike my fucking
You would
channel.
have had to copyright the music and upload it to YouTube as his own for you to get struck.
You know what? YouTube can fuck themselves. How about that, for starters?
Their algorithm's pretty good, though. Like, I used to record when I would play music at like this bar. I'd go to open guitar night, I guess they call it. And I played like a couple of Stone Roses songs, and someone videoed one, and I uploaded it to YouTube, and it's like, copyright strike. You have performed the song Made of Stone by the Stone Roses. And what happens is you don't get in trouble. They just divert the monetization. Any video views you get on AdSense and that goes to the artist.
Okay.
But if you play the actual song Made of Stone by the Stone Roses, will be gone in like 8 measures.
Well, let's see what happens. Bear with us, folks. Also share audio. Yes.
Did you guys hear about the Polish hunters?
Sounds like a dirty joke, Admiral Teague.
So there's these 3 Canadian guys from Poland. They're driving around hunting. They see a sign that said bear left. So they went home. I learned about that one at Boy Scout camp when they told us the legend of Chief Falling Rock.
All right, folks, bear with me. And we're waiting. We have the spinny wheel. Here's Cardinal Sin.
I recognize that song. I know that riff. I'm trying to play this. I'm thinking it's like Love and Rockets. I might be Love and Rockets. Don't quote me.
No, that is a song that he and his band wrote. I think.
I thought it was ever fall in love with someone, everybody gonna fall in love with someone, fall in love with someone you shouldn't fall in love with. I thought it was that song.
No,
but good riff though. I very catchy, Sabbathy sounding.
He plays really good.
It sounded a little like a Black Sabbath riff now that I think about it. The way you had the guitar set up with that sound, very Sabbath-like.
Gil can play music, man. Tell you what. See? There you go. There you go.
You know,
he could play the drums, the one instrument I cannot decode.
Several. That was an actual question, and it is birthday. Was how many instruments you played, and the guitar and the drums and the bass guitar.
So if you played the guitar, you played the bass because it's transferable. Yeah. Because I thought it was going to be a guess, so I guess would have been bass. Oh wow, I have that kind of maple syrup. They sell that here.
Oh, you know what? I think we can get away with playing this now. Let's see. Bear with us, folks. We're going to try something here.
I already used my bear joke. You guys are going to have to get by on your own. There's a bear shit in the woods. We're out of jokes. It's 5 a.m. Sorry. Or holy fuck, it's 6 a.m. In a little while, Admiral is going to have to go jump in the shower and shave and get ready to go to the place to do the thing, as I like to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you haven't showered yet.
Well, I mean, I am Italian, so I have the option of just not doing it at all. Or is 20% Italian not enough?
Oh, did that work? Oh, that didn't work, did it? Okay, let me try that again, folks. Let's try that again. Did you just see a video that popped up? No?
The last video we saw. I didn't see anything pop up, but I was not looking at the screen. I was pouring myself a cup of coffee. So now I finally have one.
All right. Well, we're gonna pour. We're not gonna pour anything. We're gonna show you one more video. Now, this is me and Cardinal Sin streaming together, and I think I asked him. People should subscribe to your channel. So let's see. I think we can do this. Video.
I'm curious how many people passed through the stream. I'm going to say no less than 500 have watched this tonight.
Maybe.
There's 11 people still watching now. And hello to all of you, wherever you may be in this beautiful world.
Well, it is Gil's birthday is actually March 2nd, but his brother and I thought that this would be appropriate. February 29th is pretty unusual, and Gil was very much into the occult. So
yes, unusual. What was really one thing I would say I appreciate about him is I guess I'll show my ass a little here, and people will know that there's something that bothers me. But if you're the kind of person who would make fun of this or spike the football on it, well, fuck you. But he was talking about he was talking about 9/11 theories, and I was just like, Cardinal, man, a couple of my friends they died that day, so I don't care how it happened because I can't talk about it anymore. It's just it doesn't matter to me. I'm just gonna go with it happened more or less the way they told us because I can't even think about it. And he was like, that's cool.
About 50 years, right? Same as JFK, I suppose.
He was so kind about it though. He was just like, the next day too, like he tweeted out that he felt bad that he brought it up in front of me. But one of my friends died from the poisoning died from the fumes, died from the poisoning.
That was a big thing.
That's awful.
It took he was fine for 5-6 years, and then all of a sudden, not only was he sick, he had Parkinson's and dementia, and he didn't know who I was. And as he faded away from us, and I wanted to be there for him, he didn't recognize me. I was just another stranger, and he became confused. And in his last days, he was unable to receive the friendship, and that's no way for a hero to this goddamn city to go out. And that's why I hate Osama bin Laden and anyone who would follow him. And hey, you know what? If they come back, we got fucking nuclear weapons. It's not going to stay. I don't want us to spend 20 years trying to fucking lead some people to the internet and air conditioning and have them scoffing at it the whole fucking time. Fuck you. If you ever come back. But yeah, so and my cousin survived it. He was a fireman. You know, people talk about manliness. I don't know if there's anything more manly than running into those buildings when one of them is already starting to fall.
And there's a reason why we still call them firemen.
They are firemen, and you know what? So others may live. That's not a bad reason to go to work. And
Wait a minute, is that their credo?
I believe that's the United States Coast Guard.
So others may live.
So others may live is it's in Latin. Yeah, so it's like populare vitorum or something. I don't know, but yeah, it's so others might live is the motto of the United States Coast Guard, and that's also something you can apply to the New York Fire Department and the New York City Police Department. I'm pro police, but I happen to believe that I have the best, most professional police department in America here. You know, there are outrageous crimes here. You know what it always says? Caught.
Mm-hmm.
Caught. They're not perfect, but we have a pretty good police force. And to run into a building, I mean, some of these buildings are like 30, 40 stories high.
Right?
Those firemen were fucking heroes, no matter how you look at it. It was unbelievable.
And 41 New York City police officers and what do you call it? Port Authority police officers as well made the ultimate sacrifice that day.
They did it. They did it with unthinkingly. They just did it. They just didn't even think. They just went in. They said,
the second wave of them did it knowing they were probably going to fucking die, and they were just going to try to save people anyway. So I have to say, my hat is off to them. And I have a really good explanation for Building 7. You ready?
Yes.
So
you got to say what's Building 7.
Building 7 is a popular conspiracy theory about 9/11. The reason why so many conspiracies come down to Building 7 was because, and I don't know why everyone doesn't realize this, but the government owned the entire complex. It was owned by the entire thing. And the good news was it was only 20% filled when it was attacked. People didn't want to live or didn't want to work in the World Trade Center. People didn't want to pay the rent. People didn't want to go. It was not considered ideal real estate, even though it was in a good part of town, right? So fortunately, it was very hard to sell the real estate space there. But
it's probably harder now.
When they said that they were moving to across the street from the UN, my friend, at the meeting where they announced it, they said, we have a beautiful new location on the 50th floor of a beautiful skyscraper across the street from the UN. And my friend, he only lasted about 2 months after he did this. He started looking right away, but he said something at the meeting that basically ended his career right there at that place. He goes,
that'll happen.
Out loud, he said, without thinking, will there be parachutes? Because it was like 2 months later.
Ooh.
And and I will never understand why they went after the Trade Center and not the UN.
You know why they did it? I mean, I don't understand.
They hate us, not the world, I guess. They hated us. That's why they did it.
It's a whole mentality that I just it's in a universe that I don't understand at all. So
I had one correct thought that day. There was some sort of black magic in the air in New York when it happened. It was something like you wouldn't believe. It was like a temporal cord was struck. Spock and Kirk didn't throw Edith Keeler in front of the truck. Whatever it was, something was going on. And I looked and I could see the fire from where I lived. I didn't live too far away. The town I grew up in Long Island is only 15 miles from Manhattan. So I looked and there was fire in the sky. And I said, well, I wonder how many members of my genetic family passed away. I'll never meet them now. And when I met my cousin, who's like, I'm a New York City fireman, and I didn't say a damn word because we're about the same age. And when I met my biological father, he's like, yeah, your cousin, he did good on 9/11, man. He was there. He did his job, And I was like, he was like, you didn't tell you? I'm like, no, he didn't tell me. He's like, well, why wouldn't you ask him? I'm like, you don't ask a New York City firefighter who's about my age where they were on 9/11 because you don't. Yeah. And he was like, what do you mean? I'm like, you just told me not to ask you if you killed anyone in Vietnam. You should understand exactly what I'm saying. He's like, I get it now. I get it.
Yeah. Right.
And by the way, I think I got an answer from him on that one was, How can you know if you killed anyone in Vietnam? Wasn't everyone just shooting at everyone else? And this look came across his face. He was absolutely sure that he got everyone he shot at because, like of guilt. It had never crossed his mind that it was a massive firefight and maybe he hadn't killed anyone. I hope he hadn't.
Hopefully he did. I mean, on that note, hopefully he didn't. And you know what? We're coming up to 9 hours on this stream. And on the note of no one killing anything or anyone.
And bravery. And loyalty and service.
Bravery. And we are here for this man. So I think we have time for... Yeah, we have time for one more cheers. Yeah, we do. We have time for one more cheers, and then we're going to end the stream, folks. Thanks to
Wow, it's going to end? Don't you have to keep going until I get back from work so I can come back on and be like, yes, great at the place.
I think
doing
we've
the thing.
done our due diligence, and I can't name everybody that was on the stream. I mean, shit. I think we there's probably 50 names that I'd have to go over tonight. So thanks, everybody.
Stark of Iron was here and on the panel. Wes Cagle, thank you. Daniel's Hot Topics.
Naming people because it's a big fucking list.
Everybody. You got 49 likes. You got 49.
And it's not about us.
It was more than 49 last time I looked at it. It was like
it's not about who was here.
Is it more now?
It's Independence Day. It's 76 likes, guys.
It's all about this man right here. And I'm gonna lead us out. Let's see if I can.
Oh, you're right.
Right?
It's more. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess it doesn't automatically update here.
There is for all things a season, a time to reap and a time to sow. Our brother Gil, we will see him again one day. We will see him again. I believe it. I believe I'll see him again.
I hope so, man. I'm fortunate and I'm happy the time that I spent with you, Gil. And I think we all are. I speak for all of us. We're fortunate for the time that we got to know you. And if we, if we see you around the block, let's find a. There's a good photo. All right, folks.
Yeah, there he is. Enjoying it. Is that a mojito there?
You know what? It's 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 25 seconds. Cheers.
And where is MH370, the missing Malaysian jet? Someone has to say something mysterious, right? No. Good
night, everybody. Thanks for being a part of this.
Good night, guys. Cheers.
Question everything.
Thanks, Cardinal Sin, for bringing us all together again.
Great job, Canadian Spider-Man. Let's all hear it for our pal, Canadian Spider-Man. He is an amazing
Gil is the reason we're all here. Cardinal Sin is
we're all here for Gil, but today you flew his flag very high and very proud. And as I look at that beautiful Cardinal Sin flag blowing in the breeze, I have to say the flag holder is none other than our friend, Canadian Spider-Man. Great job of remembering a great guy.
It's a big list of volunteers.
There was a lot of people made this possible.
Thanks to everybody. Man, Gil, yeah. Good night, Gil. Happy birthday, buddy.
But